So at this point, we have started to get a good grasp on the basics of modeling. So now I want to talk about how we can set up reference images in Blender to further aid us. Now, we've already covered how to snap between orthographic views in the 3D viewport by pressing 1, 3, and 7 on our numpad. Now we're going to use reference images that are drawn from these orthographic perspectives to aid in our modeling. And we're going to line them up in our viewport such that they match these orthographic views. Now, in order to use reference images, we need to know what type of image we are looking for. In the case for translating an object from 2D to 3D, we are looking for what is called a model sheet. This is sometimes also referred to as a turnaround. So if you go to Google Images and just search model sheet, the image results will show you something like this. A model sheet is a 2D drawing of an object or character that you want to model in 3D. And it is shown from the orthographic front and side views. Some model sheets will contain additional views such as the top view or a 3/4 perspective, but we need at least the front and side view in order to use it as an orthographic reference. Now, model sheets are not the same as concept art. So this image here contains both a concept and a model sheet. The concept is here on the left side. It is drawn in perspective at a 3/4 angle. It is fully colored and will often show the character in a pose that gives the viewer a sense of their personality. Whereas the model sheet on the right side here is drawn in clean lines from orthographic viewpoints and is designed to give the 3D artist as much information as possible so they can make an accurate translation from drawing to 3D model. Now for this next section, I will provide a model sheet for you to follow along with, or you are welcome to use one of your own. This is the model sheet that I will provide for this section of the course. I drew this model sheet several years ago for a character modeling course I did. So please forgive me, I am not a 2D artist by any means, but this will work for our purposes. So in the bottom left here, I have the original concept sketch. Now this character doesn't have a name or anything like that, but he's supposed to be like a janitor. The concept is a little cut off here, but he's got, a mop and a bucket. So we're going to be starting from this single image file. So the first thing we need to do to get this set up correctly in Blender is to cut this image up into separate views. Now, to do this, I'm going to open Photoshop. You do not need Photoshop specifically to do this. You can do it in a free alternative such as GIMP, and you could probably even do it in Microsoft Paint, because all we're going to be doing with this is cutting this up into separate views. So with Photoshop or your image editing software of choice, we're going to open the file, and you can see I have it right here in my recents. Oh, but I moved it, of course. So let's open the file. So to start this, I'm going to use the lasso select tool. And all I'm going to do is draw around this front image with my lasso select. Doesn't have to be super exact, it just has to get all of the front here into this. And now I'm going to copy this selection by pressing Ctrl and C. I'm going to open a new Photoshop file by going File, New. The default Photoshop size is fine. And now I'm going to paste my selection into this new file by pressing Ctrl and V. Now, you can crop it in if you need to. say about there. That looks pretty good. Enter. The crop tool in Photoshop, if that's what you're using, is right here, and you can pull it in. Now we're going to save this as a new image file. So we're going to click File, Save As. We're going to choose a location for it. In this case, just know where it is. And we're going to name it. Let's call this Front Ortho. And we're going to save it as a PNG. Now, it doesn't have to be a PNG. Blender can import most common image file formats, such as JPEG, Targa, but PNG is pretty universal. So save that out. And now all we have to do is repeat that process for these other views. So back in the original model sheet, let's lasso select around the side view. Let's Control C to copy. Let's make a new Photoshop document. Default is fine. Control V to paste it. Crop it in if you like. File, Save As, choose your save location, name it, let's call this Side Ortho, and change the file type to PNG. You can see I've already done this here, but walking through how to do it again. So last is this arm piece. Now I drew this arm floating away from the body because this front view is drawn in what is called T pose with the arms straight out, making a T of the body. So this arm is actually being viewed from the top. So let's just do the same exact process, but save this as the top image. So just lasso select around it, Control C, File, New, default is fine, Control V, crop it in as needed, File, Save As, let's call it Top Ortho, and change the file type to PNG. Okay, so once we have all of these views separated out into different images, we can close Photoshop. We don't need the program open anymore. If it asks you to save changes to the Photoshop document, you can hit no. We do not need to save these original Photoshop documents. All we need is the PNG files that we created. So now let's jump back into Blender, create a new scene, and we're going to press A to select everything, X, and then just confirm that delete. So now we need to add in our images. So in the 3D viewport, press Shift and A to bring up the Add menu, but we're not going to add a mesh. We're going to come down here and click Image. Now, you'll see that there are two types of images that you can add. There is reference and there is background. They're both pretty similar, but we can quickly go over the differences. So let's add a reference image. It will bring up your file browser in Blender. You just need to navigate to where you saved your PNG images. Let's pull up the front. Yes. Now you'll see that when you add a new image into Blender, it will add and it will be aligned based on your camera angle in the viewport. So because I was in perspective mode when I added this, it's kind of come in at a strange rotation. But just to fix this, because we want this is an orthographic view. So to have this in orthographic view, we can just hit Alt and R to clear the rotation. Now I'm going to hit RZ90 to flip it that way. And I'm gonna hit RX90, RY90 to flip it. Oh, no, I was right the first time. X90. So that when RX and 90, so that when we hit 1 on our numpad to go into orthographic front view, it is facing us. Okay, so let me quickly repeat the process with a background image to show you the difference. Yep. Here, 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 and we're gonna pull up the same image for this. Okay, so this one on the left here is a reference image, and this one on the right here is a background image. So the only difference between these two objects is that a reference image will be opaque by default, and it will be visible from both sides, whereas a background image will be transparent by default, and it is only visible from the front. And right now it is only visible in orthographic view. If we enable perspective on this, we can see that this reference image is visible from both sides, and the background is only visible from one. However, we can change the properties of either of these two image types to meet our needs. So let's get rid of one of these. Let's just stick with our reference image. Just pressing Alt and G to clear the location back to the center. So let's look at the properties and how we can change some of this. So to change an image's properties, all we have to do is in the properties panel editor, come down to object data properties, which for an image will have this little image icon. Now let's look at some of these settings. There's some settings here for the size and the location of this, which you can also just set with your regular transform tools. So we're not going to cover those in depth, but we are going to look at some of these. So the depth setting is referring to how we want this rendered in relation to mesh objects in our scene. So let's add a cube really quick to see what that does. And let's move this back so they're not intersecting each other. So right now, depth is set to default. That means that if this image plane is behind this mesh, it will be rendered behind it. And if I press G and Y and pull it forward, and now look at it from the front, this image is now in front of this plane, or this cube, I should say, so it is being rendered in front. However, we can change this if we set the depth to front. Even if our image is behind this mesh object, it will always be rendered in front of it if we have this set to front. Likewise, if we have this set to back, it will always be rendered behind the mesh, regardless of our where it is in our viewport. So let's just set that back to default. So the next setting I want to look at is side here. Right now it is set to both, meaning that I can view this from the front and the back, and it will still render the image regardless of what direction I am facing. I can set it to front to have it only be visible from the front view. I can set it to back to have it only be visible from the back view. Let's set it back to both for right now. Now, if we change these show in properties, we can control whether or not the image is visible in perspective mode, orthographic mode, or both. Right now, both of these bubbles next to orthographic and perspective is checked. So that means if I am in perspective view, I can see this image in 3D space. If I am in orthographic view, I can see it in orthographic view. So obviously turning off perspective would make this image disappear from perspective view, but if I hit 1 on my numpad to go into orthographic view, it is there. And obviously the same is true if we enable perspective but disable orthographic. The image will be visible to us if we are in perspective mode, but if I hit 1, the image is no longer visible. So let's turn this back to both. Now, the last property I want to touch on is the opacity. Now, it is defaulted to 1 for a reference image because reference images are opaque by default. So all we have to do to change that is to enable the opacity bubble right here, which will give you access to this slider. With the opacity of 1, something that has an opacity of 1 means it is fully opaque. And sliding this down closer to 0, you'll see we'll give it some transparency. So you can customize your image settings in whatever way works for you, but I'm going to set this up the way that I like to set up reference images. So we have our first one in here already. So all we have to do is Shift A, add a new image, reference, and let's bring in our other views. So we've brought in our side view from the file browser. We brought it in perspective mode. So let's just hit Alt and R to clear that rotation. And let's hit RX90 and RZ90. I'm going to move this back a bit. And I'm going to lower the opacity. And last one, let's hit Shift and A, image, reference. Let's bring in the top. Let's hit Alt and R to clear that. And let's lower the opacity. And this one, we're going to have to scale it and rotate it a little bit more, just to match the relative size. So let's hide this cube for a moment. Let's actually unrotate this, just so we can layer these on top of each other. So we can try to eyeball the relative size of this arm, lining it up with the front view. Sorry, the front view arm. I'm just trying to get in approximately the same length, and we can adjust these at any point. Okay, so let's rotate this back. Alt R. The scale is correct, so do not clear the scale. RZ90. And with it, we roughly lined it up with this, so all we have to do, this one's not going to be over the center because that is not where we're going to model our arm. We're just going to push it. Actually, we're going to push it down to the bottom. So some people like to have all their image planes lined up right on top of each other in the center. Let me just show you what I mean by that. So let's duplicate these. Okay, so some people like to line them up this way. I mean, and obviously you could, you would spend more time getting this arm aligned properly, but so that all the pieces are right in the center so that when you hit 1 and 3, they're lined up, and you can kind of almost see how the model will come together in perspective view. But I don't like to have all my planes in the center like this. I find it very busy, and it's difficult to see the model you're actually working on without hiding these planes, and I don't like to have to do that. So set it up that way if it works for you, but I prefer to have my images behind where the mesh is going to be modeled. So that is how you set up reference images in Blender. We're going to move straight into the demonstration for this. And for this demonstration, we are going to be modeling this character. Now, we haven't discussed sculpting or anything like that, so we won't be getting into these finer details like the wrinkles in the skin and the clothing. But rather, we're just going to get the basic shape of this character. So I'm going to pause the recording here, and when we come back, we will move forward with the demo of modeling this character. Okay, so now that we have our reference images all set up and aligned with the proper viewpoints, let's get started modeling this character. And actually, first I'm going to just grab this so that his feet are on the ground plane here. And I'm going to do the same thing for the side view. Now, as far as aligning these with an axis, the front is good to go. It is set up with this blue Z-axis right down the center. The drawing itself is not perfectly symmetrical, so you'll see things like these buttons aren't aligned, but for the general shape, you know, it's coming through the center point on his head and coming down through the center point of his body. So let's just make sure that we have our side view aligned the way we want it as well. And I'm actually going to bring this forward a little bit so that this Z-axis line lines up with this kind of point, slight point that forms on his head. Okay, so the way I would proceed with a model from this point, I mean, we already have all the skills. So first we need a primitive mesh to work off of. And you may be thinking you want to work with a sphere based on some of these shapes. And you definitely can do that. But for something like this, I am actually going to work starting from a cube. So let's add a new cube in and tab into edit mode. And I'm just going to bring this up in wireframe view so I can see the image behind it. I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to scale it. Oh, I don't know. About there. So that the sides of this cube here are roughly aligned with the sides of my drawing at the widest point on the torso. So this character is symmetrical, like most characters. So let's just set up a mirror modifier right now to make this process go faster. So I just hit Control R to add a loop cut, double clicked to leave it right in the center. And now I'm going to select the left half of the mesh, delete the vertices. And now I'm going to come into the modifiers property panel, add a modifier, add a mirror modifier, and for now, let's turn on clipping. We'll need to disable it for the legs, but for now, let's just leave it on. So now it's just a matter of adding more points in this and shaping it to match the contours of these lines. So let's get started with that. So I'm just going to grab this lower point right here, G, Z, push it up. And for this, I'm going to extrude the legs out. So let's just get this cube to match the contours of the torso first. Okay. So let's bring this point in a little bit. And we're not getting the roundness we need here. It's just going straight. So let's add a loop cut. Grab this point, and I'm box selecting because I want this to be even. We're a little bit large in the Y, so let's scale this down the Y. About there. Actually, we can make this even more exact in the Y if we go into the side view. So now you'll see why these orthographic views being lined up is really nice, because we have it's very flat in the front, which is not the shape of the final character. So if we press 3 coming into right orthographic, now we can just line these points up, you know, with the side views. Bring that forward. And it takes a bit of practice in order to be able to, you know, understand what's going on with a mesh like this. You can always make these sort of internal lines flat if you want, if it helps. So like you could select this whole loop, S, Z, and 0 would make it completely flat so that when you come into side view, it's just a little bit easier to see what you're doing. But it depends on sort of the contours you want. So we have a very rough shape for this piece here. Let's actually, yeah, let's bring this up and make it flat just for ease of visualizing what we're doing at this early stage. And we can put in our angles and things a little bit later. So we need some more detail here. Let's add another loop, make it flat. And from here, it's really just about adding loops, extruding parts, and then just moving the vertices around until it's roughly the shape you want it to be. So we can come in here, bring it in. Just hitting Shift R to repeat the last operation I performed, which was the scale Z, then 0. All right. So we have clipping on, so I can pretty freely transform these and it will remain snapped to the center. Let's extrude these faces up. And let's extrude these arms out to about the wrist, scale it down, and then same thing, just add edge loops, scale them, move them, rotate them as needed for your reference. So we have our arm sort of scaled out properly here. We can check it against this piece. Now, I said we may need to move this around a little bit, and we do. So let's just move this image. And now we can start grabbing these pieces from the top. And all I'm doing is box selecting, pressing G, and moving them in orthographic mode. Nothing fancy. It is just a matter of patience, really. Let's make these much thinner here. Okay. I actually need, and this is why it's important to have multiple sides, because it can look really good on one side and then you look at it in perspective mode and it is totally off. So we need this face to come out to here, actually. Thereabouts. You could probably bring this up to be flat. And don't forget to be checking these things constantly in perspective mode as well. It's very easy to get sort of lost with orthographic mode and kind of lose the big picture of the piece, but always be checking it in perspective mode. Obviously it's quite blocky right now, but we're going to fix that. We just want to keep the number of vertices in this as low as we can until we have something closer to a shape that is the final shape. Because the fewer vertices that you have to work with, generally the easier it goes. So now I want to extrude these legs. I need to turn off clipping so that I can make this separation for the gap here. E to extrude them, and then just grabbing the points and lining them up. I'm not being too exact on this silhouette line because we just don't have enough vertices at this point to make it very exact, but we're gonna keep adding to it, so we'll get there. It's best to get the rough form in first and then slowly add layers of detail. So now we need to extrude for the head. So let's turn clipping back on. And let's make sure we have this face selected. Now, there are some things to note about the way that you model for characters. So this is interesting. So I have clipping on, but you'll see that these are still creating a hole in this mesh. It's because this point was not close enough to this point to have been merged. So, oh, we have a funny face in here. Delete that. So all we have to do is with clipping on, select these points that have been ripped, hit G and X and bring them in. And once they hit the point where you can no longer move them across to this side, confirm. And then now when you hit G and X, you will not be able to pull that apart. All right, so there are certain things to note when modeling things like characters. If you plan to animate them in any way, the topology needs to be done in such a way that when you deform this mesh for animations, you will not get strange angles and artifacts. But that is probably a topic best covered in a dedicated character course. So I am trying to keep the topology as clean as I can here, but I am not a character modeler by trade, and I do not plan to animate this mesh. So I'm not going to be as concerned with things like good animation topology. Okay, now let's fix some of these points. Just periodically checking it in perspective mode to make sure that I am moving things the way I think that I am or should be. So this point needs to come further back. We probably need to add an edge loop right in here as well. Again, staying very blocky with these forms in these early stages. I'm just blocking out where the arms, the legs, the head should all be before I concern myself too much with matching details or anything like that. Okay, let's look at our mesh. Head is still kind of a funky shape, and it is it's up to you as the 3D artist to, you know, interpret 2D in a way that makes sense in 3D. So, I mean, if you match your concept exactly, your model sheet exactly, but it does not look right, so to speak, you know, that is really up to you to interpret those changes, the changes that need to be made in a way that is appealing in 3D, because this is all about making things 3D. So if it's not appealing in 3D, you have a problem. obviously we have to majorly fix these leg areas. Okay, let's look at this in perspective and just do some edits based on eyeballing it. Okay, we still need to get the hands and the feet done before we start refining this, but the shape is coming together pretty quickly too. All right, so the feet I'm gonna do from the side view. Let's flatten this and scale it just so we have a little bit cleaner lines to work with. It's E to extrude down to the bottom. Now I'm gonna look at this in perspective. Yeah, so I'm gonna take these two faces and extrude them out for the heel. And, you know, if you're doing a more humanoid, I mean, I guess he is humanoid in the sense that this character has, you know, is bipedal, has 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes. But obviously it's not a human character, so there are some distinct differences in anatomy. But if you're doing a human character, having some knowledge of basic anatomy and, you know, kind of anatomy in the way that artists know anatomy is going to help you immensely here. I want to make, so right now his feet are kind of skewed out, so I want to make them facing directly the front, just for ease of modeling. Let's do R and Z and make it more that direction. And extrude it out. And then shape it, add loop cuts. Okay, let's look at this in perspective. That's roughly the shape we want for our feet, looks good. And now we need to do the same with the hands. I'm going to do it in the top view because this gives us the most clear view of our hand. Let's flatten this out, S, X, and 0, just to make it easier to work with, because it is easier to box select and align these verts when they are aligned. Okay, let's E to extrude to about here. Scale it on the Y axis to make it a little bit wider. Cool. So now we need to extrude from here to this point, from here to this point, from here. So we're going to need some loop cuts. Control R, right between those two. Let's select this one. E, extrude out the length. And then now we can just start adding loop cuts and refining it. Add one there. Scale this in. Same process on the other finger. And just kind of as a general rule for modeling from reference this way, is you just want to look at the angles of your drawing, and when you're first blocking it out, just match the most extreme points with geometry. So what I mean by that is when you look at like this curve here, and I'm sorry it's getting so pixelated because I'm very zoomed in, but you have a point here which represents a wide part, a point here which represents the narrow part, and then it widens again, and then it narrows again. So I'm just matching my points to those extremes, and then we'll worry about smoothing out those curves later on, once we have our sort of blocky version finished. Oops, I accidentally had a point selected over here still, so it kind of just messed up my rotation. So let's just Control Z, undo out of that. extrude from here. Okay, we need a little bit more geometry here, obviously. Let's put one here. And one there. Okay, so let's look at this. In local view, I just pressed slash on my keyboard to view just this piece in isolation. So this is going to be the general shape of our character. A few points that are a little wacky, but you know, all I need is to be nudged. So it's quite blocky, quite square at this stage still, but we're going to come in and refine it now that we have it generally laid out. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to finish refining the general shape of this character. Okay, so let's continue on refining the shape to get this character. So we have sort of the general shape. There's a couple points we just want to refine, but I don't want to add too many loop cuts manually to smooth this out, because we already know how to smooth out a model automatically in Blender with the subdivision surface modifier. So let's add that. So we're gonna leave this mirror modifier where it is. I'm just gonna collapse it so that we have a little bit more room here. Add modifier, subdivision surface. So because it includes smoothing, it's already rounded out a lot of that blockiness for us. So what we can do is just continue to work with our very blocky, very low poly model, and it will be smoothed for us. And when we get to a point where we decide we are done, we can just apply these modifiers and our mesh will just be as it appears. So let's just continue on. And I like to leave, this is another reason I like to leave my my references, even though these are orthographic views, I do like to leave them visible in perspective mode, because sometimes, especially when you get towards complex models, there are things where you're like, well, I can't really tell what vertex I'm selecting here. So sometimes it's easier to come into perspective mode and just be able to see that edge you're trying to create is still there, but it's just a little bit easier to see. So the process is going to be pretty much the same: adding loop cuts, extruding, pushing and pulling points around until we have the shape we want. And with the subsurf modifier, you know, we can see how it will look even in edit mode, as long as the edit mode preview is enabled right here. So I'm just going to do what I can to round this out even more, but we will eventually need more points to work with. Shaded. Look, see how it looks shaded smooth. So I don't like how flat this back is. So let's just come in and fix this. I think the head needs to be rounder in the back. That's much better. Okay, so I want to think about the eyes, and typically for characters, especially if you're planning on animating them, the eyes are going to be separate pieces, just for the ease of animation. So eyes are typically spheres, not necessarily exact spheres, but pretty close. So let's tab out into object mode and add a UV sphere. And I'm going to position it. I like to rotate the spheres this way because I like to think of this as where the pupil would be. And you can see with the topology, it's kind of easy to visualize it that way. So let's rotate these. And his eyes are kind of on the side of his head and they're angled out like so. So again, eyeballs are much, much larger than the part that you see. There's a whole part that's inside, which you can tell by if we scale this sphere so that it fits this curve of the outside, there's a whole portion that goes inside. And we're just going to leave it right where it is. So now, shade that smooth. So now let's fix some of this geometry on the head so that the eye appears like it's sitting in an eye socket. So we need to bring these parts way in. And we can add a mirror modifier to this eye. It is currently being reflected around its point of origin, so it's just appearing on top of itself, but let's click the eyedropper in the mirror object and click our body, and it will be mirrored perfectly across the body. It's looking pretty good. I'm control clicking to select my shortest path. I just wanted this edge loop has been created all the way down the body because we currently have all quadrilateral faces, which is really good. It's for ease of modeling and things, but I just want to scale this part. Oh yeah, that looks good. So just control click, and then I think this needs to come out a little bit more. Right here. And then you can always turn off your preview if you can't see where your points are because of the subdivision surface modifier. You can always turn it off, see where the points are, how the edges are flowing, and you know, turn it back on to get your preview. Let's start shaping this edge loop into the mouth. It's about where we want our mouth to be. So let's just use an edge loop we already have. Because as you'll see, this will start to get pretty dense as we keep working. So the mouth kind of forms more of a frowny face. So let's keep manipulating these edges. And I'm frequently sort of switching over to solid view, looking at perspective, just so I make sure that I'm grabbing the right vertex, because you'll see as this starts to get denser and denser, it can be hard to tell if you're grabbing something in the front or the back. So currently we have this edge, so this one needs to come down more. And actually, I might even need to cut in a new edge loop here for the mouth. I either need to cut in a new edge loop here or one down here because of the way these edges are flowing. I think I will need to do that, but we'll see. So let's add some sort of retaining loops around here, just so we can preserve some of this form that we just created. And now I think the best way to do the mouth is to, let's turn off the edit mode preview really quickly. Select up to here. This is going to be a little bit of trial and error, but that is generally our mouth. Let's bevel this, see what happens. And extrude it in maybe a little bit. So that's roughly what we want, but it's getting a little bit wacky over here. So we just need to kind of pull some of these out so it's just not quite so pinched. And we need to add some more points. We need to pull out some more form right here to create sort of the lip. So let's take a look at what we have going on here. Yeah, so we need like an entire edge loop right here. So the reason this edge loop didn't get added all the way down like this is because when I beveled this, I created a triangle, which sort of broke our edge loop continuous flow. So you can see when I added another edge loop, it added all the way around, but we now have this face that is no longer quadrilateral. So we can fix this with joining. Select this, and join it. Now this face has 5 edges still, but everything over here has been fixed. We just need to determine how do we want to rectify this edge with 5 faces. And I always recommend that, especially if you're working in games and stuff, you should really always try to keep your faces to 3 or 4 edges. Triangles are perfectly okay, but anything with like 5 or more edges, you're probably going to have some issues, either in animation or in shading. So this edge loop got added this way. It stopped here when it saw a face with 5 sides, but we can fix that. So now we have 4, 4, 4, and 4. Re-enable this. Yeah, and that's starting to look a little better. And this part is coming out, I think, a little bit too much. We want it to come sort of in more and match our drawing. So let's grab this. And you'll notice that with the subsurf modifier active, you'll end up with your actual points of your underlying mesh may be like way out here, but the mesh itself may be way here, like in here. It's just because of the smoothing operation. It tends to shrink the mesh a little bit. It's just something to be aware of. All right. So far, so good. So now he has nostrils way up on sort of the top of his head. So let's determine where, based on our topology, those should be. So when we look at them in the front view, they should be probably around on that face. So let's inset this face. Just hit I on my keyboard. And we can make the inset about the shape we need. Sort of like that. You know, and we can refine this shape as much as we need to. It's a little high. But again, when you're translating something from a two-dimensional drawing to three-dimensional model, your alignments are not always going to be perfect. And if you make them perfect, it's probably a safe bet that your model will not kind of look the way it won't look right in 3D. That did not work. Okay. They are planar. It's just not really the rotation I want it to be at. That's not too bad. It's lined up based on the orthographic views. These are lined up properly. But again, you have to take into account how does it actually look. So if you think it aids the model by deviating slightly from this orthographic viewport, then it is typically fine to do so. But not to say that you should throw out your model sheets entirely, otherwise what's the point of them? But some deviation to make it look right is totally fine. I've turned on proportional editing here, and that's just going to help with some of these angles. Since I am modeling an organic shape, it just tends to smooth things out a little. Okay, so now let's go in here and fix some of the blockiness in the arms and in the torso. So I'm going to click here and then control click, and you'll see that even though the subdivision surface smoothing is causing this smoothed mesh to come in front of these vertices, I can still select them by just hovering over where I know that the point is and clicking, it will still be selected. I'm going to bring in some of these parts that are forming more square corners. I'm just going to bring them in on the X and the Y axis to round them out a little bit. And this is coming straight across, and I think I'd like it to swoop down and create more of a curve. So let's start moving some of these points. And now we want to create sort of this this collar section that comes kind of more straight. It's like a stiffer part of the fabric that he's wearing. So we already have the edge loop for it. Essentially, may need a little bit of adjusting. So yeah, we're gonna look at this edge loop here. And I'm not flattening it completely. All I have to do is hit S and Z, and it will start to flatten it in the Z direction, but I don't want to flatten it completely. Okay, so let's take this and bevel it. And scale this part in. And now I want to start to distinguish sort of where his clothes are from where his skin starts. So think what I'm going to do, sorry, just fixing the parts where I see sort of funny shapes happening. So to do that, I think what I'm going to do is, let's disable this so I can see what I'm doing really quick. I think I want to just extrude this face loop out a little bit. So now we're starting to get this collar form come in here, and we can do some more editing to make this more defined from the skin part. We need to bring in this line, this center line a little bit, because we're getting, I like this sort of ridge that his face is coming to right in the center. That's sort of how I envisioned this character, but I don't necessarily want it down here because he's wearing sort of baggy clothing. So let's smooth some of that out. Oops. I'm just testing out if I place the, if I reorder my modifier stack, if that makes the shape better or worse. It doesn't really seem to have a strong effect, so I'm going to leave the subdivision surface modifier under the mirror because it does not help me to move it. Okay, so I've smoothed out a lot of this sort of pinching that I was getting down the middle. And when you get pinching like that, it's usually caused by having a lot of geometry that's very dense right here. So you'll see that like these faces are much thinner than this face. So because it's not evenly divided, I'm getting some pinching there. And there are other ways to fix this, you know, by dividing and smoothing it, but I think I'm just want to leave this with as few vertices and faces as I possibly can until I absolutely have to increase the resolution, because the fewer points you have to push and pull around, the easier it is to work with. Okay, so I have sort of the beginnings of this collar here. We can increase sort of the sharpness of this contrast by adding more loops in here. So let's just make a small bevel. And you can see already that it is, if I Control Z and Control Shift Z to redo it. Oops, except that it won't. It's fine, we'll just rebevel it. You can see it's a much more sharp line right there. Okay, so we basically want to do the same thing with the wrists and the ankles. You know, he's sort of wearing like a coverall set. So let's turn off the subdivision edit mode preview so we can see all of our points. We want this point, this edge loop, I should say. So with the whole edge loop selected, let's bevel it until it's about the thickness of the cuff. Let's extrude and scale it. Lock the X axis by pressing Shift and X. About there. Tab into object mode will automatically, because we have it viewport enabled, will automatically turn the preview of the subdivision surface back on. The arms are still quite boxy, so let's fix that. Using the shortest path select there again. We probably want this to be a little bit more evenly divided, because it's gonna, you know, the subdivision surface makes its divisions based on, you know, where the divisions in your geometry already are. So if you have like an area that's really heavily subdivided, maybe I should have done this on a corner so you could see it more. That's, you know, if you have an area that's more heavily subdivided than other parts of your mesh, you'll see that we're getting more of this pinching here because it is subdividing based off of the underlying geometry. So there are more subdivisions happening here through the modifier than on the surrounding areas of the model. So just keep that in mind. If you're getting some strange pinching or stretching, try making the underlying model without, you know, not including the modifier. Try to make all these faces more even, and it should help with that. So yeah, you can see this boxiness is being formed because these are quite flat. So we just need to take the center portions of these and round them out by pulling them in the Z direction in this case. And doing this with the proportional editing on will just speed that up. And we can bring in the corners as well as bring out the centers to round the shape out. Again, this is quite boxy, so let's just select this. And I don't actually want the whole thing, just want the middle parts going around this loop on the hands. I'm just going to scale these out a little bit. And I might have to do this in several steps. No big deal. Yeah. So because of the shape of this, it has these sort of waving contours. If I selected the whole thing and scaled it, like parts of it were scaling out the way I wanted it, but parts were also scaling in the way I exactly did not want it. So just breaking that up by forming, you know, multiple selections and scaling them. And tabbing into edit mode and object mode very frequently to get a better idea of what I'm doing. You just like to tab out into object mode to look at it, assess what needs to be fixed. You know, tab into edit mode, come in and fix it. Tab back, see if those changes have been effective in the way that I wanted them to be. Now I think to make this thumb less boxy, we need to scale the ends of it down a little bit in the Z. And I'm gonna turn on, no, I'm not gonna turn that on. There's an option for connected only, but this is all connected, so I don't think it would actually serve any purpose. And it seems I missed an edge here when I was beveling, so now we're getting some triangles, which might cause problems. So let's see if we can Control Z that. Actually, let's not. I don't want to lose what I was working on here. So let's see how we can fix this. Basically, I want to remove this edge loop and redo it because I missed part of my selection here. So let's select the edge loop, hit X and delete it. So now we just have this piece, but all this geometry is super messed up. So I'm going to select this piece, or this point, and merge it at the last to snap that vertex onto it and get rid of it. I'm going to do the same thing here. Shift R to repeat. Okay, so now we have the loop is clean. It's back to where it was. So let's retry that bevel. So you see that when I alt clicked, it didn't click through here because of the way we have it extruded. So we just need to manually make sure and be careful and look to make sure we have our selections made before we perform these operations. Okay, so now that bevel is performed nice and clean around the hands. We get a nice clean separation all the way around. Okay, let's go down. Let's move on to working with the feet. And now he's got like 2 big toes. So the way I think I'm going to do that, they don't need to be completely separate from each other. So let's just grab, let's say these edges about. That's about where like the separation between the 2 toes would be. Let's just turn off proportional editing and scale it. And we already see that we're starting to get the separation. So now let's just keep working until we get this the way we want it. We're going to scale this on the X to round the shape out. And come into vertex select. And obviously these toes are not, this one is not, he's got like, supposed to have like 1 big one and 1 little one. This drawing is probably not the most accurate, but if you think about it, your big toe is going to be on the inside. So even though this is like an alien type creature, we want to maintain some conventions of humanoid form, just for aesthetic reasons. It's going to be more pleasing to look at if some things kind of work the way that we expect them to, for lack of a better term. And the reference does come way out here, and we can make his feet wider, but I don't necessarily want to make this one any bigger than this one. I want the larger one to be on the inside. So I've just widened the feet so it matches the reference more accurately and moved the split over to where the split is in the front. So we're going to need some more detail to get the shape right. So add another edge loop. And now to define this separation a little bit more, same way we did it with the cuffs and the collar. I'm just going to bevel this, but keep them fairly close together. Actually, that might even have been a little bit too wide. So now we're starting to see some more separation. You can just further accentuate that by pulling it back. Remember, again, all I have to do to lock the Z transformation of these is to make my selection, hit G, Shift Z, and now it will move on the X and Y, but not up and down on the Z. I need to fix this sort of pinching in the heel. out the heel a little bit more as well. So his legs are looking a little square, just like the arms were before. But it's not going to be any problem. We already know how to fix things like that. Let's grab the center point and bring it forward with proportional editing, of course, to make that a smooth fall off. Let's grab one of these back points. And let's start mushing in some of these corner points. G, Shift Z. And bring him in. And this is probably the last corner we need to do that for. G, Shift Z. Push it back. Okay, much more rounded. Great. Let's make some cuffs down here for the bottom of his coverall pants. I'm gonna just add this edge loop. And then I'm just gonna grab this face loop and I'm going to extrude it. Scale it, lock the Z axis. Maybe even reduce it on the Z a little bit. Now to make this this cut kind of finer, we're just going to bevel it. I can bevel this one as well. Now this one I think will not select all the way around. Yes, it will not. So just make sure you have the entire loop selected. And we can bevel it. Not that you can see that one as much, but I guess you can from the back. And let's do the same thing with this one. Make sure it's selected all the way around, which it did not. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Bevel it. That's kind of the nice thing about the mirror modifier is while you're working with it, you can sort of preview what's happening in real time on this side by, you know, just looking at it without having to tab in and out of object mode. Just confirming that that's selected the way I wanted it to. Now I can't scale this normally because it will lose the slope. It will flatten out the line of his mouth, and I like the curve of it. I just want to make his mouth look a little bit more closed. So I'm just going to grab this top edge, and this is like the interior part of this extrusion. So it's this edge here. And I'm going to turn the preview on so I can see how it looks. But I'm looking over here to see how it's going to look because this is kind of a mess to look at. So grabbing it down, and then the real trick is, I just did there is this sort of triangle icon will allow you to see the wireframe all the way across, but it is just a preview. All right. Yes, that is the correct edge. Let's just scoot this edge up closer to this one. We can even get really fine and scooch in the individual points. And you can see that his mouth just appears a little bit more closed. This line is a little bit tighter. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up this demo here. You can spend Obviously a lot more time refining this shape to get it exactly the way you want it, but I think you get the general idea of how to model based off of a reference image. And as you can see, using the reference images, we've gotten much closer to this than we probably would have been able to just by looking at the picture, maybe on another screen or something, and modeling it by itself, because we are able to, in orthographic view, match these curves and lines almost exactly. You know, and obviously you'd want to come in here and pull these out and, you know, start to refine the shape even more. And I do encourage you to do that on your own, but this is going to conclude the demo portion for this section. When we come back, we're going to get into some more advanced modeling techniques that are going to speed things like this up even more. So I will see you in the next video. All right, so it is time to return to mesh modeling and finish talking about some of these tools that are present here in the toolbar. So if you are in a new Blender scene, all I have done here is deleted the camera and the light. We don't need them for this section of the course. So just on the default cube, we can come in here to edit mode, and we're gonna look at some of these tools on the toolbar. So the first thing I want to look at is the knife tool, which is this icon right down here, sort of the cube with the edges cut in the points in it. So we can access this tool either by clicking here where it says knife, or by pressing the hotkey K for knife. Either one of those will bring up the knife tool. Now you see we have this little knife icon with a little blue square under it. So this is just indicating where we want to make our cuts. So let's say I want to cut this edge with a new point, and I can do that just by, with the knife tool active, clicking. And now you can see that I have drug out this line with another point at the end of it. So in the past, we have made our cuts into our mesh with loop cuts, which always divide it in half and follow the Blender's edge loop rules, so to speak. But we can cut into our mesh in a more free-form way with the knife tool. So let's press K again on our keyboard. Let's start clicking on edges to make cuts. And now when we are done making our cuts, we can just hit enter on the keyboard to confirm that. And you can see that edges have been cut into this mesh. And we can, you know, now treat these meshes in any way, or these faces, these edges, and these vertices, just as we do with any other. You know, you could create something like that. You could, you know, create something like that. And you can see that even though I didn't draw this point to an edge, it's still cut into this face and just created a vertex right in the center of this face. Now you may get some sort of errors and shading problems creating geometry like this, but you can do it. All right. The next tool I want to discuss is the bisect tool. And the bisect tool, if you hover over all of these, you probably won't see it. So what you need to do to access it is come down to the knife tool, click and hold, and drag the selection down to bisect and release it. So now this toolbar slot has the bisect tool in it. So we've talked a lot about cutting things in half with our loop cuts, but say we do not have a, you know, continuous edge loop in the direction that we want to cut. So the way we would approach a problem like that, say we wanted to cut this mesh, but I have now cut a triangle into it. So I can no longer use the loop cut tool to cleanly cut through the mesh. So the way we would tackle this problem is to use the bisect tool. So with the bisect tool enabled, let's make a selection on our mesh. I'm just going to press A for everything or all. And now we can click and drag, and you'll see this line form out. And this is just previewing where we want to make our cut, what rotation we want to make it at. So let's say we want to make it like this. Now this cut has been made into the mesh, but before we perform any other operations, we have a couple options if we need to adjust it. If we need to slide it, we can drag the arrows. And if we need to rotate it, we can drag on the circle. This one's, there we go. So, and you'll see when you slide this bisect tool preview, it is not being prevented, it's not being hindered in any way by the existing geometry. So even though we have a point here, if we were trying to loop cut and slide that and we slid it down to this point, it would not be able to go past this point. But with the bisect tool, we can place this cut anywhere we need it. When we're ready, we can just click off of it, and going into vertex select mode, we can see that these points are here and can be manipulated just as any point. Now I will say that when you select tools from the toolbar rather than using their shortcut, you will have to manually return to select mode up here in order to properly select these points to edit them. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that you may get, I'm getting these errors here, but that's because I am still in bisect mode and I have nothing selected. Now, the bisect tool does require you to make a selection to work, and it will only create a cut through your selection. So I selected everything last time, so it completely bisected my entire mesh. But if I select these faces and use the tool, you'll see that it has not continued this cut through the unselected faces. Okay, so the next tool that I want to cover is the knife project tool. And for this, let's get a clean cube here. And let's tab into edit mode. Now you won't see the knife project button here. It's sort of hidden in a deeper menu, but I think it is such a useful tool that I want to make sure that I cover it. So what the knife project does is it takes the open edges of one object and it uses them to make cuts into another object. So what I mean by an open edge is this cube and any of the most of these primitives are all what we call manifold objects, which means that every edge in this object is connected to another face. There are no sort of open edges. So a plane is a non-manifold object because the edges on this side, this edge is connected to a face here, but it is not connected to a face here, and none of them are around. So this creates an open edge, or a wire edge, as it's sometimes also known. So knife project only works from an object that has a wire edge. So just keep that in mind. So let's look at what it actually does. So I'm gonna scale this up just a little, and we're gonna cut into this mesh based on the shape of something else. And the shape that we're gonna use is actually a text object. Text objects are sort of a hybrid object type in Blender. I'm just moving it up above so we can see it. If I tab into edit mode, on the text, I can actually edit what it says. But if I view it in wireframe, we can see where these edges and faces are going to be drawn. So it's not really a mesh in and of itself, but it is easily created into a mesh, and Blender views the edges of these letters as open wire edges, so we can use it with the knife project. So let's position this text object directly above our cube. So the selection order for knife project is pretty important. So we need to select our cube. We need to tab into edit mode. Then we need to control and click on this text object to select it. What we then need to do is let's press 7 to come into top orthographic view. And we're going up to this top menu bar. We're going to press mesh, and then we're going to come down to where it says knife project and click that. So let's look at what it just did. It has cut points and edges and drawn faces directly into the face of this cube. So what can we do with this now? Well, let's unhighlight some of these central cuts, and now we could extrude it, for example. And now we have this text cut into our cube. Now, knife project is dependent on view angle, so this cut cleanly into the top because I was looking at it from the top orthographic perspective. If I move this text around, let's say to something like this, and I ran the knife project on it by lining it up in my viewport, coming into the cube, tabbing into edit mode. Now I need to control click this, and I sometimes find that it doesn't work when you have too many objects behind it. So if you are control clicking and it's not selecting this correctly, just skew it so that there's nothing behind this object, control click it, and then line it up. So let's line it up in our viewport. We have all this ready to go. Let's go to mesh, knife project, and you'll see it has cut in at that angle, but it is skewed because of the perspective, and it was when it was cut and the angle of our viewport. Now we can fix some of this like intense stretching. By coming into orthographic view before we do this. So this is just showing you another way of how the viewpoint in your 3D perspective is really important for this tool. So if I press 5 on my numpad and come into orthographic view, and we've now flattened this cube out. So now let's tab into edit mode. Let's control select this object, line it back up, mesh, knife project. Okay, now let's come back into perspective by pressing 5, and now you can see that this is much less distorted when I have done that in orthographic view. It works, knife project works with more than just text. You can also use mesh objects. Again, they just have to have a wire edge. So you could set 3. Let's add a mesh. Let's add a circle, which will add a flat circle with, I believe, no faces in it, and it will be a non-manifold object. In the add circle initialization menu, let's change this number of vertices to 6. This will make it a hexagon. And if you're wondering where it has just been added inside of our cube. So let's just move it out. So if I come into orthographic view, or rather first tab into edit mode, control, click on this hexagon, 3 to be in right orthographic, mesh, knife project. And you can see now we have this hexagon cut perfectly into the side of our mesh. All right, so I spent sort of a long time on the knife project, but I do think it is a really powerful tool, and it's definitely a good one to know. So I'm gonna wrap up the video here for now. We've gone over cutting with knife, which we can do by pressing K and clicking. We went over how to bisect across the selection with the bisect tool, and we went over how to use the knife project tool. So in the next video, we're going to continue on with more of these tools for mesh editing. So the next tool I want to cover is going to be the spin tool. Now, we looked at, in a previous video, how to create an array of duplicates in a circle around an object by using an array modifier. But this was sort of a complicated multi-step process that involved us creating an empty object, moving the pivot point of our cube, and using a modifier. So there's actually a much simpler way to do this. So let's delete this modifier, delete this empty. So starting from just a default cube, let's grab this a little bit out in the Y. Now I'm going to tab into edit mode, and I'm going to come into the toolbar here, which again is accessible by pressing T on your keyboard to toggle it back and forth. So we're going to come down here and look at the spin tool. So clicking on the spin tool will give you this manipulator arc right here. And if we click on either of these points and start dragging in a circle, we will see that we will get our array of duplicates around the center, just as we did before. Now, it is important to note that the method using the array modifier was based on the location of an empty object and the origin of your mesh, whereas the spin tool functions simply by looking at wherever the 3D cursor is in your scene and rotating around that. Now there are a few settings that come with the spin tool, so which we can access by opening the spin menu that appears down in the bottom left hand corner of the screen. So the first option here is steps, and sliding this up and down or clicking the arrows. Pardon me, I lost my menu. Quickly do this again. So clicking the arrows or sliding this up and down will control the number of duplicates that are being made. We can adjust the spacing of these duplicates by clicking and holding on the white circle that is drawn to adjust the spacing. We can make our spin selection, we can perform our spin operation again by clicking on the blue plus keys. We can also control the angle here with this slider. It is the exact same as controlling it here in the viewport. And we can control the axis around which these spins are made here in the menu. I had got an error there because it's invalid because all of these are set to 0, but all I have to do is change one of these to 1, and it is now making this spin around the x-axis in this direction. Let's just Control Z a couple times to undo that. So a quick note about how these spins are made. I have the entire cube selected here, which is a manifold object. Now, remember that a manifold object just means that every edge is connected to a face on both sides. So when I have a manifold selection, such as the entire mesh, and I click the manipulator, it will spin out complete duplicates. However, let's Control Z and undo that. If I make a non-manifold selection, meaning I have, say, a single face selected, and I click the manipulator and drag it out, it will extrude these points out and keep them connected. Now, it is possible if you want to duplicate a non-manifold selection. This is possible to do by coming into the menu and just selecting Use Duplicates. Now there is a tool called Spin Duplicates here, but after some experimentation, it appears to be largely redundant, and Spin appears to have all the functionality of Spin Duplicates by using the duplicates checkbox in the menu. Let's just delete this. Okay, so the next tools I want to cover are the smooth and randomize tools. So the smooth tool is right under the spin tool. So we can select it on the toolbar by clicking it here, and you'll get this manipulator, this yellow sort of dot. Now, the smooth tool will look at all the points that you have selected and try to average their values in such a way as to smooth out these angles. So if I click and drag this manipulator, the smooth tool is trying to interpret, based on the direction I am dragging my mouse, how I would like these points to be smoothed out. We of course have a smooth vertices menu option up here after we perform the operation. Let's look at this. We can control the smoothing here. So sliding this down will unsmooth it, and sliding it up will smooth it. We can tell Blender how many times to repeat this level of smoothing by increasing the steps. And we can lock any or all of the axes. So next I want to look at the randomize tool, and randomize is not the same as unsmoothing. Unsmoothing just brings this mesh back to its original shape. Now, if I wanted this to be more random and less smooth, I would use the randomize tool. The randomize tool is located underneath the smooth tool. So let's click and hold on the smooth tool, and we'll get this menu pop out. Let's click and hold over randomize and release to select it. Now, nothing in our viewport has changed, but now if we pull on this manipulator, we can see when we pull it out, we will extremely randomize the points in our mesh. Now, you may be wondering, why would you ever want this? The smooth tool is a little bit easier to understand, the purpose of it, but why would you ever want to randomize a mesh? Well, a good practical example of this is creating something like a ground plane. So let's say you have a scene and you have the ground under it and it is completely flat, but the scene is maybe something that is exterior. So you want to quickly create some noise along the surface. So to do this, you could add a mesh of a plane. Scale it however you need to, but let's tab into edit mode on this plane. Let's right click and let's click subdivide. Now let's open the subdivide menu and let's subdivide it by 30. So now we have a mesh that looks more like this. So now with everything selected, we can use the randomize tool to give it just a little bit of randomization. And of course we can come in here and fine tune that with the sliders. changing the value of the random seed will just, it will not change the amount of, transform that these vertices are getting, but it will just change which ones are being pushed up, which ones are being pushed down at random. So then you could, scale it up. You could shade it smooth. You might even put a subdivision surface modifier on it. And suddenly you have a ground plane with a lot more natural variation consistent with, an exterior or outdoor scene. Let's add a torus. Now the next tool I want to go over is going to be the shrink and fatten tools. So if we start with something like a torus, if we wanted to shrink or fatten this, we could not do so by scaling, because scaling it will change the size of it, but it is not changing the width of this in relation to the size of it. So we would need to use a different tool for that. We would need to use the shrink and fatten tools. And the shrink and fatten tools can be accessed in the toolbar. And coming down here to this little cube icon with the arrows pointing inside and outside of it. So clicking on that will give you another yellow manipulator. So all we have to do is grab this by clicking and dragging, and we can see we can fatten it by pulling it out and make it thinner, shrink it by pushing it in. Underneath the shrink fatten tool, there is the push and pull tool. This is similar to the shrink and fatten tool, except that it will combine the functions of shrinking and fattening with a scale tool, so you'll also be editing the scale at the same time. All right, just getting a default cube back here so that we can more clearly see what we're doing. The next tool I'm going to cover briefly. It is called the Poly Build tool. It is sort of more of a newer Blender feature, and I don't really use it all that much myself, so I'm going to cover it just to show you what it does, but this is not one that I use a lot. So when you enable the Poly Build tool from the toolbar, you'll get this sort of highlight over your cursor. So with the highlight active on your cursor, if you click and drag, you can now move points freely in space without using the G key. You can still use your single axis transformations by clicking and holding, pressing the axis key and dragging. And then you can just release to confirm the new placement. So I'm clicking and dragging, I'm pressing Z on my keyboard, and I'm locking it to the Z axis, and then I'm simply releasing when I want to confirm its new placement. Now, if you click and drag on points, they will move. But if you click and drag on edges, they will actually extrude that edge. So you can build out a polygonal shape simply by clicking and dragging. Now, if you control and click on the screen, you will get sort of a preview, if you're close enough, to create new faces. And let's say you have a point selected. I'm having some issues getting my selections correct, which is kind of why this is still an experimental feature in Blender. The selection for it is not totally polished, and it's a little bit finicky, but you can control and click to drag out new faces. Now, if you have something highlighted, you can hold Shift and click to delete that selection. And again, this is a little bit finicky. I shift clicked on that point, it didn't delete, but I shift clicked it on the other one, it did delete, and then I was able to delete that. So that is the polybuild tool. Again, it is still somewhat experimental, and if you even hover over it, it says undocumented operator. So just know that that is there for you if you prefer it. All right, so I'm gonna go over the next few tools also pretty briefly because they are not ones that are really heavily used, but we're going to cover them anyway. So the first one is shear. And all shear does, it will give you this kind of wacky manipulator gizmo here, but shear is just going to sort of skew your mesh in the direction you drag off the manipulator. So you can see what it does by just simply shearing your cube here. But again, there are other ways to achieve shapes like this in Blender, and this is just not one I use very frequently. The last one I'm going to cover as part of the toolbar tools is the Rip Region tool. Again, this is not heavily used tool, but what you will get is this little circle manipulator, and if you highlight a point on your mesh and click within the circle and drag it out, it will separate this point and change the shape of this face, creating sort of a hole in your mesh. So again, you can't rip from something that is not connected, but if I selected another one, I could rip this down, and it will always try to rip from the direction of based on where you click. So if I click up here, it's gonna rip away this. If I click down here, it's gonna rip away this. So that is how you would rip faces from each other. Again, very frequently used tool, but it is there for you. So that is all I'm going to discuss for the toolbar here. We've gone over most of these. We've gone over extrude, inset, bevel, loop cut, bisect, and down. And so we are going to talk about a couple more advanced mesh editing tools in the next video. Okay, so there are just a few more mesh editing tools that I want to cover, but these tools are not going to be accessed from the toolbar that appears on the left-hand side of the viewport when we are in edit mode. So let's quickly get into these. So I'm just going to add a circle object to an empty Blender scene. The default, I believe, is 32 vertices. And a circle object, of course, is just 32 vertices with edges drawn between them and no face to fill it. So let's duplicate this in edit mode, Shift D and Z, and pull it up. And now, say I wanted to connect these with a ring of faces around the outer edge. Now, we discussed how to do this with the fill operator. We can do this by selecting 4 points, pressing F to create a quad. And now if we just select one edge of the quad on either side, we can press or hold F to fill all the way around. Now there is just a little bit quicker way to do this. Just Control Z to undo out of that. So I am going to use the Bridge Edge Loops tool to perform that same operation in one step, essentially. So I'm going to Alt-click to select the bottom ring, Shift-Alt-click to select the top, and now in Edge Select mode, or by accessing the Edge menu up here, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to select Bridge Edge Loops. So this will quickly fill the gap between those loops. Bridge Edge Loops works on partial loop selections as well as full loop selections. Just make the selection of the area you want to bridge. You can right click in Edge Select mode and select Bridge Edge Loops. Now there are a number of advanced options which we can look at here. We do not have to draw new faces between these. We can also use this to merge entire edge loops. So in Edge Select mode, we can right click, press Bridge Edge Loops. And now if we click the merge option, all that will do is collapse our two edge loops down into a single edge loop, which would leave us, in this case, with just one circle. There's some other options here for how to affect this. We can twist this edge loop. We can twist this face loop by coming here and selecting twist. This will basically shift which vertex is drawn to which point. What I mean by that is it will shift over. So in the past, without any twist on this, if it found a point here and a point directly beneath it, it's just going to draw this line straight. But with twist enabled, it's just going to shift that over by 1. So it is now drawing it over on this point. We continue with more extreme twists as we increase and less as we decrease. Number of cuts will add edge loops in between it. And smoothness will adjust those edge loops. Now, it's important to note that these edge loops need to be roughly aligned and they need to have roughly the same number of vertices in order for bridge edge loops to work. However, it does not need to be exact. So if I rotate one of these a little bit and then select the other one, come up to edge, say bridge edge loops, you can see that Blender was able to bridge those edge loops despite them not being perfectly aligned. Now it will also be able to bridge the edge loops even if the number of vertices isn't exactly the same. Now it can't be wildly different. You can't have 32 down here and like 3 up here. That won't work, but let's just remove one of these points. So let's just select one point. Let's hit X and let's dissolve the vertex. So that's maintained this edge here, but the point in between it is just gone. So now this circle has 32 points and this circle has 31. So now if we select both and bridge the edge loops, you'll see it is still able to bridge them, but it can only bridge them with triangles because the number of vertices is not exactly the same. Now we can bridge faces as well as edge loops. I'm just gonna delete these faces to demonstrate. So if we select a face loop up here and another face loop down here, we can right click in face select mode and come down to bridge faces. And that will draw another loop of faces in between them. And we basically have the same exact options here. We can merge them instead. We can twist it. We can cut it. We can smooth it out to change the shape. All sorts of options. Okay, so that is all I wanted to talk about for bridge edges and bridge faces, but we are not quite done with our advanced mesh tools. So the last thing I want to look at are loop tools. And loop tools can be accessed in edit mode by right clicking, and they should appear at the very top of the context menu. If you right click and you are not seeing this, this is because the Loop Tools add-on has not been enabled for you. So just a brief review, we enabled this add-on at the beginning of the course by coming into Edit and Preferences. We came into the Add-ons tab in the sidebar here, and you can find it either by scrolling down this list and looking, or you can, in the search bar up here, just search Loop Tools, and it should appear right here. So just make sure that this checkbox is enabled. You can save preferences by coming down to this menu and clicking Save. And now when you right click, you should have the Loop Tools option here. Now, Loop Tools is a very expansive tool. There's all of these functions, and all of these functions have multiple sub-functions, sort of, but we're only going to go over a few of them. So the first one we're going to go over is Bridge. Now, we just talked about Bridge in the Bridge Faces and Bridge Edge Loops menu, which is also accessible in the context menu, but this is going to run sort of a different operation if you use the bridge that is through Loop Tools. So let's just delete these faces really quick. So if we select an edge loop and we select another edge loop, and now when we right click, instead of Bridge Edge Loops here, we're going to come into Loop Tools, Bridge. Well, you'll see it's just done exactly the same thing. And if we do it in face mode, Bridge, it actually works a little bit less accurately than our other tools, but there's other things that Bridge can do. If you, for example, make a selection of a group of faces on a mesh, and you right click, go into Loop Tools and select Bridge, it will actually just cut a hole in that mesh for you. Bridge will work on a partial edge loop as well as a full edge loop, just the same as the Bridge Edge Loop tool here. So you can experiment with Bridge and see what it does in different selection modes with different types of selections enabled, but that is the Bridge Loop tool. Control Z. Actually, I'm just gonna delete that sphere and get a clean one. So the next one we're gonna talk about is the circle tool. And the circle tool is really interesting because if you select a single point on your mesh, right click and select circle, it will transform the points around it to be in a circle around the point that you had selected, or as close as it can get to a circle based on the resolution of your mesh. So obviously if I had more points making up this sphere, this circle would be smoother. The other thing that circle can do, let's squish this in. Say we had something that was not a circle. We could select an edge loop, right click, Loop Tools and circle, and it would make that selected loop a perfect circle. So you cannot have every point selected and run this because it gets confused by these vertical edges. But let's say you had something like this and you wanted it to be a sphere. Well, you could select all of the loops running this way. Like so. You could right click, Loop Tools, circle, and it would make those all into a circle for you. Now, this is still an oval because it is still being stretched on the Z axis because we didn't select these ones. We didn't want those ones to be circles anyway. But the same principle applies. You could select all the way around on these ones, oh, and that got kind of wild, but I believe it got confused because this comes up to a single point. But if you were to select them sort of individually and run circle, you could make these all circular again. All right, so the next one we're going to cover briefly is curve. So for curve, let's select 2 points on the same edge loop, right click, loop tools, curve. So now what this has done is it's sort of cut in a curved shape. It hasn't added any geometry, it has just transformed the geometry that is there to manipulate the shape into this type of curve. And you can change the shape of this curve in the curve menu settings. You know, you can change the interpolation from cubic to linear, and you'll get a much sharper cut here. But that is how you can do shapes such as this. Now the last loop tool I want to cover is flatten, and flatten is going to do exactly what it sounds like. If we make a selection, go into loop tools by right clicking and click flatten, it's just going to flatten that out for you. Now it's looking at it from the Z, so this edge is much thinner because the angle at which it was looking down at it made that lip much thinner. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but because this is at more of a glancing angle on the sphere, the flattened edge is thinner, whereas this is at much less of a glancing angle from the top view, so it has a wider edge. So that is all I want to talk about for the advanced modeling tools. And we're going to get into practical use cases for all of these in the next video, which I think will give you a better idea of how they would be used. So I will see you in that next video. Let's get started putting those advanced mesh editing tools into practical use. So I'm just in a new Blender file here. I'm in the modeling workspace tab, just to maximize the 3D viewport. Let's delete these ones, we won't need them. So I've given a bit of thought to what we can make that would showcase these tools, and I think we're gonna do a little tombstone, but we're gonna do, like, you know, a cartoony one, not a creepy one. So let's get started. Just gonna start with the tombstone itself. Not too worried about scale on this one. So just added a loop cut. Gonna grab these. And I'm gonna start beveling some of these edges with Control B. Oops, I didn't want to actually bevel those ones, so I'm just gonna undo that one. And Control, drag up out of box and release to deselect the box selection. All right. I'm just adding a couple loop cuts down here to clean up the geometry. So right now we have what are called n-gons, which are faces with more than 4 sides, which tends to cause issues just in modeling in general. It's just better to have things clean and quadrilateral where you can. hitting J to join these. Okay, and now I just want to shift these over in the axle a little bit so that this edge is a little bit more straight. Okay, that looks pretty good for the profile. Again, all that should have been familiar, just selectively shading an area smooth and then applying the scale to get rid of the shading errors. Okay, so this is a good starting point. So from here, we're going to use our knife project. Let's come in and add a text object, rotate it up, bring it forward a bit. Okay. Let's tab into edit mode here and change the text. And if we come into the object data properties for a text object, which is denoted by this lowercase a, we can even change the font. So if you come into the object data properties here and come to the font drop down, it'll give you options for all of the types of font: regular, bold, italic. And you can come into here and change it. So if you have a font loaded into Blender, it's going to appear in this list. Right now, we just have the default font. So to add a new one, you just want to click the open font, and it should open to the location on your machine where fonts are installed. In Windows, it is just the C drive, Windows fonts. So these are all the fonts that I have installed on my machine. So we can come in here and just browse for one that we like. This one might be kind of interesting. All right, so we have an issue with this font because it doesn't seem to recognize the period icons. So let's pick a different one. Let's pick this one. It's got these cool sort of drop shadow pieces that I think will look really interesting in this mesh. Okay, so now we have our text object ready to go. Let's click on our headstone and just rename it there. It's just good habits to keep. Let's tab into edit mode. Let's get sort of a glancing angle and control and click on the text object. And now let's press 1 in the orthographic view. And let's come up to mesh and click knife project. Now it looks like it's been made pretty cleanly. Sometimes you can get sort of funky cuts if the geometry isn't quite right. So look, this is what I mean. It's sort of cut in at an angle here. So yes, let's use loop tools to fix that. Let's select the whole ring around here, and we know how to make a selection of edges into a circle. We just learned that with loop tools. So let's right click, loop tools, circle, and that will snap that into a perfect circle. Same thing right here. All right, that looks a lot better. So unfortunately, we've lost our selection that we got when we made the knife project, but we'll just have to come in here and manually select all these faces that we're going to inset. Don't forget these small little ones that have created sort of little slivers here. See, I missed a couple over here. Okay, that does not need to be selected. Just checking my selection. Okay, it looks good. Oh wait, missed that one. There we go. All right, so now that we have our selection enabled again, we're just gonna extrude it in by hitting E on the keyboard. And there we go. I'm gonna enable cavity shading just so we can better view this. Okay. It looks pretty good. We can enhance the visibility of these by scaling them a little. Now, I'm going to change the transform pivot to individual origins, and hopefully this will scale okay. It's sort of a complex shape, and when the shapes are this complex, you never really know quite how they're going to scale. But I think that looks pretty good. The only area I'd like to change is this curve. From here to here, control and clicking for the shortest path to about here. Actually, better just do the whole thing. Let's click that one too. So I believe if we scale this now, yeah, we get it a little bit more visible, and then let's just shift it over a little bit, just so we have sort of an edge going all the way around it that we can see. And you can come in here and do this for all of the edges that you can't really see from the front orthographic view. Something more like that. Okay, so you can come in and do that for all of them. I'm not gonna probably do all of them, just because it's going to be very time consuming, but that's a good start. Fix some of this shading. I'm just shift clicking to deselect some of these after I have alt click to select the whole thing. And probably for this, the best method is the shortest path. Okay. So we can just continue to add to this a little bit, just to give it some more visual interest. I'm gonna bevel some of these corners and edges. So I'm just using a combination of shift clicking and control clicking here. I know I only repeat that a lot because I know that the keystrokes are captured here, but the clicks are not. So I always like to try to repeat how I'm clicking. I'm going to select everything with A. I'm going to hit, and then I'm going to press Alt and N, and I'm going to reset the vectors. Except I first needed to shade that smooth. So this can get kind of wacky sometimes when you're working on flat faces. So these ones actually should not be smooth. So we're gonna shade them flat. And same thing for all these ones on the inside, which we can get to if we go into right orthographic. And we're just gonna box select this very little edge right here, which should select all of these flat faces. shade flat. Okay, so we fixed the problems with the edges being sort of shaded, funny, and just to review, we did that by shading this smooth, then in edit mode selecting everything, hitting Alt-N, resetting the vectors, and then going back and manually selecting the faces that we needed to shade flat. So I could have used a mirror modifier for this shape, but I did not because the insets I wanted to make obviously are not symmetrical. So if I need to adjust this at all, I just need to remember to select both sides of it. And instead of using like a grab tool to move this in, I would probably want to scale it. By pressing G twice, you can access this edge slide tool, which will slide this edge along the profile of the other one. You can also access it here in the toolbar, but it's easier to just G and then G again. Experimenting with some different methods for getting these edges to look a little bit cleaner. But we can come back to that. Let's continue this out with a mesh and a plane. I'm gonna do like the mound of dirt right here. So let's move this out and scale it along the Y. Looks pretty good. Again, not going for realism by any stretch here. Actually, it occurs to me now, because this is not a realistic scene, we can add just a little bit, yeah, of tapering up just to make it a little bit more cartoony, I guess. Okay, so with the plane roughly scaled in place, let's add loop cuts. Actually, let's just subdivide this. And open the subdivide menu, increase it a couple times. You just want to increase it to an odd number here because I want this line to be exactly in the center aligned with this y-axis. And if it's an even number, you'll see that it doesn't. I mean, you can add a loop cut here, sure, but just avoid the whole thing altogether by increasing the number of cuts. Okay, so now that that's nicely subdivided, I'm gonna grab this point or this edge loop. I'm going to deselect this last edge here and this last edge here, so it's just the center one. So you could also just drag out a box selection. And I'm going to turn on proportional editing, G and then Z, and drag this up until it's sort of got a rise in the middle. Okay, let's just fix the shading really quick on that. And we can turn proportional editing off. Flatten that by pressing S and then Z and then 0. We can flatten all the edges around it. And we may need a little bit more detail on this, but we can always add it. Okay. Oh, that last one didn't take. Okay. I'm just going to drag this down to align it back with the ground plane. And can add some more loop cuts here. Yeah, that's a little bit better because now these faces are all approximately square. let's add a modifier to this. Let's add a subdivision surface just to give it a little bit more geometry to work with. And let's use the randomize tool. So on the toolbar, click and hold on smooth, select randomize, release. And the randomize tool is very powerful, so I often find that using the manipulator is just too strong, and it's better to come down here and just manually type in very low numbers. Great, so that's added a little bit of like a rippling on this, on the top of this. And I think I want to add just a little bit more interest to this piece. It's just looking a little stark. So I'm gonna quickly come back into edit mode on the headstone piece. And I want to add just to the bottom some extrusions, scaling. So it's about even all the way around. Extrude down again, and then repeat it for like one more level. So E, S, Shift C, S, X to bring that in, S, Y to bring this out, and then E one more time. Again, it doesn't have to align exactly with the ground plane, but I just want to make sure that it is all gonna clip through properly, so I can double check that by just adding a plane and scaling it up, and then looking around to make sure that there's no like gaps where it would be floating above the ground plane. It doesn't look like it, so let's delete this for now. Okay, yeah, this already looks a lot more interesting. Let's give these edges a little bevel. Scale that a little bit. Okay, great. Now let's keep going. So I'm going to use the spin tool to make some flowers for this section right here. So I'm just going to move these objects aside for a little bit, so just so I can work cleanly in the middle without having objects in my way. Sorry, these faces are being shaded smooth and they should be flat. Okay. So let's start with the center part of the flower, the part that the petals emanate out from. So Shift A, let's add a sphere, and I'm in front orthographic, coming in and deleting the bottom half. Now let's scale this down a little bit, and I'm going to do it in object mode so it scales towards the pivot. And sometimes I don't necessarily model things at scale. Oftentimes I will model them much larger and then just scale them down when I am done, as long as the proportions are correct. There's no problem doing that. Just remember to apply your scale after you finish scaling it down to size. Okay. So I'm gonna make a new object here, and it's going to be a plane. Planes are used most frequently for things like leaves and flower petals and things like that. I mean, there are other uses, of course, for planes, but if you wanted to make something like a leaf or any sort of foliage, you would most likely use a plane. So the center is about that large. The petal should be probably like about there. Okay, so let's start. I mean, obviously this petal is quite flat and quite pointy, so let's start rounding out these forms. I think I'm just going to bevel this center edge. And then I'm going to connect these points by just shift clicking to select them and pressing J, which will of course create the points in between them. And I'm connecting them simply so I can bevel them. Let's add a loop here and a loop here. And it has stopped here because this is a triangle, of course. But we can fix this by selecting both of these hypotenusae, I guess is the plural for hypotenuses, maybe. And let's just oops, not that. We're just going to subdivide them, which should create points right here and right here. And let's grab these and round this out a little bit more and scale these out. Okay, so we rounded it out a good bit. We could continue on and get it, you know, very smooth. We've rounded it out in this direction, but it's still quite flat, which we do not want. So let's put a cut right in the center. Turn on proportional editing, press G and Z, and then, so you'll notice here, these edges, or I'm sorry, this plane and this sphere are part of the same object. So they're both are being affected by proportional editing, even though they are not actually attached. So to make it so it is only the things that are attached to your selection that are being affected, just come to the drop down and click connected only. So now when I use proportional editing, you'll see that the sphere over here is not being affected. Let's pull this down a little bit. And we're going to need some more cuts going this way. So let's just do Control and R, scroll up on our mouse wheel. And I think I did 6 cuts there, just until they look roughly square. They won't all be square, but that's okay. Let's grab this, actually this point, these 3. And let's press G and Z and scroll up on our scroll wheel, or down on our scroll wheel, but increasing the size of our influence radius to try to just give it some lift in this direction. Actually, don't even need to go this far in, but you can use proportional editing and scrolling the mouse wheel to get sort of a nice shape that you like. This is good enough for me, I think. So now let's duplicate these petals around in a circle to form a flower. So to do this, you just have to tab into edit mode, and we're going to use the spin tool. Now, a plane is a non-manifold object, remember? So it has this open wire edge. So when we spin it, it is not going to spin correctly. It's going to try to extrude it. But that's okay. All we have to do is come down here to the spin menu and click Use Duplicates. And we can set the number 10, 8, maybe 8. And there we have our duplicates. Now I think I need to do a little bit more transforming of these points to get the correct shape. And they do overlap a little bit. We'll try to fix it. if you scale in the, I believe if you scale in this section of the petals more, it will not have that issue. So it's just because I think this area is too thick. So let's just grab that and scale it in so it's much thinner. Okay. So now at this size, we should be able to spin our duplicates, and they should overlap a little bit less. Indeed they do. There's a little too much space here maybe though. Let's just undo that. So I think my fall off was maybe just a little bit too big, my influence, or I just scaled it a little bit too much. So let's try something more like that. Okay. That's pretty good. Not too much overlap that it's gonna look strange, and there's not too much gap either. All right. So I'm going to stop the recording here, take a little break. I don't want these demos to go on too long, but when we come back, we will be finishing this little piece. All right, so we are back and we are going to continue modeling our little cartoon tombstone piece. So last video we left off using the spin tool to make sort of the beginning of a flower. So let's continue this piece up. All right, so we need a piece that's going to sort of cover this area where it is overlapping, and it's going to need to eventually come down into sort of a cylindrical stem. So let's actually start with the stem. Let's add a new cylinder, scale it except for Z. And so we need to have it sort of flare out at the top here, but have more of a curved, tapered appearance. So let's just start adding some loop tools in, and we can disable our proportional editing. Let's start scaling this more appropriately to match the stem. And let's just continue beveling, scaling, adding edge loops until we get a more organic looking shape. And then we can also give this a little bend to make it look less rigid. Let's turn on proportional editing, and we may need a lot more vertices for this, but yeah, we do need a few more edge loops. So let's make this roughly as evenly divided as we can. Let's grab one of these loops and just give this a little bit of bend. And we can even rotate this ever so slightly so it just looks like the weight of the flower is like just starting to tip it over this way. Okay. So we need some I forget the exact biological name, but they're these little leaf type structures that form the bud before the flower opens, and they are still present on the flower after it does. And it's also going to serve the purpose of hiding this overlap for us. So let's just start from a new plane. And I'm in top orthographic mode. Just going to start moving these things around. I'm bringing this edge up to the origin. I'm going to bring these edges way, way in. And we're going to cut a loop. And we're going to bring these edges in and turn off proportional editing. Bring them back. So we're making roughly the same shape as we did with our petal, but we're going to make it a little bit different. I'm going to make sort of the wider part down here and the more narrow part down here, or up here, I should say. And from there, it's more or less the same process of smoothing something out, giving it more detail, more vertices, which will allow you to make it look smoother, more organic. I'm narrating my steps less, because I feel by now things that I'm not describing should be review. If they are not, I would go back and rewatch the previous videos. Okay, so now we need to give it some kind of volume here. Let's enable proportional mode again. Hit G and then Z, and let's adjust our scroll wheel. Give it sort of this indented area. Let's grab this one on the Z and move it up. Okay, so now I need to move it into place because now we're getting into, you know, sort of how does it need to come around these things. So let's put it in place first before we edit the shape of it anymore. And get it sized appropriately as well. And then I believe it's going to look best if we position these so that these leaf structures are in between the petals. I don't know if that's biologically accurate, but I think it's going to look the best, which is what really matters for this. Okay, so now it's going to be a little bit more trial and error trying to get the spin duplicates to work. So let's go ahead and spin these duplicates. Now I've accidentally clicked my 3D cursor over here, so it's not going to, if it's going to spin it around the 3D cursor. So just before we actually do it, let's reset this by pressing Shift and C. Okay, now let's try spinning these duplicates. I'll look at it in wire mode so I can see through these petals. Let's spin these around and make sure we click Use Duplicates here. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. There's some overlap here, which I think we can fix if we pull this portion out so it's more forming more of a cup. Let's try it again. Yeah, that looks a lot better. You can still see this a little bit, so let's bring it down even? No. Let's just bring it in. It's really not, at the scale that it's going to be, at the angle we're going to be viewing it, I don't think it's going to be an issue. But, you know, you can add more. You can adjust this as needed. You could even bring in sort of just this bottom loop, disable proportional editing, and you could scale it in so it doesn't do that as much. Okay. I might want to do like a leaf here. Maybe we'll just see how it looks without it. So I'm happy with how this looks. I want to join this all into a single object. So let's do that. Let's select everything and make sure wherever we want our pivot to be, whichever object we want to maintain the pivot for is selected last. So Control and J. Let's rename that object. Okay, so obviously the scale is way off for this, but that's fine. As long as the proportions are fine, we can just scale it as needed. Oops. And now, actually, let's just bring this all back to the center. And while we're at it, it's always nice to put your pivot points in such a way that you don't have to make a bunch of adjustments if you clear the location. So if I clear the location of this object now, if I put it over here, if I pressed Alt-G now with the pivot point there, it would just snap to where it's supposed to be. It's always a nice feature to do. You can see we're going like very cartoony with this one, very stylized, because we just have these flowers popping out. That is looking pretty good. But let's see if we can add even more to this. Let's start with the cylinder. I just still had that manipulator up because I was still active in the spin tool, so I just went up here to the select box and re-enabled that, so I have my normal selection tools back again. What I'm trying to make here is like a hand, like a big cartoon zombie hand sticking out of the ground. I don't know quite how I want to build it just yet, so I'm sort of being a little bit loose and experimental to get the shape that I want, and then I'll worry kind of more about how I want to build it. So yeah, I'm just gonna build the shape of it in primitives first, because I'm not exactly sure how I want it to be posed. So this is a lot faster to just build it in primitives than it is to try to model it and then decide, oh, I need to change the pose of it. But you know, now it's suddenly a lot more work to do that. resetting my pivot. So now if I am in right orthographic trying to pose this finger joint, I can, you know, do it much more easily from there. Actually, what I should do is set it to this object. So let's snap that. And so now I can rotate completely around the joint. And we can scale this if we need to. So now if I have all of these selected and I have active element in my transform pivot point options, as long as the last thing I have selected is the one I want to use the pivot for, I can pivot, you know, transform this whole thing. Let's go. You're just pressing G twice on the keyboard to slide these edges in. You can also press G and Z to get the same effect on these particular objects. Okay, so let's just scale this down a little bit more. Again, we're going for a sort of stylized look, so it's okay if the proportions are not totally accurate, as long as they fit the style that you're going for. Okay, I'm going to just join this by pressing Control and J, and this I'm going to use as sort of a reference object for how I'm going to build my actual piece. So I'm going to build it off of a new object entirely. And let's build it from a cube. So similar in the way in which we were working with reference images, I'm basically just built myself a reference in 3D because in my case it's going to be faster than trying to draw something. So, but we're going to use the same techniques basically. So let's come into this object, this reference object we just made. And under the properties panel, let's go to object properties and down here where it says viewport display, let's just open this up. Now, this just gives you some preview settings for your objects. You can draw a wireframe over them that you can see at all times and things like that. But I'm going to come down here to where it says display as. I'm going to change it from texture to wire. And that will display just this object in wireframe mode, so I can still use it as a reference while modeling this object. Okay, so now we're in right orthographic. Just going to come down here and same way, just start lining up the major points. But instead of now making this hand, this palm, and these fingers all separate objects, I'm just going to extrude from here until I get the shape that I want. And again, I'm not worried so much about topology or edge loops or things like that because I have no plans to animate this. Okay, so this is honestly all we have to do to get the basic form of our hand. Yeah, so let's add some loops so we can make extrusions. So we're gonna add them. We're gonna add 3 cuts, which will leave 1, 2, 3, 4 faces to extrude out from here from. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna select the face for the index finger. And I'm gonna drop this line basically right in the center of this joint. And then I didn't do this with the reference model because I felt that I had enough information to go off of, but there is one more finger joint we're gonna add to each of these fingers. And we will probably need to add some more geometry as we go. That's okay. Right, now repeat the process down for each of these. I want to keep the poly count on these as low as I can right now. I'm really only dropping in cuts where there would be joints because it allows me just the maximum amount of flexibility for reposing this. So if I just extruded that out and decided that hand was starting to look a little too relaxed for the pose I actually wanted, I need to move some of these joints and these things and these what would be bones essentially. I need to repose them. So and just continuing on. Moving through this quite quickly, not spending as much time on narration. All of this should be review. Let's just hide this really quickly and see how this goes coming along. Pretty good, actually. So let's just finish this out with the thumb. Let's add a loop cut right here so we can extrude out from this face. And actually, we might want to extrude out from both of these. Flatten that with scale X0. Let's bring this out. I think the reference is a little bit off, so I'm going to drop this cut in right here for that joint. And we're definitely going to need another cut here, otherwise it's going to get weird. Select that one again. And yeah, I think I want it to go something like this. Actually, that's okay. So I've just slid one edge over another one because I decided I did not actually want another cut there. So to get rid of the duplicates, remember all we have to do is select the entire area we want Blender to evaluate. Press M on our keyboard and hit by distance, and it's removed all 6 duplicate vertices. Okay, let's see how this looks with a subdivision surface modifier. Oops, what did I put that on? Put that on the wrong object. We can also, if you still have this text object, we don't really need it anymore. You can just delete it. Okay, all right. Not bad. Could be better. Let's fix this. So sometimes when you have cylindrical or like tube-shaped objects, you'll get this sort of extreme inward tapering. So to fix that, we just need to add, I mean, you could scale it, but you could also fix it by just adding an edge loop there. We'll just, because it's being subdivided here again, it will kind of retain more of the original shape. So let's add some cuts right here. And then if you feel like you're losing definition in these sharp angles, again, this can be solved by adding cuts close to each other. So I could either add edge loops on the top and the bottom, or you could bevel this edge. Either way will get you a pretty good result. I do want these fingers to be somewhat blocky and square. It's just the style that I'm going for in this piece, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time rounding them out. So I'm spending a lot of time trying to make these fingers the right width, But really we could be speeding this up by selecting the finger, coming into shrink fatten, and doing it this way. Okay, so I have everything selected and just pulling out the manipulator. So now it is just a matter of coming in here, refining the shape, adding more detail, refining the shape. This arm, because it ends right here, is starting to taper in, so we don't want that because we want it to look like it's going through the dirt and isn't attached to a whole zombie type person. So we can just add an edge loop and slide it down to maintain more of that shape. So it's looking pretty good. There's a little bit of stretching right here that is being caused by this edge. So if we had this edge continue down this way, I don't think that that would be as much of an issue. It will kind of throw off our edge loops, but we're almost done with this piece, so I think it's going to be safe. So let's dissolve this edge. And so we just have this very warped face right here. But let's fix this by joining these 2 points. And now joining these 2 points. Oh, interesting. Let's subdivide this. Just got an error there. We could not figure out how to join those two, so I'm just going to tell them exactly how I want those two to be joined. And I want to put one right here, J to join. And that's fixed a little bit of the stretching. There's still some, and we could spend a lot more time refining this shape, adding more loops, refining it even further. But I think you get the idea. And that is going to wrap up this demonstration for the advanced mesh editing tools. In the next section, we are going to get into sculpting. So I will see you then. All right, so we have concluded our section on the basics of modeling in Blender. And as you probably have noticed, modeling is a very mathematical process. And it is great for achieving hard surface forms, simple forms, things like that. But you may be wondering, how is it that, the games you play or the films you watch achieve such high level of detail and, smoothness in organic forms? And the way that this is achieved is through sculpting. Now, digital sculpting, also just referred to as sculpting, is the use of a software that offers tools to push, pull, smooth, grab, pinch, or otherwise manipulate a digital object as if it were made of clay. So right here, I have some examples brought up for you of things that can be created with sculpting. This is the ZBrush gallery. You can find it if you just Google ZBrush and gallery. And all these pieces here have been sculpted in a program called ZBrush. Now, ZBrush is a standalone program used for digital sculpting. It is most often used at the professional level, as you can see through some of the results that are achievable in it. However, the licenses for ZBrush are quite expensive. Luckily, Blender has its own sculpting capabilities, and that is what we are going to be looking at in this course. But do not be fooled, you do not need expensive software to achieve really incredible results. One last thing I want to touch on before we get started looking at sculpting in Blender is pen tablets. So we're going to proceed through sculpting, and as we do, you may notice that you feel quite limited in what you can do using a mouse and keyboard, and that is where pen tablets come in. Now, this is totally optional, but here I just have pulled up Wacom pen tablets. Wacom is the brand that is most commonly used for in the industry. So just want to show you what these tablets are. Basically, they are tablets that plug into your computer that give you a surface that allows you to draw on it with a special stylus that will translate the strokes you make on this surface onto your 3D forms. So this is really useful if you're finding that limited by the mouse. This is really useful if you're feeling very limited by the mouse, and it can get you more natural strokes. And it is much more intuitive, feels much more like drawing. However, that being said, this is totally optional. You do not need to buy one of these if you do not want to. But if you do feel like this is something that you want to keep pursuing beyond this course, I promise you that getting one of these tablets will be a good investment. And there's all sorts of models ranging in all sorts of price ranges. I believe this is their most basic one. It is just, a flat tablet with the sensors for the stylus. But they have, they have ones that have a screen in them, so you can draw directly onto the screen and that plug into your computer. And they have ones that have sort of their own processing power and act as standalone computers. These can get very pricey. However, that being said, their basic models are much more affordable. Again, this is totally optional. You do not need to buy one of these to proceed with the course. I just wanted to make you aware of them in case you were interested. So I'm going to pause the recording here, and when we come back, we're going to start looking at sculpting within Blender. Okay, so let's get started looking at sculpting in Blender. So all I have here is a new Blender scene, and I'm just going to select everything and delete it. And to demonstrate sculpting to you, I'm going to add a new UV sphere. And I want to increase this resolution by quite a bit. Sculpting is very powerful, but it requires the object to have a very high number of polygons in order to work properly. And so you'll often see pieces that are sculpted referred to as high poly pieces, and this is just what this means. It just means it has a large number of vertices per surface area on the mesh, which is also known as a dense mesh. I'm just going to divide this one more time by adding a subdivision surface and applying it. So now we have a mesh that's about this dense. Okay, so Let's jump into the sculpting workspace by coming up to the top of the screen and looking at where we have all of our workspaces laid out and clicking on the tab that says sculpting. And you'll get this screen, and you should have a brush under your cursor by default. If you do not, you might not be in sculpting mode. So the way we switch between sculpting mode is similar to the way we switch between edit mode and object mode. And in fact, the option lives in the same menu. So to get in and out of sculpting mode, we just need to come up here to where it says sculpt mode and click the drop down. From here, we can move into object mode and edit mode, which we are already familiar with. So the circle under my cursor is the brush, and it just indicates where my strokes are going to be placed and how large they will be. So if I just come in here and click and drag on this mesh, you'll see that it is drawing under my cursor. It is drawing onto the mesh by basically pulling these vertices away from it. Now we can change things like the size of our cursor by hitting this radius slider, or by using the bracket keys on the keyboard to the left bracket being to size down, the right bracket to be size up. And we can also change the size of the brush by pressing F on our keyboard, which will bring up this sort of circle slider that when you drag in and out with your cursor, you can adjust the size that way. We can adjust the strength of the brush by coming up to this slider right here. Pull it up to have more of an effect under our cursor when we click and drag. Down will have less of an effect. In fact, you can barely see the strokes I'm making at that low of a strength. But you get the idea. The brush strength can also be set via a hotkey. If you press Shift and F on your keyboard, you will get this sort of circular slider with the number in the middle being the strength. So pulling it all the way out until the inner circle meets the outer circle will give you a strength of 1, which is the maximum strength. Pressing Shift and F and bringing it in will give you a lower strength, and the strength is represented visually by the black sort of soft circle that appears in the center of this cursor. Now, clicking and dragging with any brush you have selected will perform that brush's operation as is set by its default, which for the draw brush means that it is pulling these vertices in the positive direction, which is away from the mesh. So as I continue to draw strokes on this, you can see that we're getting this raised section under where we draw our strokes. So this is the default direction for the draw brush, and it is in the positive direction, but we can just as easily cut into this mesh and push these vertices down into the negative direction by holding Control and then making our strokes. You can see we've cut into it. You can see the directionality of your brush by coming up here and looking at this plus and minus icon next to the strength slider. So this has the plus icon highlighted, which just means that this brush is currently in positive mode. And when we hold Control, it is in negative. If we wanted to switch this, we could press the negative button. So now if I click and drag, this brush pushes in. And if I press Control and click, it pushes out. Some brushes will be positive by default, others will be negative, and that is just something you're going to have to learn over time and practice using the brushes. The last feature I want to talk about before we get into what these brushes all do is the smooth brush. Now, smooth is a standalone brush. It can be found right here in the brush palette, but it is much quicker. Blender has, of course, another hotkey to more quickly access this feature because you will be smoothing quite frequently. So if you want to quickly smooth on the fly as you are sculpting, all you need to do is hold Shift and click and drag over your mesh to smooth out those areas. There are some other advanced features here for the brush, the stroke, the fall off, and even the display of your cursor. I won't be covering these in too much detail right now as we are just trying to get a feel for the basics of sculpting, but feel free to have a look at these, play around with the settings, and see what they do. So that is just the very basics of the sculpting interface in Blender. I'm going to pause the recording, and in the next video, we're going to be looking at these brushes on an individual level. So I will see you then. Okay, so let's get started looking at some of these brushes in the palette on the side here, as well as what they do. Now, this tool panel on the right can be toggled on and off the same way our modeling tool panel can, and that is just by pressing T on the keyboard. So I have switched over to my pen tablet for this. And if you are using a pen tablet, just know that these icons here will affect this value next to it based on the pressure you are using with the pen tablet. So right now my radius is fixed, so it's always going to be at 91 pixels for this brush, but the strength will vary depending on how much pressure I am putting down on my pen. So if I put on just a light pressure, we just get a light bump. If I put in a heavy pressure, we get a much stronger effect. So just know that if you are using a pen tablet, you can adjust the pressure settings up here. Okay, let's smooth this out a bit. Start with a sort of clean slate. It's a little lumpy. I just smoothed out the sphere we were using in the last video, but this will work for our purposes. So we have already looked at what the draw brush can do. The draw brush is this first brush in the tool panel right here, and it is the one that is active by default when you enter sculpt mode. And when you click and drag or draw with your pen, you will see that draw simply pulls all the points that are under your cursor. It pulls them out away from the mesh. And if you are holding control, it will push them in the same fashion. Okay, the next brush in the menu is the draw sharp, and notice that the draw sharp is a negative brush by default. So when we click and drag into this, you will see that it cuts into the mesh in sort of a sharper fashion than you would get with the draw brush and control. You'll see that these lines create a much crisper edge to them, which will be more apparent with a higher resolution mesh. This sphere, I created it for the purposes of demonstration only, so although it is much denser than we are used to for modeling, this is actually quite low poly, low resolution when it comes to sculpting. So I'm just going to tab to get back into sculpt mode. And let's continue on looking at more of these brushes. Next, we have the clay brush. Now, some of these are a little bit difficult to describe verbally, but I think just trying them out on your mesh will give you an idea of what they do. So clay basically just tries to mimic the feel of adding clay or subtracting clay to a surface. Let me turn the strength on this up a little bit so that now the way that it works with pen tablets is if I have this strength set to 50%, no matter how hard I press, the strength will always cap out at 50%. So let's turn it to 1 so that maximum pressure yields maximum strength. You can see a little bit better what we're doing. So that is the clay brush. It is useful for adding pieces to the form. Next is the clay strips brush. This is similar to the clay brush, except it has sort of a square alpha, which just means that when you click and drag to draw on this, it'll create sort of these sharper edges that are more square. Next brush down is the clay thumb brush. This basically just replicates pushing your thumb into the clay at any point, and sort of the peaks and the valleys you would get that way. Might be useful for finer edits. Let's look at the layer brush. So this one gives a very strong result, as you can see, similar to the clay strips, but a lot smoother in the fall off and a lot stronger in its power. The next one I want to look at is inflate. This is an extremely useful brush. So inflate does exactly what it sounds like. It looks at all of the points under your cursor and pushes the mesh out in every direction. Now this differs from the draw brush because the draw brush will only bring it forward in one direction, whereas the inflate brush will push it out to the sides as well. Next up is the blob brush. This is very similar to the inflate brush, but it gives you sort of a sharper fall off, so you end up with more defined edges here along the perimeter of your stroke. You can see that this has a much smoother fall off here, going from this high point to this low point, whereas it's much sharper going from the high point here to the low point down here, which creates much more defined strokes. Next is the crease. This is another very important brush. This one is another negative brush by default. And when you click and drag and create your stroke, you will see that the crease brush creates this nice cut into the mesh, but it also pinches the edges under your stroke together to make that cut even crisper. This one I think is much more useful than the draw sharp, which you can see will cut into the mesh, but not pinch it together. Again, there's the crease. All right, the next one down on the list is the smooth brush, which we have already discussed. You can access it here in the toolbar and use it like any other brush, or more easily from any brush you have selected, you can just hold Shift and it will always bring up the smooth brush for you. All right, next is the flatten tool. Again, this one is quite self-explanatory. All you have to do is click and drag to flatten any portion of your mesh. Now, I believe that the flatten tool will flatten based on the angle of your brush. So you can see that right here, my brush is pretty much facing the camera angle, the viewport. So it would flatten to that. But if I come around this curve, see how the brush becomes slightly angled as it moves under this form. So now if I click, let's increase the strength here so we can see what we're doing. So now if I click, it will flatten based on this angle. Next brush is the fill brush. This is a really interesting one. It is similar to a draw brush, however, it will fill in the low parts of your mesh first before it begins drawing on the high points. So this is a good way to fill in holes or dents or things that you do not want to be present in your mesh. The scrape brush is quite similar to the flatten brush. Honestly, I have not found a real use case that is different for the scrape versus the flatten brush, but feel free to experiment with all of these brushes to really get a sense of what they do. The pinch brush is another very important brush in Blender. Let's come around somewhere where there's more of a difference in the mesh. So the pinch brush is essentially, we'll just pinch these points together, which is, it's part of the functionality of the crease brush, but this is just the pinching, no cutting into this edge. And you can see you can get some really fine, clean lines using the pinch brush. The next brush I want to cover is the grab brush. Again, this is one of the more heavily utilized tools along with things like inflate and draw and pinch. The grab tool basically allows you to click and drag anywhere in your mesh and pull it out and move it in any way you move your cursor. Of course, we can change how much of it we move out by changing the size of our brush, clicking and dragging. This is good for large scale form changes. As you can see, you can move this from a mesh to, or from a sphere mesh, I should say, into something completely different. Next one I want to cover is the snake hook brush. Let's move this down a little bit. The snake hook will grab out geometry underneath your cursor in a similar fashion to the grab brush. However, the fall off it creates allows for these great, protrusions, and it's good for, quickly changing the form if you need to pull it out. Now you'll see that as the farther I pull it out, the more warped this becomes. This is because we're not actually adding any new vertices or geometry. We're not making this mesh any denser than it was when it was a sphere. So pulling this out really extremely will show kind of where the limitations of our geometry are. However, we're going to address this and how to work around it in a future video. All right, the next brush is the thumb brush. Again, it's just sort of like creating divots and dents into your mesh, as if you were pushing your thumb into a clay surface. Now, this pose brush here, this I believe is primarily used for sculpting characters. Blender sort of detects where the bones should be. This is not a humanoid form and has no real definition, so Blender's having a hard time, but you'll see I get this little preview of how it's going to rotate this mesh. Once I click and drag it, it's going to rotate it around that point. So great for posing, obviously, and you can get some of these interesting rotation forms in your mesh. So if I had a character who was, say, in T-pose, as we discussed with our orthographic modeling reference video, we discussed characters in T-pose a little bit. So let's say I had that character and it was in T-pose. If I wanted to bring the arms down, I could do so by using the pose brush. The rotate brush here is also kind of interesting. Gives you sort of a, trying to find an angle which you can see what it is doing. It gives you sort of a swirling effect. If you grab and sort of move your cursor clockwise, you'll get this nice swirling effect. And the last sculpting brush we're going to briefly preview is the cloth brush. This one is great for creating sort of wrinkles, finer wrinkles in cloth. And if you click and drag, it might slow your, depending on the strength of your PC, this might be too much for it because it is running some very complex calculations. But if you grab and move it, you see you get these nice sort of organic looking cloth wrinkles. So I've reviewed most of the brushes here in this palette. I didn't cover all of them, as some of them I just don't feel are as useful as others, or I have not found a use case for them myself. So any of the ones that I skipped, you are welcome to jump into Blender and, you know, just on a relatively high poly mesh, just come in here and see what they do. And you'll see you can get lots of interesting effects. So that is it for the sculpting brushes. Now there are quite a number of non-sculpting brushes here at the bottom, and we're going to be covering what some of those do in the next video. Okay, so I have just deleted the object we had in our last video and brought up a new sphere because it was getting a little bit messy. So let's proceed with this sort of introduction to sculpting by talking about some of the non-sculpting brushes present in Blender. So because I have deleted the object and added a new one, I'm still in object mode. So let's come to the top here, click on the drop down and move back into sculpt mode. Okay, this brings back up our brush and all of our brush tools on the side here. So we went over a lot of these brushes in the last video, and all of the brushes I covered were sculpting brushes, which is to say that clicking on the mesh and dragging them out would affect the geometry of this object. I'm going to just quickly subdivide this again by adding a subdivision surface modifier and applying it with Control and A. Okay, so now we just have a little bit more to work with, so we can see a little bit finer detail. So let's discuss some non-sculpting features of the sculpt mode. All right, so if we come down here, under our sculpting brushes, we'll start to see some other types of brushes. And the first thing I want to talk about is masking. Now, masking is sort of a foundational principle in digital art, and you will see it in 2D as well as 3D. You will see it in modeling, you will see it in sculpting, you will see it everywhere. So a mask is a feature of digital art software that selects, hides, and prevents the editing of a specific area. So let's see what this means in Blender with regards to sculpting. So to do this, I've just come down here, I've scrolled down in my tool panel, and I've selected the paint mask brush, which looks like this. So with this selected, let's increase our brush size a little bit. And let's just click and start drawing on our mesh. And what you'll see now is instead of moving around the vertices, it has just painted this black mark onto our mesh. And this black section is the mask. So now, with that painted on, what a mask can do, if I come into here and picked any of my sculpting brushes, for example, let's just choose draw. So now if I choose draw and I start to sculpt on this mesh and I sculpt through it, you'll see that Blender is sculpting under our brush strokes everywhere except where we have this mask painted. So anything underneath a mask will not be affected. And this is extremely useful for controlling which details and areas of your mesh you wish to sculpt. There's simply no way to be an effective sculptor, in my opinion, without learning to use a mask and learning to use it really well. Because you can sculpt many things without it, but you will just never be able to achieve the fine detail that you see in some of these really amazing sculpts without it. So we can paint a mask under our brush with the paint mask tool, but we can also select larger areas to mask with the box mask tool. So the box mask tool is a couple options down, and it is right here. So with the box mask tool selected, we can click and drag, and it will drag out a box selection on top of our mesh that, when we release, creates a solid mask underneath it. So when we come into our draw brush, you can see that with the box mask tool, we can get much sharper edges. Now, the box mask tool, it's important to keep in mind, will also select through your mesh, whereas the paint mask tool will not. It's just something to keep in mind. All right, the next tool for non-sculpting functions I want to discuss is the hide tool. So similar to hiding areas in the modeling portion, we can hide portions of our sculpt by dragging out a box on our mesh. Now, this has not deleted anything. It has simply hidden all of the faces that were under this mesh. So if you have a very complex object and you've noticed parts of it are obstructing your view when you are trying to sculpt other parts of it, you can simply drag out and hide any portion of that mesh which you need to. To bring back the visibility of your entire object, simply press Alt and H, which is the same hotkey we used for returning hidden objects in the modeling section of the course. Now, you can drag out a box to delete portions of this mesh, and we can do that with the box trim tool, which is this icon here with the scissors. Now, the box trim tool, if you click and drag out a portion, it may take a little while to compute it, but once it has a run, you'll see we have this cut perfectly formed into our mesh, and if you press Alt H, nothing happens because in fact those faces are gone. They have been deleted. Now, you may be wondering, why did this section turn green when I performed a box trim operation? Now, this is because it has created what Blender calls a face set. This is also sometimes called a polygroup in other programs. So face sets are really just a way of assigning groups of polygon faces to a selection. But what does this mean? So if I were to take a sculpting brush and draw across the surface, well, it really hasn't affected it much at all, other than the fact that I have trimmed this selection, so there is not really a lot of geometry to work with. So if I were to tab into edit mode, you'll see that this is a single face, which will not work for sculpting. Let's go back into sculpt mode. So we can paint out our face sets in a more meaningful manner using the Draw Face Sets tool right here. So we can enable this tool and start drawing out. The color will be totally random, and the colors are just there to differentiate the groups from each other. They will have no bearing on the final color of your model. So clicking and dragging anywhere on this mesh with this tool active will create a new face set. If you wanted to edit this face set by expanding it, you could do so by controlling and clicking within this face set will extend it out. Now, controlling and clicking off of a face set will delete it when you paint over it. And just like the masking options, we have a paint face set option, and we also have a box face set option, which allows you just to create a new face set under a box selection. Of course, this will select through your mesh. Just be aware of that. So if I grab a sculpting brush now, because I have these painted over, an area of our mesh that is appropriately dense for sculpting, let's look at what face sets do and what they're for. So if I drag it out now, it does nothing. It does not affect our sculpting brush in any way. So in order to make these face sets meaningful, we need to go here to the very top icon where it says Active Tool and Workspace Settings. So we covered this briefly in the interface overview section, but when we were in object mode, there weren't a lot of options in this panel, just really for what kind of selection mode you want and things like that. And that option is available right here as well as right here. So, however, when we go into sculpting mode, now we have a lot of options here for our individual brushes. So you'll notice that the preview and the settings change in this panel when I click over to different brushes. And this will all just give you advanced settings for each brush. So let's come into the draw brush and let's come down here to where it says advanced. Let's click the drop down. And now we see here we have an option that says face sets. So let's enable this and see what this does. So let's click and drag now. And now you'll see that when I sculpt over these areas, these face sets are acting like a mask. So this is very useful if you need to mask certain areas, but you need to keep the selection separate from each other, because the regular mask that you can draw that appears black on your mesh, there's no way to differentiate it from any other area that you need to mask out. So if you had two areas that were overlapping, let's say you had an area here that you needed to mask and an area here that you needed to mask, but you didn't want to make this one shape, you needed to keep these faces separate. Well, that is when you would use something like face sets. Now, there's ways to edit your face sets after you have created them. Let's just quickly create this face set. And that is with the Edit Face Set brush. So down here, down at the very bottom, you'll have a brush that says Edit Face Sets. And what this does is just allows you to manipulate this selection to change it as you need it. You can click on the face set to grow the selection however many times you need. You can click off of the face set to shrink it. So that covers all of the non-sculpting options that I wanted to cover. There are a few more you can see in the tool panel here. Go ahead and explore those at your leisure. Just try them out on a mesh, see what they do. But in the next video, I want to talk more about sort of the layers of subdivision that we have with our mesh and how we can more dynamically control that within sculpting mode. So I will see you in the next video. So I want to talk next about subdivision when it comes to sculpting. So you saw in the last couple of videos, I had started with a sphere that I had already subdivided quite a number of times, but even with that being done, we really quickly ran into some problems caused by low geometry. Now, we could have subdivided the sphere to a higher level before we began sculpting, but that is not a very efficient use of our time because we don't always know how dense we're going to need a mesh to be before we start sculpting on it. So, in order to get this sphere ready for sculpting, it needs to be denser. So, in the past, we have made our meshes denser using a subdivision surface modifier, but that is not going to work for sculpt mode. And let me show you why. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier, and we can even divide it a few times to get a relatively dense and smooth mesh. Now, I am in sculpt mode already, but you'll see that when I start to draw on this, well, it's not really working, and that is because the subdivision surface modifier does not allow us to sculpt on these higher levels of subdivision that we created. We can only sculpt on the vertices that are in the base mesh, which is not enough to get our sculpt working. So to solve this problem, we are going to use a different modifier. So the modifier we are going to use to subdivide our mesh for sculpting is called the multi-resolution modifier. Let's add it now. Let's come to the modifiers panel, click on add modifier, and come down to generate and select multi-resolution. Now, nothing happens here at first, but you will see that here in the modifier stack, we have our multi-res modifier. We have a couple of settings here, such as level. This will tell us how many subdivisions we are currently viewing. So you will see that nothing has happened here because our level in both viewport and sculpt mode is at 0. So you may be thinking that, okay, to increase the level of subdivisions here, all we need to do is increase here. Oh, but clicking on that does not increase these numbers. And we need to be able to do that. So in order to use the slider functionality here, we have to subdivide our mesh first. So these sliders will not be functional until we press the subdivide button down here. Once we do that, we see that we have a level preview of 1 in all modes. Now, these different modes here are referring to sculpt mode versus object mode. This viewport level right here refers to object mode. So if I were to return to object mode with the level viewport set to 0, it would unsubdivide that preview. However, I can increase it by using the viewport level slider. Sculpt refers to how many levels we are viewing in sculpt mode. We have sculpt mode active. This can be 0. Tab into object mode and see it at 1. And render refers to our final renders, which we have not covered yet in this course. So do not worry about the render levels just yet. So once we have pressed this once, we can use these sliders, but as you can see, we can only go up to 1. That is because we've only subdivided once. In order to increase these sliders further, we would need to subdivide again. Now we have a maximum of 2 that we can toggle between. Subdividing again will give us a maximum of 3, and so on. So this multi-resolution modifier allows us to sculpt at any level. So for instance, we can come down here to our first subdivision in sculpt mode, and we can draw some large strokes on our form. The lower the resolution, the larger the form that it will create when you sculpt. So we've created this form now. We can come up to the third subdivision level at a higher resolution, maybe reduce the size of the brush a little. And if we start sculpting now, we have slightly finer detail. So this is great, but what is really cool about this is that if I decided I needed to change this larger form, but I didn't want to change these smaller ones, all I would have to do is return down to a lower level of subdivision. And let's press G for the grab brush. Let's increase our size a little. And let's just increase our size maybe a bit more by pressing F and increasing the size with the cursor. So let's just drag this in. So let's say I didn't want that larger protrusion. So all I needed to do was come down to the sculpt level of 1 to remove it. And now if I return to the higher subdivision, I still have my high-res details right here. So that is a really powerful functionality that allows you to quickly switch back and forth between large forms and smaller forms at will. Now, let's say we have made all these subdivisions, but we actually want to remove them for whatever reason. We can do this by using the Delete Higher button in the multi-res modifier. So if we decided we didn't like any of these changes and we wanted to return to a lower form of the sculpt, all we would have to do is return our levels, let's say down to 1. And now if we press Delete Higher, you will see that these sliders should return to 0, and the viewport one didn't return automatically, but once I clicked on it, it snapped back. That just appears to be a little graphical bug. Don't worry about that. But now if I go to these sliders and try to increase them, I cannot, because those levels of subdivision have been erased. And you'll see that the changes I have made to the large shape of the form at subdivision level 1 are still there. This is no longer a perfect sphere because it has retained those changes. But now I no longer have my little smiley face because I've deleted that level of subdivision, and there's simply not enough information anymore to create that. So the last bit I wanted to cover about the multi-res modifier is this unsubdivide button. And you may think that it's just the opposite of subdivide, that if you were at, say, level 3 and you wanted to delete level 3 and return to level 2, you would unsubdivide. However, you're going to get this message that says not valid subdivisions found to rebuild a lower level. And I seem to have lost my cube or my sphere. So what that means is that keep in mind that the multi-resolution modifier is just that, a modifier. It is not baked in or applied to this mesh in any way. If we toggle the visibility, we can see we have the original sphere here with its original number of polygons. So the unsubdivide actually works with meshes that are already at a higher resolution. So what does this mean? Let's go quickly back into object mode and look at this mesh. And let's add a subdivision surface. Let's say we were modeling something and we added a couple of levels of subdivision, and then we decided that we needed actually more detail and we wanted to sculpt finer details into this. So let's apply this modifier. So currently this is the resolution of the mesh. If I were to now add a multi-res modifier, and let's say we were in sculpt mode, I could hit unsubdivide and Blender would calculate a lower resolution form that would not change the shape of this at all. So let me quickly show you. I'm just going to subdivide this a few times, and I'm going to sculpt on it to show you how Blender maintains the form. So let's say this is your sculpt. Beautiful, I know. And let's say you were happy with this, so you decided to apply your multi-res modifier. Now to do this, we have to be in object mode, just like we are for every other modifier. So let's tab into object mode. And if your sculpt disappears, check your viewport levels, which are set to 0. Let's just slide that up to get our details back. So now let's apply this modifier by clicking the drop down or pressing Control A. And let's say this was the mesh, the base mesh you were starting with. Well, if you then decided you needed to make larger scale changes to this and therefore needed a lower subdivision level to sculpt on this, you could do so with the multi-res modifier, coming in, adding it to this mesh, and clicking unsubdivide. It may take a minute to calculate depending on the power of your PC, but you'll now see that this is a much lower resolution. But it has maintained all of the forms that I sculpted in at a higher resolution. So this is a very powerful tool for keeping your polygon counts relatively low while still maintaining all the work you have done. This is useful if you're bringing in a high poly mesh from another program or from another artist. You can still reduce the geometry and work at lower levels. So that is all I wanted to discuss for the multi-resolution modifier. Now there is one more method of subdivision for Blender that uses a more dynamic system. And we will be covering that one in the next video. We have gone over the multi-resolution modifier, but there is one more method for getting higher levels of detail in your mesh dynamically in sculpt mode. I'm just going to delete this object and bring in a clean UV sphere. Let's come into sculpt mode. So the method that we're going to use now is called dynamic topology. It's also shortened to dynotypo. This is a method of dynamically dividing or tessellating the mesh underneath your brush strokes. So to see what this is doing, let's just take a look at it. Now to enable dynotypo, all you have to do is come up here to the top right corner of the screen where it says dynotypo, and click the checkbox. You'll get this error message that says vertex data detected. Dynotypo will not preserve vertex colors, UVs, or other custom data. Don't worry about any of that right now, just click OK. So now we have dynamic topology enabled. So let's just take our draw brush and click and drag and see what this does. Now, you'll see that despite us having a very low resolution on our original sphere, dynamic topology has created divisions in this mesh based on where we placed our brush stroke. So let's tab into edit mode and look at what it's actually done. So you can see that it has triangulated this entire mesh. Now, this is just something that Blender needs to do in order to calculate this type of division. And underneath our brush stroke, it has added points more densely underneath where our brush stroke was than it has added, well, it hasn't added any over here at all. So let's jump back into sculpt mode. Now, if you go into edit mode on your mesh, dynamic topology will disable by default. So if you go into edit mode and come back into sculpt mode and now want to use dynamic topology, you need to come in here and just click this checkbox again and click past this warning message. So like all things in Blender, there are advanced options for this feature. So let's click the drop down here and look at some of these. We have detail size, refine method, detailing, and smooth shading. Now, smooth shading will just smooth out our sphere the way we have been using smooth shading before. If you like it to be smoothed, you can just enable this bubble down here. But let's look at some of these other settings. So currently, detail size is set to 12 pixels. So if you change this, you will get a different amount of division under your brush stroke. So this is 12 pixels. If we increase this to, say, 30 in draw, we will have less division and less detail under our brush stroke. And if we decrease this to, say, about 5, and we draw again, you'll see we'll have much finer detail and much denser divisions under that brush stroke. Again, let's quickly look into edit mode, and you will see how our mesh has been divided at those different detail sizes. Let's re-enable. Next up, let's look at this refine method. So by default, it is set to subdivide collapse. I'm just going to return that detail size to the default. So what subdivide collapse does, or rather, let's start with what refine method does. Refine method is just how Blender is going to handle subdivisions under your brush stroke. So the default is subdivide collapse. So what that means is with a detail size of 12, if I draw on this, and let's actually grab our crease brush for this. So if I draw on this with subdivide collapse as the refine method, what it will do is it will look at the object here, and if your edges are over this amount in distance, it will subdivide them, and if they are under this amount in distance, it will collapse them. So when we draw with our crease brush, it is subdividing everything until these edges reach a length of 12 pixels. And then it is collapsing them into each other so that we retain a relative uniform density over this area. So even though we are drawing with this crease over and over again on this section of the mesh, this crease is never going to become very sharp, because as soon as these edges are getting close enough together to start to define it in any sort of sharpness, they're being collapsed into each other. So if we wanted to get our edges quite sharp, we could do this by changing the refine method. So under the Denotypo dropdown, under refine method, click this dropdown box, and we'll have a couple more options here. So let's look at subdivide. So this one will add increasingly fine detail to your mesh because it does not depend on the length of the edge whether or not it is being subdivided. It is always going to subdivide your edge no matter how small those edges get. So you can see that by drawing over with the crease brush on subdivide, we can get these very, very tight cuts into our mesh that are just not achievable with subdivide collapse. Now, you may be asking, well, why would you ever use subdivide collapse then? And that is for performance reasons. Now, the more points you have on a mesh, the higher resolution it will be, but the lower the performance of your computer will be. And eventually you might crash your entire program, if not your entire computer, if you have a mesh that has billions upon billions of polygons in it. So subdivide is adding way more geometry than we necessarily need in some of these areas. So just keep that in mind, that you really only want to use this very dense mesh where you need it, and areas of your mesh that don't have as much detail should be lowered in their resolution to save on performance. Yep, let's go back into sculpt mode. Let's re-enable Dynotypo. And now let's look at the collapse edges method. So collapse edges, you may have guessed, sort of the opposite of subdivide. It will collapse your edges no matter what, so that we are progressively getting less and less detail in the area. Maybe this is more clear with a draw brush than a crease brush. So as I draw over this area, it's getting less detailed. Now, it will still maintain your detail size of 12. So if you wanted even less detail than this, you could increase this number and draw over it. So collapse will always collapse your edges, and it will remove fine detail and sharp edges, but it will also lower your polygon count. Let's just smooth some of this out. Okay. The next setting in dynamic topology I want to cover, I'm just going to return these settings to defaults, just so we aren't confused by what any one thing is doing. So the next thing I want to cover is the detailing mode. By default, it is set to relative detail. So what this means is that the size of the detail in your brush is dependent on how zoomed in you are to your mesh. So if I was zoomed out to a relatively far distance, and let's just find a new portion of this mesh to work on. I have my draw brush here. So if I'm zoomed out here and I have a detail size of 12 at this view distance, we get edges that are this length. Now, if we zoom way in and draw, this is still 12, even though this detail is much more fine than this. Now, why is that? That is because our detail size is in a unit of pixels. So the number of pixels changes dependent on what is on your screen. That is to say, when you are farther away, 12 pixels covers more area on the screen than when you are close up. But each of these is being divided to 12 pixels at the relative level of detail based on our view distance from the mesh. So if we wanted to change this, we can do that by changing the detailing method to something else. We can change it to constant, and this will create a detail that is constant regardless of how zoomed in or out you are from your mesh. You will see the detail size change to resolution. It will change from a value in pixels to an arbitrary unitless value, which we can change here with the slider. Lower values, such as 10, will give you less detail. Higher values, such as 30, will give you finer detail. We can also select the resolution by using this eyedropper, clicking on this and coming to any portion of our mesh which we wish to replicate the resolution of. So let's say I wanted this resolution of this stroke right here. I could just click with the dropper, and now when I draw, I have that resolution, And we can see that it is a resolution of 70.43. Now, this button has appeared here at the bottom when we changed to constant detail, and it is called Detail Flood Fill. What this does is it takes the size that you set in the resolution and applies it to the entirety of the mesh. So let's set our size to something like 25. So now if we were to draw on this, this would be a resolution of 25 in the constant detail. So even if we zoom out, we still have that same resolution, just in a larger stroke. So let's apply this resolution to the entire mesh by pressing Detail Flood Fill. Now, you may not see a difference right away, but actually if you come into edit mode, you can see that this resolution is uniform across the entire mesh now. Let's return to sculpt mode, re-enable dynamic topology, and look at some of these other detailing types. Let's look at brush detail. Now, this calculates your size as a percent of your brush size. So you'll see that detail has changed to percentage, and it is set at 25%. So to demonstrate what this does, at a brush size of 40 pixels with a detail size of 25%, if we come in here and draw on this model, we get a resolution that looks like that. Now, if we were to increase the brush size, which I've done just by tapping the bracket key on the keyboard, and leave this detail percentage at 25%, and now we come in and draw, we have detailing that looks like that. Now, if we were to increase this percentage at a larger brush size, we would get less detail. And if we were to decrease the brush size, we would get detail that looks like that. And again, you can always come into edit mode and compare their relative densities here. See that the first option had the highest density and this option had the lowest. Now, the last detailing method we're going to cover is manual detail. Now, if you select manual detail and you sculpt, it will not actually change the underlying density of your mesh. So if I sculpt over a high density area and a low density area, it will still manipulate those points, but it is not changing the resolution at all. So manual detail really only works with the flood fill option. So it is an option if you wanted to preserve the relative detail changes between two parts of your mesh. You could, but you still needed to edit the shape. You could sculpt with manual detail. And just like constant detail, we can apply this resolution to the entirety of the mesh by using the detail flood fill. This has just equalized the density of the geometry across the entire model. So that is all I wanted to discuss for dynamic topology. As you can see, it is a very powerful tool for creating dynamic shapes on the fly. However, it does triangulate your mesh in a way that may not be appropriate for animation. So that is just something to keep in mind for dynamic topology, that if you want to animate a piece you create with dynamic topology, you may have to retopologize it later, but we will cover that later in the course. For now, we are going to move on to a demonstration for sculpting with subdivision levels. Right, so let's get started with a demo of sculpting. And I know I went over a lot of the brushes and things very briefly in the previous videos, but that is because sculpting is really kind of a learn by doing process. So hopefully these demonstrations will give you a better idea of how to use those tools. So sculpting, I think, is best used for organic forms. We're going to talk about symmetry in the next set of videos, but for now we're going to sculpt something that is organic but asymmetrical. So I think we should sculpt a tree. And we've done a couple trees in this course, but they're a good thing to practice on, and they're everywhere. So you will probably need to know at some point how to create a tree. Especially if you want to go into environments or backgrounds for animation or anything like that. It's not a bad skill to have. So all I'm doing here is creating the basis for our sculpt. And I'm in modeling tab right now. I've just added a cylinder to our viewport and just scaling it to create the starts of a trunk. Now, it really depends if you plan on using dynamic topology or a multi-resolution modifier, how you need to prep this sculpt. Now, if we're going to use dynamic topology, we don't need to do much to this at all because all of our subdivisions will be sort of created in real time. But that being said, the multi-resolution modifier can only work based off of existing geometries. So if you want to use the multi-resolution modifier, if you have a shape that is stretched like this, and you subdivide it, well, it is still going to be stretched. And not to mention, you'll get some other strange errors with this because it is subdividing it as evenly as it can based on the geometry. And since this is just a flat face, it doesn't really know what to do with it. So to prep a model for use with the multi-resolution modifier, we want to make sure that all of the geometry are quadrilateral faces so that they divide evenly. And we want to make sure that all the faces are relatively the same size. Otherwise, we might end up with areas that are much denser than others, which we may not necessarily want. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these n-gon caps. And we discussed briefly what an n-gon is in the modeling section of the course. And it is basically any face that has more than 4 sides. Now, we do not have to do this manually because when we add a new cylinder into our scene, if we come down here to the Add Cylinder menu, we can look at cap fill type, and by default it is set to n-gon. But there are a couple other options. We can set it to nothing to leave these faces open, or we can set it to triangle fan, which appears in object mode as the same thing as an n-gon. But if we tab into edit mode, let's just hide this one for a moment. If we tab into edit mode, you'll see that all of these points around the circle here have been drawn in to a single center point, creating a triangle fan. Now, what happens if we subdivide something like this with a multi-res modifier? Well, let's find out. Let's add a modifier of multi-res. Let's subdivide it. Well, that's a little better, but we still are getting some strange pulling and some sharp angles here at the top. So we need to make these faces quadrilateral. And unfortunately, the only way I know of to do that in Blender with this type of object is manually. So we can leave the faces where they are, but we need to start joining some of these points together to form quads here. Again, just using the J key to join them, which splits the faces. I'm going to join them to about up to here, because once you start getting these faces very, very narrow, you're going to run into some subdivision and shading issues. So we may need to connect some of those, but let's keep them as wide as we can. Actually, yes, let's join them, because I don't think that's going to be an issue. So now we just need to join them going vertically. Again, just shift clicking on these points and hitting J to join. Sorry, just trying to best think about how to subdivide this mesh so we will have the least amount of errors. That's all right, but there are triangles around this edge here that are causing some issues when we subdivide. So let's try a different tactic. Oops. Just accidentally press the H key there and hit it. Let's go into sculpting mode. And I was not planning on covering this, but I think it actually is important. We need to look at this remesh option. So what remesh is going to do is look at your mesh and try to basically recreate the same shape using all quadded geometry. So I'm going to add some edge loops here that make these faces roughly square. They do not have to be exact. And now I'm going to come into sculpt mode. I'm going to press remesh. And here where it says voxel size, I'm going to take this eyedropper and just click on my mesh where I added those. So it is a voxel size of 0.1561 meters. So let's just see what happens when we remesh this object. Okay, so it has looked at the size of these faces that I selected with my eyedropper, and it has tried its best to maintain the shape of the cylinder using an even subdivision of quads across this whole mesh. So it's done a fairly good job considering we had quite a large voxel size. And for the purposes of sculpting a tree, we do not need this to be such a perfect cylinder. So that is one method of subdividing for multi-res modifiers. So now if I subdivide this further, you can see some of those jagged edges even start to go away, and we could come in and sculpt on this. But I think for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm actually going to use dynamic topology. So you don't need to do any of that if you want to use dynamic topology. We can just come in here, add a cylinder. Let's get the basic shape of it ready to go in modeling mode, because it's just a little bit quicker than trying to make these sort of large scale primitive changes in sculpting mode. Is just a little bit more difficult. So let's get a good base going. And I'm going to use my loop tools to just make this a circle. So all I did was select the edge loop that was not the shape I wanted, right clicked, loop tools, and hit circle. So now we have that as a perfect circle, which we are going to make very unperfect with our sculpting. Okay, so with dynamic topology, all I have to do is add this primitive, enable dynamic topology, ignore the warning. And now I can come in here with my pen tablet and just start sculpting, except that I have manual detail set from the last video, so we just have to set this back to relative, because manual detail, of course, will not change the underlying topology of this. But now you can see that I can start pulling out different areas. And again, it will be based on how zoomed in I am to the mesh, because right now it is set to relative detail. Let's set it to constant. That's better. Let's undo some of these changes. So I have it at a constant detail at a resolution of 10, and I currently have my refine method set to subdivide collapse. I can quickly make the entire thing the equal resolution by hitting the detail flood fill. This will, similar to the remesh, this will create even topology over your whole model, but you will be working with triangles instead of quads, which are not easy to subdivide with traditional methods such as the multi-res modifier. So let's just start marking out some areas where we might want to pull out roots. And not pulling out the roots themselves, just sort of pulling out bits of the mesh where I think I want them to be. Okay. So now let's start using some other tools here. Let's grab the snake hook brush. This is great for pulling out things like branches, roots, things of that nature. And when you have dynamic topology enabled with it, you don't get that stretching issue because mesh and subdivisions are being added as you pull it. Okay, so let's start refining these more. Let's grab the inflate brush, which we can do by just pressing I on the keyboard. Some of these brushes have hotkeys, some of them do not. It's just kind of the way it is. Although I will say the ones that you will probably end up using the most are the ones that have hotkeys. Let's press G on the keyboard to pull up our grab brush. We can also just start adding some variation into this mesh up here to give it a less uniform shape. C on the keyboard will pull up your clay brush. I'm just holding Control and drawing to use the inverse clay brush, which was just a clay brush, but it pushes into the mesh rather than pulling it out. I'm going to decrease this intensity by a little bit. I'm going to just increase the width of these using the inflate brush, because sometimes you'll notice that when you're using other brushes, they work kind of the opposite you would expect them to when you come to thin areas like this. And that is just because Blender is having a hard time interpreting what the surface is, where it should be, and what direction it should be pulling these vertices out into. So if you're having problems where you're trying to like maybe draw out on your mesh and it's kind of clipping it in and making it smaller, just increase the radius of that area by using the inflate brush, and that should solve the problem for you. Jumping back into my clay brush. So you'll see that even though I'm adding up here, when I get down here, it starts pushing it in instead. And that's just because this area is too thin compared to my brush size for Blender to understand what I'm trying to do. Just coming back in with the snake hook to add some more detail. some branches off of these root points. Using G for grab. And increasing the size of this, either incrementally with the bracket keys, we'll step it up and down, or you can just hold F and slide it if you need to make large scale brush size changes. Holding Shift to smooth some areas down. And you have to imagine or know that this will be sunk into a ground plane. So I'm not obviously going to draw, you know, an entire root system, just enough that when it is poking above the surface of the ground plane, that it will look like roots going into the ground. And if you're struggling to visualize that, you know, you can always jump out of sculpt mode, add yourself a ground plane, and visualize it that way if you need to. So I have some areas that aren't quite going in enough. So let's fix that by jumping back into sculpt mode to re-enable our dynamic topology. And with the grab brush, we can make these sort of larger shape changes. You probably want to add some more branches off of these roots. Let's reduce the size of the brush a little so we can pull out slightly smaller branch points. Now, and how detailed you want to get in this stage is totally up to you. I don't want to spend too long getting these shapes perfect because this demonstration is more about showing you how to use the tools and when to use the tools and why to use the tools than it is about, you know, creating a beautiful work of art in this session. This one's getting kind of funky, so let's bring the whole thing in by zooming out so we can grab more of the mesh at once. Okay, apologize for that. There was a very large garbage truck outside, so I just paused the recording. I haven't really done anything. All I've done is, you know, continue to smooth and shape these roots, but spending more time than I'd even like to on this. So let's come back to this because we're gonna get more of the overall shape of this, you know, sort of blocked in roughly before we come back and really refine these shapes. And I'm already spending longer on this one area than I intended to for this stage of the sculpt. Okay, so let's continue moving up. I'm going to continue using the snake hook tool for this. And I'm just going to kind of pull out the top a little. And it's okay if it leans, you know, lots of trees do. So let's continue with the snake hook tool and just keep pulling out branches, starting with the larger ones. All I'm doing is just grabbing different areas and pulling out branches. Keeping in mind that branches usually fork when they change direction, at least on most plants and things like that. So I'm going to change to the inflate brush just by pressing I on the keyboard, and I'm going to make these a little bit thicker so that we have more area, more surface area to draw out more branches from. Hitting G to change to the grab tool. And you'll see that when we get to a certain size, we start to lose geometry. Just because we are set to subdivide collapse here. So if we set it to subdivide, we won't lose quite as much when we pull out with the snake hook. But just keep in mind that it is not the most efficient way, performance-wise. You know, you might end up with areas of your mesh that don't really need to be that dense. And it may make your computer perform much slower while you're doing this. I'm going to increase my detail size for this portion. Yeah, just testing it out there. Because we're starting to quickly get into an area where I am not having enough geometry to make the shapes that I want. So let's just quickly increase the count here by quickly going over it with the inflate brush. And we can start to pull these shapes out more. And this is maybe a good argument for using relative detail, is that when I am zoomed in here, I need it to be at a smaller detail than when I am pulling out large branches. So if I change it back to relative, let's move this down to 10, and I'm zoomed out and I start with the, let's actually just take the grab brush and put a little bend in this, and then we can start branching this point out. So let's grab our snake hook again. And let's zoom out and just pull out another branch. So then when I come in here, if I wanted to snake hook again, it's going to dynamically make that size smaller because I have zoomed in. And again, that is because I have it set to relative detail here. So one thing to note is that the smooth brush will not add more divisions to your geometry when you're in Dynatypo. It will only smooth what is there. So some brushes will add detail, others will not. The grab brush will not add a detail to your mesh if you come in here and start moving things around, nor will the smooth brush, but almost every other brush will add tessellations to your mesh. So if you just wanted to quickly divide an area to make it denser, but you didn't want to change it all that much, a good one to use is the inflate tool with a relatively low strength. You can come in here and nothing really has changed, it appears, but if you smooth it, you can see that it is actually much denser there now. I'm going to change back to subdivide collapse because I don't want to necessarily maintain that. So let's just smooth it back out. Grab our snake hook and just continue our branches. See that I was maybe either I was too zoomed out or my detail level was too high. So now when I pull this out, you'll see it's a little bit better. Let's increase the detail of this. Oh, I have it set to collapse edges, no wonder. So that got pulled out in a strange way because I meant to set it to subdivide to collapse and not just collapse. So let's try that again. Much better. Okay. I'm not going to add too many branches to this because I'm not, again, going for realism in this case. I probably will frequently not go for realism for the purposes of demonstration, simply because realism is just much more time consuming and it would make for a very long and probably boring demonstration. So again, we're just going for sort of cartoony, stylized tree here. And depending on what we wanted for the final result, we could either continue to add branches and make it more of a gnarled, withered tree, or we could stop the branches and add, sort of structures for the leaves, again, at a sort of stylized scale. So we would just have sort of warped spheres for leaves. Just inflating over this to make the resolution a little bit more consistent with what is around it. And I'm going to turn back to constant detail. Just because sometimes I like to get a more holistic view, but still like to work at a lower detail. And relative detail just doesn't allow you to do that. Just inflating to make this thicker. You'll see I get sort of this warping sometimes when I'm pulling these large forms out. That's just because my brush size is a little bit too high. So you can, and it's sort of grabbing what's around it. You can lower the brush size, or you can paint a mask onto this to avoid that. So let's come down to the paint mask tool. And let's say I wanted to pull out a new branch right here, but I didn't want to affect these ones. Let's just paint a mask on them. So now when we grab the snake hook, it's not gonna, these aren't gonna move at all or get distorted in any way. You can unpaint the mask, erase it just by holding Control with the paint mask. If you wanted to get rid of everything, you could come into the box mask, hold Control, and select everything to get rid of any masks that you might have on your mesh. So this is a good example. I don't really like the angle at which this branch has come out. It's sort of aligned with this one in a strange way. So if I wanted to move it, I would need to use the grab tool. But at this low brush size, it's only going to grab it this way, and it's going to make it very weird. Now, if I increase it a lot, suddenly it's moving everything with it, which I don't want either. So let's paint a mask on the portions that we want to leave. Or we could also align our viewport in such a way that we could drag out a box. And we can combine the box with the paint techniques. To get the mask that we need. So that should be sufficient. So now let's grab our grab brush by pressing G. Let's increase the size by pressing F and sliding it up. And now let's grab this branch that we wanted to move. Actually, I think we need potentially even a larger brush. And now we can move this whole thing, and these ones aren't being moved with it. Of course, if you have the mask drawn on anything that does need to be moved, it will cause strange sorts of stretching. So let's clear our mask by box selecting with Control held down the whole thing, but we can just come in here to this warped area and fix it manually with, first we need a sculpting brush enabled with smoothing. And all of our other tools that we have learned so far. Okay, so now these ones are no longer aligned in that sort of strange manner. Add some more curves and bends into these by just using the grab tool. Oops. So we seem to have some sort of error here. No big deal. We're just gonna fix it using the collapse edges and the deflate to get rid of that little strange portion of the mesh. So if your edges, if you have collapse and edges enabled either through collapse or subdivide collapse, it will eventually get rid of pieces of mesh if you make them small enough. Just holding shift and smoothing creates this more tapered finish to these branches. You see we get little pinches and strange things and holes. Again, because we have dynamic topology enabled, this is not really an issue as long as we have subdivide collapse enabled. Yes, we can fill that in and smooth it out. And it should just do that automatically by inflating and drawing over it. You'll see I use a lot of the grab brush. In this case, I am using a lot of the snake hook to pull out the branches. I also use a lot of the inflate brush. And those are my primary tools for sculpting in Blender. I will occasionally use things like draw or clay, but frequently I find that the inflate tool, the grab tool, are pretty powerful even on their own. I went a little too far because my screen was lagging. And normally the viewport performs a little bit better than this. I think it is just having a hard time because I am recording it at the same time. It is costing a lot more processing power for my machine. Just undoing it when I make a stroke that I'm unhappy with, pulling it out, and then not worrying too much about the width of these because we can just come in with the inflate brush and increase them to be the appropriate size. Okay, I just probably need a couple more branches on this to make it look relatively believable. Again, this is not exactly a masterpiece, but it works for the purposes of a demonstration. Again, I need to move this whole branch, so let's use some masking. Let's paint a mask onto these branches around it. Okay, let's use the grab tool and increase the size until we get it moving kind of the way we want. Okay, let's come in here and control and click to unpaint that mask. And we can paint this one in, and we can this and give it a little bend. And yeah, now we have this weird pinching again, which is just a result of moving things around while other things are masked. And if you're much more careful with your masks than I am being, you can probably avoid that altogether. But I don't personally think it's really a big deal, because if we come in with our sculpting brushes, we can just very easily sculpt over it to fix it. Of course, we need something like the inflate brush, because you'll notice when things are very thin, in this way, similar to what we were seeing with the ends of the branches, when we draw on the surface, Blender is picking up these back faces too and also pushing them up, which we do not want. So best to just use the inflate brush. And if you're finding that the steps of zooming are too dramatic, as in you're getting in really fine and you're zooming with the scroll wheel and it increments in that way, you can change the way that you zoom. You can zoom in a much smoother way by holding Control, clicking down on the scroll wheel and dragging your mouse, and that will give you a much smoother and a more control over your zoom. Let's come in here and increase this just so it doesn't clip through. Using the grab brush right here to just click and nudge things around. And I for inflate to fix those sort of sharp, flat edges we're getting. So this is a decent starting point for a tree. So I'm going to pause the recording right here and we're going to come back and finish this up really quickly. Okay, so say you were happy with this shape, and off camera I just went ahead and tweaked this a little bit further. I didn't do anything that we didn't cover in the recorded parts. I just continued to grab and smooth and inflate around until I had something that looks roughly the way I want it. So to wrap up this demo, you can be as detailed as you like, but I do want to touch on surface texturing, just because we created this model with the dynamic topology option in Blender, and that has allowed us a lot of flexibility for creating a interesting silhouette, but it actually kind of restricts our ability to get finer details in here. You certainly can sculpt in things like bark with dynamic topology on, but I personally like to do those types of surface textures using the multi-res modifier. So let's take a look at how we can get this model from the dynamic topology to the multi-resolution modifier, and that way we can, switch between both and utilize both to our advantage. So right now this is our model. I have just come out of sculpt mode. I haven't done anything to it, so you'll see that as a result of the dynamic topology, we have some less dense areas here, some very dense areas over here. It's not really even all the way around, and it is all in triangles, which this will cause an issue for our multi-res because it will not be able to subdivide evenly. So let's come back into sculpt mode on this object really quick. And let's come up to our remesh options at the top here. And let's just see what happens when we remesh at the default voxel size of 0.1. Okay, so nothing really appears to have changed on the screen, but if we go into edit mode now, we'll see that our mesh is a much lower resolution and it has these smoothed out, largely quadrilateral faces. There are some areas where, the smoothness doesn't retain all the way around, but it is a lot smoother than it was. So what we can do from this point is go back into sculpt mode and let's add a multi-res modifier. We can subdivide it, maybe twice. And you'll notice that these subdivisions get longer and longer to calculate as you up-res. That is just a performance hit that you are taking from having so many points on a single mesh. Okay, so now that we have our multi-res modifier set up, we can just start sculpting as we were before. So let's grab the clay strips brush, and I'm just going to gently brush down the side of the tree here to create a sort of bark-like texture. Okay, so now we have the beginnings of a sort of a bark texture on at least this portion of our trunk. So now, because we have the multi-res modifier set up, we can come down and turn down our sculpt level preview. And now if we see any parts of the shape that are not working for us, like this part right here, I do not like, I need to change the shape of this. So now if I just come down to 0 in the sculpt, I can come in here and make whatever edits I need to make without worrying about negatively affecting that nice bark surface texture I just drew on. Let me come in here and just quickly adjust this. Okay, so say that I like that a lot better. So now, just to get that bark texture back, all I have to do is up-res using these arrows, and you'll see it's painted perfectly over it, even over the spot that I edited. Just inflating to grab out that part where the mesh got a little pinched. I can smooth just the end to taper it. And grabbing and adjusting. So unfortunately, the remeshing process isn't 100% accurate. When you get to these smaller portions of your mesh, like up here, you may see that you have errors. And that is, from the remeshing process. So you just have to come in here and smooth these out. So I'm just going to grab my clay strips once again, and with a light pen pressure, I'm just coming in and drawing strokes along these branches to sort of suggest the grain of the wood. And then when you get up to really thin pieces like this, you might get sort of errors where your brush is pulling in the points from the other side. So you just need to adjust your brush size or mask that back face. So yeah, it'll pull in like this if your brush size is too large and your mesh is too thin. You can come in and smooth it to fix it. Your smooth is basically your eraser tool for sculpting. And then you can just redraw over it. Maybe inflate these so they don't get caught on each other quite so much. And then you can continue texturing with your clay strips. So there again, I was too zoomed out and the mesh was too thin, and it just caught some of those back faces and pulled them all the way through. It is just sort of the nature of the program, and that error is present even in other 3D sculpting programs. Never hurts to, when you're working on these thinner sections, just make sure that every so often, every few strokes or so, you're checking that back face to make sure it didn't get caught, so you don't have to undo through a bunch of work. Just briefly dropping down to the 0 subdivision level to fix some of the shapes here. And then coming back up to the highest subdivision level to continue the surface. And then I can already tell that this section is going to give me some problems because of how thin and pinched it is. So I'm just going to jump straight into the inflate tool and try to inflate and smooth it out so it is not quite so distorted. You'll also notice that when I use the grab tool in the higher subdivision level, it's also just harder to grab smooth shapes. You get a lot of these sort of bumps, and that's just because the topology is so dense right there that you're not grabbing enough of it really. So larger scale changes, you always want to drop down a subdivision or two. Just so you can avoid this really lumpy sort of look. I mean, unless you're going for a sort of, you know, old and gnarled tree, and then you might want it to be lumpy. So for this, I'm actually going to grab the fill tool because it's just gotten really extreme with these sort of peaks and valleys here. And I want it to be a little bit smoothed out, and it doesn't seem to be able to accomplish that with the smooth tool I've been trying to use. So we're going to get the fill tool in here. And when you get things like this, it's just sort of an artifact of hopping between subdivision levels and making changes on, especially on like smaller portions of the mesh. So don't worry too much about it. You can fix it usually just by holding shift and smoothing it out. And it may be the case that we just don't have enough geometry here to really get this perfectly smooth. And that's okay. It's an organic form anyway, and it does not need to be smooth in this case. No one's really going to question if, you know, a branch sticking out of a tree is a little gnarled. And I just don't think it is worth the resolution increase to the rest of the mesh at this point. So we can leave it. Just holding control and drawing with the clay strips to get an inset instead of an out. Again, got some artifacts right here. Just inflate and smooth and inflate and smooth and alternate between those two until it is fixed. So obviously you can continue with this surface all the way up through the branches if you like, or, you know, you could add sort of clusters of branches and get as detailed as you like with this. And if you want to sort of finalize all these sculptural changes, you can do so by applying the multi-res modifier if you have one, which again is applied the same way that you would apply any other modifier. And now all of these changes, including the bark texture, are part of the mesh. So again, you could spend a lot more time on this and make it, you know, exactly how you want it, but just want to take a moment to appreciate how far we have come already. And, you know, we started out this course by making a tree, and we've made a tree again here now, and it has just come so far as detail and what we are able to accomplish with it. I mean, if we want to compare them, we can go to File and Append, and we just have to navigate. If you saved that file, we just need to navigate to where it was saved. And then find that .blend file in the file browser. And it should open up all these sort of file folders that are within your .blend file. If you just want to go to Object, and this is another reason why you want to name things. You can easily find one of our tree objects and append it into Blender. So let's come in over here because that was its location in the world in our first demo video where we built out the city street. So let's just scale this up so they're roughly the same size and we can compare. Look, the difference just between a few videos, we can get from something as simplistic as this to something as complex as this. So just take a moment to appreciate that for yourself. And in the next video, we're going to continue on with even more advanced sculpting. And we're going to learn how to sculpt with symmetry, which will allow us to create characters, faces, etc. All right, so by this point, we have a pretty good handle on the basic functions of sculpting. Now, sculpting is often used for organic forms, such as the tree that we did in our last demo, but most frequently it is used for living things such as characters or creatures. And all of these types of things are symmetrical in nature. So we need to learn how to sculpt using symmetry in Blender. Now, to demonstrate this, I have a quad sphere here. That is a sphere that is created of all quadrilateral faces. And to create this quickly in Blender, we can just start from a new sculpting template. So if you're creating a new file in Blender, File, New, instead of choosing General, we can come down here to Sculpting. And the new file it has created for you will be in sculpting mode. You will have the sculpting workspace open, and you will have this quad sphere here for you. Now, if you need to get your layout mode back, you can always add any of the tabs that we had loaded previously into this sculpting template. Okay, so let's talk about sculpting with symmetry in Blender. Now, in the past, if we have needed something to be symmetrical, we have gone and used a mirror modifier. So let's go ahead and do that now. And I'm also going to turn on my axes here just so we have a better idea of where we are in space. So we have a mirror modifier. Let's just start sculpting. And you see that our strokes are indeed being mirrored across the x-axis here. So this is great, you may be thinking, but we're going to quickly see that mirror modifier is actually not the way we want to go because it's not really supported in sculpt mode. And, you know, you may think, okay, well, I need to change this. Let me enable dynamic topology by coming up here. And now we have this warning here that says generative modifiers detected. Keeping the modifiers will increase your poly count when returning to object mode. Well, we've gotten warnings up here in the past and we've ignored them. So let's just click OK. But now we're getting this warning here in our mirror modifier panel that says it's not supported in Dynotypo. And indeed, if we even move, or click and sculpt anywhere, our strokes are not being mirrored. Well, okay, we know of another way to get more geometry in Blender and in sculpting mode, and that is with the multi-res modifier. So let's just use that. Let's add a multi-res to our modifier stack, and notice that the multi-res is snapped up to the top, and this is just the nature of this modifier. It just needs to be at the top, and Blender will only allow it to be at the top. So let's go ahead and subdivide this a couple times. And now you'll see we also are still getting an error down here that says not supported in sculpt mode. And if we sculpt, our strokes are not being mirrored. So this is why we cannot use the mirror modifier with sculpting in Blender. Instead, we just need to use the sculpting X symmetry options. And these can be found up in the top right-hand corner of the screen. You'll see this icon here that has a little butterfly on it, and that denotes symmetry. So to mirror our strokes across any axis, simply enable the axis button here. We have X for the X axis. We have Y for the Y axis. And of course, Z for the Z axis. You can enable multiple axes at the same time to mirror in more directions. These settings can also be accessed by coming into the Properties Editor panel, clicking on the Active Tool panel, and coming down to the Symmetry option. Let's click to enable this dropdown. Here we have the mirror axis options that we were exploring right up here in this sort of shortcut panel. But we also have a few more. So lock, and then we have these axis buttons. So enabling these will lock the transformation of your vertices on that axis. So I have locked the X axis here. So when I draw in the Y direction, everything is normal. And as I come around to the X, my points begin to move less and less. It's because they are locked in the X. And of course you can lock in the Y. And if I draw around this way, suddenly when I reach the exact Y direction, my points are not being moved anymore. And the Z will lock it in the Z. You can see it is drawing out here and not drawing there. And of course, just like any of these other options, you can use multiple axes at the same time. So I can draw on the Z, but once it starts getting down to the equator of this sphere, my mesh is no longer being sculpted. Right. Next is the tiling settings. So tiling is going to repeat your stroke across your mesh in the direction that you select here. So when I have X selected, you can see that when I hover over my mesh, I'm getting these two additional blue dots on the either side. And that is just telling me where the tiling is going to be drawn. So let's move my cursor right here. So we have two of those cursor dots on the mesh, and let's just draw a stroke. So it looks similar to mirroring because I am doing it across an axis, but I can change the spacing of this by coming down to the tile offset spacing options and changing this slider. So if I change this to something like 0.5, you can see these dots are now much closer together. And if I changed it down even lower, let's put it at 0.25, now we see we get this multiple, we're getting multiple strokes drawn across our mesh in the X direction. Like any of these other settings, this works with any of these axes, and you can do multiple at a time to create these sort of grids. let's look at these radial settings right here. These settings will allow for radial symmetry in the desired axis. The number here determines how many times the stroke will be repeated within 360 degrees, a complete circle around the central axis. So by default, everything is 1. So when I draw everything, it is just like a normal brush stroke. You have one stroke being drawn under your cursor. Let's increase X to 2. And now when we look at the previews, we can see how it will create radial symmetry around this X axis. We can change it to increase the number. Let's increase it to 6. And now you can see I have even more symmetry around this X point. We can increase this number in any of these directions or multiple just by entering the number here. Drawing will give you a preview of what that would look like. So we have it here and here. All right, the last thing I want to look at with the symmetry options is the symmetrize button. Now, let's say you come in and you start sculpting on your mesh and you forget to turn symmetry on. And you realize all of a sudden that, hey, wait, I need this to be even across the axis. Well, we can do this after the fact without having to redo our sculpt by using the symmetrize button. So just down here at the very bottom of the symmetry panel under the active tool tab in the properties editor, we have this button that says symmetrize. Let's just click it and see what happens. So you'll see here that what it has done, has copied whatever was on this half of the mesh and mirrored it over to this half, which is great. That's exactly what we wanted in this case. We wanted the negative X half of the mesh to be copied over to the positive half. And how do you know if this is positive or negative? Well, if you hit 1 on your numpad to go into front orthographic view and look at the X direction lying this way, think of it as a number line, right? With the world origin being 0, all the positive numbers would go to the right and all the negative numbers will go to the left. So because I drew on the back of this, I was drawing on the negative X half of the mesh. But say you didn't draw on that. Say you drew on the positive half, well, no problem. You can still use the symmetrize. You just have to come down to this drop down here and change it to positive X to negative X. So it's going to take this positive half and it's going to mirror it onto this. If we click symmetrize, same result. And as you can imagine, any of these axes can be mirrored positive to negative, negative to positive in any direction simply by choosing its option here in the drop down. All right, so that is all there is to sculpting really. Actually, I take it back. That's not all there is to sculpting really. There's one more thing I missed, and that is just something to notice about the symmetrize button is that it does not work with a multi-res modifier. So if I have a multi-res on this mesh and I have sculpted some detail into that subdivision level, but let's say I need this symmetrical now, coming into the active tool panel and coming down to the symmetry tab, you'll see that symmetrize is grayed out. And this is just by nature of the multi-res modifier, the way it works. You cannot have anything that's going to remesh your object programmatically. So it's just something to note. It's not going to work with this. You would have to either apply or get rid of this modifier and then symmetrize it. It will, however, work with dynamic topology. You can sculpt on this side, come into the active tool panel and hit symmetrize. Okay, so that is all I wanted to cover about sculpting. We're going to move forward with a demonstration on sculpting with symmetry in the next video. All right, so now that we know how to sculpt using symmetry in Blender, we can get started making actual characters or creatures or anything you like, really. So let's get started with this demo. We're going to be doing some sort of face. So first things first, we're going to enable symmetry in the x-axis. We have our little preview dot and we know that it's working. And I am starting again from a quad sphere, which you can quickly get in Blender by selecting File, New, choosing Sculpting, and your quad sphere will be added into the scene ready to go for you. We're also going to enable dynamic topology for this, just because I don't quite know what I want the final shape to be. So we want to keep it loose and very flexible while we're sculpting. So I've enabled my axes views here because I just need to know when I first get started what the forward direction is going to be. So I've just done this by coming into the viewport overlays and enabling them here. And we can turn them off once we have our general shape blocked in. So without further ado, let's get started. I'm going to start just with my default draw brush, and I'm going to come in and just start carving out areas of my mesh. And you can see with symmetry enabled that this process is going to go fairly quickly. Let's carve in some eyebrows, thinking like an eye socket here. We talked about this a little bit when we modeled the character from the orthographic reference section. Typically, if your character is something that has eyes, the eyes are going to be separate sphere objects. So we're just going to model in the sockets right now. So I am working with a tablet and pen on this. There's no reason that you can't do it with a mouse. It just might be a little bit harder for you to get, fine transitions between brushes and things like that, because you will have to manually adjust the strength here instead of using the pressure on the tablet to do so. Now, for sculpting, you generally want to keep your detail as low as possible for as long as possible. It will just end up with a smoother mesh. A lot of people think that when you first start sculpting, you want to crank this detail size up so that it's very, very fine, but actually this is not what you want to do, because you're going to end up with a really lumpy looking mesh if you do that. So this is quite faceted, but this is perfect for the level of detail that we're sculpting at right now. Because when we subdivide this later, we're going to have these large forms that are very smooth. Again, I don't really have a solid plan for what I'm planning to sculpt here. I'm just kind of testing things out and letting the shape sort of come naturally. Switching over to the grab brush. This is starting to look like a sort of like a little old lady almost, with, you know, the very stretched out earlobes that come from wearing very heavy earrings for many years. So let's continue with that. Let's see what we can do with it. I don't want her to be quite so skeletal, but I did sculpt in the cheekbones and the upper part of the jaw. Or I should say, I guess, just the lower part of the skull first, because if you have a good knowledge of anatomy, it just allows you to sculpt much more accurately. So from my anatomy studies, I know that we have these bones, and I am not a scientist by any means, so I do not know the proper names of them or anything like that, but we have sort of our eye socket here, and then we have our brow bone that comes around to our temple. There's a little bit of a dip here in the temple, and then we have cheekbones that come down here, and then to the upper part where our upper teeth are, the lower part of the skull, and then the jaw as a separate piece will come in and detach where the ears are. Now obviously this is cartoonish proportions, but the anatomy structure still stands and still needs to be there in order for it to be believable. So I sculpted in first the cheekbones coming down to the upper teeth, and then I'm going to fill in things with like flesh over the cheeks. Oops. And I have relative detail turned on, so being zoomed out started to make things go a little bit funny. Let's put this up to 25. I'm just changing to constant detail so that I can zoom out and get a good idea sort of holistically of how this is shaping. But I can still sculpt in and not worry about destroying my mesh. And actually this resolution is too high, so let's come in and change it to 15. That's a little better. I'm just keeping the forms very loose, not being too much of a perfectionist at this point. Just getting general shapes in so I get a better idea of what this is going to be. So like I don't have any plan or vision for what her hair is going to look like, but I do know that I want it to come down around these ears. And I know I want it to follow generally these lines. So I'm just sculpting in those lines now, and then using that to keep building up shapes that I think are working. Maybe she has like sort of it pot coming down, but then clipped in the back. I don't know. Let's try that. A lot of this process, especially when you're starting out, is trial and error. You know, unless you're working from a planned concept, that's just how it is. Let's come in and quickly add some more resolution in here by just really lightly with our pen or with a very low strength on our brush, coming in and drawing over these areas that are lower res and smoothing over them. And that will give us a little bit more detail that we can then start sculpting into. And I'm just alternating using the draw by using just the left click or using the pen, and then holding Shift to smooth it out. I want to give her sort of a cleft chin and really emphasize the length of that chin to emphasize the age of this character. Typically, younger characters have larger, lower set eyes, rounder faces, things that make us think of babies. And as a person ages, their face tends to stretch and elongate. So making things like the chin very long, setting the eyes very high, and elongating the ears can all make a character look older. I'm holding Control just to cut in with my draw brush instead of pushing out. And I'm just going to cut around these sort of elongated earlobe to define it a little bit more from the jaw. And then I'm going to come in and fix this jawline using just my draw again and my smooth brush. And I'm pulling things out, and I tend to pull things out a little bit farther than I actually want them because when you come over it with the smooth brush, you're going to get these nice smooth lines, but it's also going to erase some of that detail. So I usually put in my details a little bit too strong and then knock them back. And for me, that is just a workflow that has worked for me. So that's what I go with. All right, so another thing about age in characters is, of course, like things like wrinkles and jowls are all going to make your character look older. Let me just increase the resolution of this ear a little. Again, not getting too fine in these details. And I think I'll even worry about things like exactly where the hairline is going to sit a little bit later. But we're just going to come in and start increasing this detail. Okay, so we have the basic structure. I mean, we need to move these ears around a little. They don't need to be sort of placed anatomically accurately because I'm not going for a realistic model here. Once again, I'm going for, you know, obviously with the size of these eyes and things, I'm going for a cartoon, but, you know, it still needs to be somewhat based on reality in order for it to be believable and pleasing to the eye. I'm gonna hit P to enable the pinch brush, and I'm gonna just bring in this cut right here and smooth it out ever so slightly. Okay, at this point, I'm going to quickly come into object mode, and I'm gonna add some spheres for eyes just to give us a better idea of how to continue this sculpt. So let's come in and add a UV sphere. And let's hide our sculpt for a moment. So I always like to think of the top point here as the pupil. So let's rotate in the X by 90 degrees. And let's unhide our sculpt here. And now we just need to place this using the scale and move tools. Let's place an eye right about here, and let's rotate it slightly out in the Z, because otherwise I just find when they're staring straight ahead, they tend to look cross-eyed. We can shade our smooth our shading, I should say. And now let's mirror this across this axis to create another one. Now we do not need to sculpt on this piece at all because it is just going to remain a sphere. So we can use a mirror modifier. So let's add a mirror modifier to the modifier stack. Make sure X is enabled. And then in order to flip it across this piece, we're just gonna click the eyedropper, click on our sculpted piece, and there we go. So we may need to move these around a bit and adjust them and scale them, but this gives us a good place to start while continuing this sculpt. So let's reselect our sculpted piece, come back into sculpt mode, and make sure that Dynotypo is still enabled, which it is because I did not go into edit mode. It is still enabled, but just double check up here, double check your symmetry is still enabled, and we can continue this sculpt with the, let's use the clay strips brush for this next part. And I'm using that brush because it adds form in a way that is really similar to like muscle. You know, muscle runs down your body in these sort of strips. So using the clay strips can sort of replicate that in a really nice way. So we're going to start adding some lines and jowls here to make this character feel older. So already that looks, with just that line cut in, is starting to look a lot better. Can add some bags under the eyes. Switch back to my draw brush for just a moment because I want to cut in, but I don't want to cut a strip. I just want to cut in a little bit of form here, smooth it out. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We can use something like the crease brush to further emphasize this. Just remember, you're not going to be able to get a nice tight pinch on that crease brush until you change your refine method to subdivide only, which we talked about in a previous video. All right, just trying to get my view in place here. Let's return to the draw brush. And oops. Actually, let's return to the clay strips brush. And I'm going to increase my resolution a little bit here. We're going to go from 15 to 20 because we're starting to get areas where we do not have enough, you know, detail to sculpt what we need. So increase the size a little here and use a little bit firmer pen pressure because I noticed I wasn't quite building it up to the point where it was being preserved after I smoothed it. And let's move to our grab brush by pressing G. Actually, before we do this, I know I can already tell I'm gonna have issues. What I want to do is pull this cheek down so it's more of a dramatic like jowl, but I already know based on how much I'm going to have to pull that this stuff is going to come along with it and I don't want it to. So let's grab our paint mask tool here and increase the strength if we're using a pen and just start masking out some areas that we don't want affected. All right, so now if I switch back to the grab brush by pressing G, now I can really get in here and pull this down as much as I need. Let's quickly, I think I have some, yes, I have some mask overspray there. Just came back into my paint mask brush and I held Control to unpaint that area. Now we can go back to grab, and now we can move this area as well. You can also use a lasso mask tool. If you click and hold on this box mask, you can get a lasso. So if you don't want to, if you want to select it but not with a box, you can do that as well. So I'm just holding Control and box selecting over everything to clear my mask. Okay, and now we just keep going. Let's switch back to the draw brush. And hold Control to set it in. And hold and Shift to smooth. And of course, having references for if you're not intimately familiar with, you know, anatomy, or, you know, I don't really know ears in particular, always have a reference image is good. But again, I'm not worried too much with this being anatomically accurate since it is very stylized. And then I'm gonna add earrings in here, like big, dramatic, funny ones, but I'm gonna add them as a separate piece. So I even like that this is sort of a happy little accident here, that this part is a little bit pinched in. Well, we can just say that's where the earring goes through the ear, and we'll add them that way. So let's leave that. And hold Control where we need to set in. It's looking pretty good. And you can see with the mirror, or I should say the symmetry enabled, you can get really cut down on this sculpting time. I have sort of an artifact here. Not really sure what's causing that. But if we get errors like this in our mesh, it looks like this might just be a error on the dynamic topology. But let's just grab this half of the mesh and symmetrize it to this half to get rid of errors like that. So we are primarily sculpting in the positive X direction, and I can see that because I can look up here and say, oh, this is the negative X, this is the positive, and you can see that when I move my camera, that updates, so that's how I know. And in fact, we can actually get rid of, we don't need those anymore. So let's just symmetrize it from the positive X to the negative X direction. Let's come into the active tool settings and come down here where it says symmetry and change this from positive to negative and hit symmetrize. And now that error is gone. Can switch to the grab brush. I'm just going to start pulling out where the neck would be. We're not going to sculpt a full body here. We're just going to do the head, but we can include the top portion of the neck as well. And with the neck as part of it, we can do some more fun characteristics. We can, you know, sort of have some loose skin right here to further reflect the age of this character. Yeah, something like that. Okay, let's continue with this eye area because that needs the most work at the moment. And I think I might even need to increase my detail size. Let's go to 25. Add an eyelid just using the draw brush here. And the nice thing about the sculpting symmetry is that I can sculpt on either side. I do not have to sculpt on the right side if I don't wish to. So I was seeing some lumpiness in this eyelid I just created, and instead of manipulating my camera around to see it better on this one, I noticed that I could see it very clearly from this angle right here. So I can just grab on this side and start sculpting as needed, and that change will be reflected across. Let's just start. Still getting some lumpiness. And I'm just using the grab brush here to smooth it out. And then I'm holding shift and I'm just clicking once with my mouse to get like a single smooth operation. So F and resize the grab brush a bit. Just want to pull this in so there's a little bit more definition. Okay, let's go back to our draw brush and continue here. And I think, yeah, we may even need to continue to increase this. So let's go up to 30. Yep. And let's grab our crease brush here and just start further highlighting these creases. And just coming in to grab, smoothing, grabbing, adjusting. Wherever it looks okay, so far so good, I think. I want to create some nostrils now, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to up-res this specific area by using the inflate brush with a relatively low strength or light pen pressure. I'm going to increase the size of my brush a little bit and just very gently increase it so that when I hold shift and smooth it, you'll see it's being subdivided but not changed dramatically. So now I want to create some nostrils here. And I'm actually going to use the blob brush to do this because it is similar to the inflate brush, but it just creates a sharper edge, which is what we want in this case. So holding control and with the blob brush, I'm just going to start pressing this in, and we can start changing the shape with the grab brush and smoothing it and just getting the very start of that going. So I'm gonna up-res this area now with the inflate using the same technique that we just used on the nose, just really light on the inflate and then smooth it. Great. Then we can come in with something like the draw brush. Let's carve in this, oh, what is it called? The epicanthal? No, I don't remember. This part, this little curve in your upper lip here. Again, coming out with more strength and detail that I really want, and then smoothing it back. I don't want the lips here to be too dramatic because, again, this is an older character, and as we age, our lips tend to get thinner. I'm going to come in with the pinch brush by pressing P on the keyboard and just tighten this in. Again, I'm not going to be able to get this extremely tight because my refine method is still set to subdivide collapse, but I am not ready to move up to subdivide just yet. We have a lot more blocking out to do first. Let's grab our draw brush. Grab. Let's grab our crease brush and emphasize this fold, smoothing it out and redrawing it to get that up res looking good. I'm going to grab the inflate brush and try to smooth this out as much as I can using the inflate and the smooth, just alternating between them to try to get rid of some of that lumpiness. And some of that is a product of just the lower resolution right here, but some of it will show up as we continue to further subdivide this. So we want to make it as correct as we can to what we're trying to do as early as we can at the lowest resolution possible, because if you see errors in the lower res version, they're not going to go away by up-resing necessarily. Some of this you just develop an eye for it. Like some of this jaggedness is caused by the low res, and some of this, like this area, is not. This is caused by the shape of the mesh being incorrect. All right, let's grab our crease brush again and come in and start emphasizing this area. And let's grab our clay strips one more time to emphasize the brow line. And switching back to crease, sort of a larger brush size, and bringing this in. All right, it's starting to look pretty good, at least in my opinion. I'm happy with it so far. I mean, there's work to do, but we can see kind of where it's going. All right, let's grab the clay strips again and holding control and smoothing just to get rid of that big lump. course, remembering to smooth to be able to really see the way that the mesh has been upraised when you stroke back over it with a higher resolution size. I'm just going to grab the grab brush and increase the size and have this. I think I want, when I'm looking at it this way, I want to see more of the hair up here. So we're just going to do that with the grab brush and a large brush size to make some larger scale changes. All right, let's go back to clay strips. And adjust the size and keep going. We can come into crease and come into this area right here. Again, we won't be able to get it very, very fine, but we will be able to further accentuate the difference between the hair and the ear here. And just be careful because I've started to, this has started to bow in a little bit. So just be careful. You might even want to come in with something like the fill tool here and fill that out. Okay, so then, yeah, I would just come in with the clay strips and continue to, you know, pull out the direction, the rough direction, like sort of large form locks of this hair. You know, and probably it's going to come up from the neck and probably pile into like a sort of a bun right here. So not being too exact, just trying to get the general lines in. I do want to make sure that it comes down this way in the front, just because I think that is fitting and appropriate for this character. Okay, let's accentuate this part in the middle a little bit better using the crease brush. Just gonna come in here and crease it and smooth it and crease it. Repeat that back until a point where it stops. So you can imagine that there would be more hair underneath this, but then it's coming back up around to about here. So let's accentuate that piled up part with some strokes in this direction. In a sort of a semi-circular pattern. And we can cut in as well as push out to increase the texture here. And let's just fix this little last portion. Smooth it out maybe. And we might want to even make this more exaggerated. So let's see how it looks if I take the grab brush, holding F to increase the size. I'm just going to look at it from roughly the side. I'm not in orthographic view or anything. I'm just navigated my camera out to the side, but I want to make sure that the profile looks as good as the front. I don't know, maybe sort of like a Sort of a beehive look almost. Not quite on top though. But we can push it more towards the top. And maybe it needs to be a little bit wider. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, let's pop into object mode. And I want to add some big earrings. I don't know if they should be hoops or just like really big spheres. We can try both and see how they look. Let's rotate this in the Y by 90. You don't have to. This is just sort of a thing I have about the direction of these edge loops. I like to keep them as, I don't know, sensical as I possibly can, even if you're not necessarily going to see it. Okay. This is with these big old like pearls. You can think of them. That's pretty good. But this would sit much farther forward. It's pretty good. Let's see how it looks with some hoops. Just gonna hide everything else right now so I can view just this torus shape I have added, and I'm gonna adjust some of these settings here to, oops, why did that? Oh, that seems to be an error in Blender. Let's just go into local. That, since I have hidden it and tried to adjust something, it for some reason unhid everything in my scene. So let's just click this checks box for just a moment to just quickly hide everything in the scene. Now we're going to add a torus, and now we can use these settings, I think, without problems. Yeah. I think something like this. I don't want it too actually something like this. But we're gonna continue to adjust it. So let's tab into edit mode. Let's grab this and bevel it so it's more of this shape. Okay, now let's turn this checkbox back on and rotate this in place. I think these hoops are gonna be it, but let's get them in and see how they look. I mean, yeah, so we need to adjust them so they're not obviously like cutting through her neck and whatnot, but we'll get there. And then we're gonna probably adjust this so it tapers more finely, but we're just getting a rough idea of what we want for this and how big to make it. Yeah, I'm liking the hoops. Let's go with hoops. Okay, so let's finish this. Just tabbed into edit mode. I'm gonna select these faces that I want smooth, right click, shade them smooth. I need these ones to be smooth as well, actually. I'm gonna hit Alt-N to bring up this normals tab. I'm just gonna hit reset vectors. It's gonna highlight some of these in a light blue, which just makes them sharp. And this is just a calculation that Blender does automatically. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a point that is approximately at the top, the part that goes to the ears. I'm going to turn on proportional editing. I'm just going to scale it so it's a bit more tapered. Yeah. I think that looks pretty good. Let's reflect it across the axis again. Again, just like the eyes, we're not probably gonna need to sculpt anything on these pieces. I mean, you can if you like, but we're able to use a mirror modifier if we do not sculpt. And again, we just need to grab the eyedropper in the mirror object and click on our sculpted piece. And that will get it exactly where we want it. Something like that. Okay, so now we can continue to sculpt the ear around this piece as well. Okay, so let's come back into sculpt mode on the head. And let's just grab and try to adjust this piece. And let's grab the inflate brush. And just kind of build up sort of the flesh around this part to make it look more like this is going through and it is pierced rather than it is just, you know, two meshes intersecting. And I'm just coming in with the inflate very gently and smoothing it, again, just to up-res to match the resolution of the rest of the face. Let's grab a crease and pull this in. And grab and adjust that shape. Okay, I think we do have a couple areas that we missed. Let's just grab and crease them and then smooth them, and everything around it will have increased resolution. I don't necessarily want even resolution, otherwise I would use the detail flood fill, but I do want things to feel like they are appropriately dense for what isn't on them in the area. You know, we need certain areas to be a little bit crisper and tighter and cleaner than the others. Let's accentuate this nose a bit more. And I want to increase the difference here. So let's grab the crease, crease this in, and it looks like it is almost time to up-res again. You may want to take some time at this resolution and, you know, fix the hair kind of the way you like it. I'm not, you know, totally finished with the hair, but it's sort of a general idea. And I'm just smoothing this out because I think it is a little bit noisy, and I do want to maintain some of that texture, but just it was a little too noisy for me. So we're going to try to cut in some of those lines and things, but we're going to have them try to be a little bit neater, a little bit fewer. It was very sort of rough and sketchy when I came in and drew in the hair line. So obviously it is no surprise when the results are sketchy. So let's come in with a little bit finer control. Still somewhat sketchy because it is hair, but turn down the strength of my smoothing a little bit. Just keeping in mind that holding shift is the same thing as the smooth brush here. So if you change the settings on your smooth brush, when you hold shift and smooth, those settings will be reflected. And then when I get lines that I really like and I want to maintain, I can come in here with the crease brush and just make sure that they're really emphasized, so that even if I smooth this a little bit, it will maintain those lines. And for the hair, you may want to turn symmetry off at some point, because hair is not something that usually is perfectly symmetrical. But for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to leave it on. But just know that that is always an option if you are liking it, but you notice that maybe it looks a little off and you don't know why, because hair is usually not a symmetrical part of your mesh. And turning symmetry off and sculpting on, you know, a part of your mesh will not negatively affect the rest of it in any way. You know, you won't lose half of your mesh or anything like that. It'll just add that part. Just remember to turn it back on when you need to get back into symmetry. Grab my crease brush again to emphasize this line right here. So I want this piece to look like it's going under this one, so I'm just going to add some layering right here. Again, just using clay strips, and I can hold control and sort of knock down some of this height right here. And if you're worried about messing up the this ear shape, just remember that you can come in and paint a mask, and you can preserve that shape. So now I can come back with my clay strips, continue refining this part and layering in this part over. And now I can even add so it looks like it's coming under and then coming back out over here, and it won't mess up this part of the ear because I have that mask painted. Using the crease brush again to accentuate some of these larger forms from each other. And keeping in mind the lines, I want to maintain kind of these smooth sort of sweeping arcs here. So if you notice that your lines are a little bit off, the grab brush is a great way to just nudge them back into place. Okay, so we're almost done with this level of detail. We just need to finish up the hair a little bit more. Let's grab our clay strips and pull out some of these lines. I think I want to cut in here a little bit. Pull out here, pull out here. And I'm not going to continue the part, obviously, because it's like this part of the hair is piled up over. But we can grab our crease brush and just start accentuating these lines. Again, come back with clay strips and continue to draw these large form locks of hair. And we can always change the shape if we're not happy with it by using the grab brush, just making these edits to the silhouette. I think that looks pretty decent. Okay, so let's take a quick break here and we're gonna come back and finish up some higher resolution stuff. All right, I'll see you then. Okay, so let's continue on adding more detail to our sculpt here. So I'm in object mode, but I'm just gonna return to sculpt mode up here. And we're going to make sure that dynamic topology is still enabled. And it looks like our resolution got reset at some point. So let's just make sure. So I just clicked the eyedropper here and I went and clicked on my mesh just about here because I wanted a sort of basis of comparison. So I know that this density here is 26.79 in dynamic topology. So if we want to up-res from here, let's put it at about 50. And let's change our refine method from subdivide collapse to subdivide because we're going to start putting in finer and finer details and we don't want them to be erased by our edges collapsing on each other. You can also enable smooth shading if you like. Okay. I'm going to start with my crease brush here. Just start pulling in this edge. I'm actually going to mask some of this first because I'm not liking how it is pulling down the eyelid by quite a lot. So I'm going to come in and draw a mask here. And then come in with my crease brush. And now go over that area. Now it's not pulling away from the eye like it was before. You can start pulling out some larger wrinkles. And refining the ones that we already have. Just going to come in and smooth this out with my draw brush a little, using the smooth and the draw interchangeably. And now I'm going to come in with my crease. Get and clear the mask. I want to get a better idea for what is going on with the eyes. So I'm going to come into object mode for just a minute here. And I'm going to click on the eyes and let's tab into edit mode here. So I want a better idea of where the irises and the pupils would be. So the easiest way we can visualize that at this stage is by modeling it in. So I'm gonna make selection here, just box dragging to select and then holding Shift and Alt to select these face loops. So with the topology we currently have, our eye would be about like this. So let's just extrude this out. Just hit E to extrude it. We can preview it here on the other side. So that would be about the size of the iris. So for the pupil, let's just select this very inner ring here. And let's extrude this in a little bit. So that would be about the pupil. And if you want cleaner, less sort of muddy edges right here, you can come in and bevel these edges a little bit. And that will just give you a finer line there. You can do the same thing right here. And it'll give you something like that. Okay, so now that we have that in place, we're already seeing more life in this character. So let's jump back into sculpt mode for the head and continue refining some of these details. I'm gonna grab the inflate brush. Actually, first I'm going to grab the crease. And I'm going to just once more at this higher resolution now, crease this in. And now if you really want to emphasize it, you can come in with the inflate brush and just inflate on the sides. And you'll get a very tight line there. I think that's a little too fine, so let's just use the smooth brush by holding Shift and smoothing that out ever so slightly. Okay. All right, back with the crease brush. Let's come in and keep refining here. Using a mixture of the crease and the smooth tool. And again, we're going to need a mask right here if we don't want the profile of this line here to change. No, I do want it a little bit smoother, but I'm going to drag that in. So let's grab our paint mask brush, quickly paint this back in. And hold Control and just clean that up. Right, back with our crease brush. And I actually think I need to mask down here as well. Okay. Okay, so now if I clear this mask by grabbing the box select and holding Control. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's reduce the size here so we don't get too much pinching. And I can draw out this line even more. I want this one to be slightly less emphasized than these other two. Go. Can draw out some crow's feet here. Smooth out this. I'm just gonna knock down some of that volume so it's just a little bit smoother transition into the temple here. And smooth out some of this pinching happening on the cheeks. These cheeks are looking quite full, which is fine, but it's not really what I'm going for. I'm looking for like a more of a loose, you know, wrinkly skin. So I'm going to take the deflate brush and I'm just going to deflate in the center a little bit. But I'm going to leave the volume here. I'm just going to sink it a little bit in the middle. And sort of just following this triangle shape of it. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's grab our crease brush once again. And we can start to crease into the mouth here. You want to mask up that upper lip portion. Mask that out. Let's grab our draw and we're going to pull out just a little bit of a bottom, more of a bottom lip than is here. Not too much. Again, we want to keep the lips pretty thin, but we do want them to be sort of somewhat existing. Let's grab the inflate and just fix some of this lumpiness that's happening. Now, a note about modeling the mouths on characters. If you need to animate a character, you will need to model it with the mouth open, and you will need to create the entire inside structure of the mouth. Obviously, because we have not done that, if we needed to animate this character in a way that she talked, she would not be able to open her mouth because it is not there. So there's no way to create something that isn't there in animation. So just something to keep in mind. You also typically want to model characters with their eyes closed if they need to blink, because trying to pull this mesh down would cause some stretching issues if we modeled with it open. But for the purposes of this demonstration, we're not planning to animate or have her blink or any sort of animation, so we can have the mouth closed and the eyes open. Just smoothing out some areas where there's just a little bit of faceting from how it was subdivided. And accentuating some of these ear forms a little bit more. Can push in a little bit under this and pull out right around it, and then smooth those edges so it really looks like this mesh is puncturing through a hole in the skin. There we go. Gonna use my grab brush and just even this out a little bit. And I believe we don't need this mask anymore. We can clear that. So let's give a once over to the hairline, and I believe that will be it for this stage of the sculpt, for this level of detail. Let's come in and again with the crease brush, pull out this form. And we need to add a couple of strips of hair, smaller ones, right around the ears. And again, for something like the hair and doing these locks, you might want to turn off symmetry and do them separately, because it is, you know, it's rare that something like hair would be perfectly symmetrical. I'm going to leave symmetry on for the sake of time in this demonstration, but just know that you might want to consider doing them individually. I'm just holding control, and with my clay strips brush, just stroking over in the direction that I want the hair to flow, and not holding control, trying to blend this in with the forehead line a little bit. And then we can take the crease brush, crease up here. Smooth this out a little. You can see everything sort of click, and it's a little bit faceted. A little bit faceted when I move over a new area, as it is dynamically subdividing it. So don't forget to just go over those and smooth it again. Okay, let's keep going, keep emphasizing these lines, and start adding in some more minor lines as we go to break up some of these larger pieces. And I'm going to change the fall off of this brush, and I'm going to change it to sharp. And this is just going to mean that it's going to pull in less from these surrounding regions, and it's just going to give us a little bit sharper of a line. If you want it back to its default, just go in here and change it to smooth. With my clay strips brush and holding control, I'm just going to flatten this out a little. Right along it was having these weird, these strong peaks. So I'm just bringing that back down. And if we like sort of the shape of our forms here, but we just want to pinch it in a little bit more, we can use the pinch brush by pressing P, upsizing it a little bit, and we can just pinch these together and then smooth them out. Return to the crease brush and change the size back down. Grab the pinch again and just tighten up these curls and smooth out some of these sort of ridges we've gotten. And then I think I will actually turn off symmetry, at least for this little part of the hair. So let's just come up here to our symmetry icon and turn it off. Now you can see that I am just sculpting normally. And just for like the little ends that are going to overlap here, I don't want them to be perfectly symmetrical right in the back. It's more okay to do it sort of on the side because you're not really going to see it from this side and this side at the exact same time. But where the lines of symmetry meet, you often will notice it more. Want to accentuate those forms again with the crease brush, and reducing the size of this brush will also help with distorting some of the surrounding mesh. It won't be pinching quite as large of an area. I'm going to turn symmetry back on before I forget. Coming in with my clay strips to finish this out. And I'm going to turn off symmetry one more time because I do think we need to break up this very back piece a little bit more than it actually is. So let's come in with the crease brush again and start to try to break this up, but not in a perfectly symmetrical way. So let's reduce the size of our brush and kind of have it so, I don't know, maybe it looks like it's falling over this way. Let's come in with the clay strips and a slightly larger brush size, and holding control, and I'm just trying to like tuck some of these ones under these ones, if that makes sense. Right, just with the grab brush coming in and making any last silhouette changes I might want. And I should also remember to return to symmetry mode, although in the case of that big hair like this, I think it's okay if it's not perfectly symmetrical. In fact, it'll probably look a little bit better. So just taking time, looking at it from every angle to make sure that the shapes are what you want them to be. Come in and mask here. And I should should really just reduce the size of this to make this more accurate. There we go. Come back to the grab brush. Okay. So I think that looks pretty good for this level. Now, this is quite a stylized piece, so you probably wouldn't come in and add any more fine detail into the sculpt level. You might with some texture, but we'll get to that in a future video. So, you know, I wouldn't come in and add things as fine as like very fine wrinkles or pores on the skin or anything. But if you were to do that, if you were working on, say, something that was more realistic and you wanted to sculpt at a very fine level, I do want to address that you may notice that if you continue using dynamic topology, your performance will slow down tremendously and you will not be able to sculpt in surface details. So you really cannot use dynamic topology for sculpting in very fine sort of surface details. What you would need to do in this case is either make your entire mesh very dense by choosing a very high resolution and hitting detail flood fill and then turning off dynamic topology. Actually, let's just do this as an example. So what you would need to do, let's turn this up. Let's actually turn this to 75. I don't want to crash Blender. So if you turn this up, any sort of resolution, if you turn it up very, very high, you risk crashing Blender, if not your whole computer. So let's do a detail flood fill at 75. Make sure you save your work before you do it, just in case it does crash. It depends on the power of your machine. So let's hit detail flood fill. Okay, so it did not crash, luckily. And now if we come into edit mode, you'll notice that your performance times are dramatically reduced when you're dealing with this many. So right now we have 800,000 points on our screen, which is about 1.6 million triangles. And then if you want to view this information on your screen, you can come into the Viewport Overlays drop-down tab and click on Statistics. We'll give you this information. Let's pop back into sculpt mode. Give it a minute. Okay. So we can smooth out any areas that are faceted. But you'll notice already that you're getting a dramatic drop in performance. At this high of density. So let's turn off dynamic topology for a minute. And now when we come in and try to make edits, it's much, much quicker. So you would need to turn off dynamic topology to get any sort of high resolution detail. And you can either do that by having a very dense base mesh. And even then you can see that this is not quite enough resolution to get fine detail. And my computer's already starting to struggle. So how do we deal with this? Well, fine surface detail is kind of what the multi-resolution modifier is built for and is best at. So we need to figure out a way to get this model from dynamic topology into a topology that works for multi-resolution. Because right now, you've seen the very dense triangulated mesh. Imagine trying to subdivide that. Well, that would cause even more problems than we had already. So what we need to do is a process called retopologizing this. And retopology is basically creating a secondary mesh that uses the shapes and the lines we have created in sculpt mode. We create another mesh around this that has a low resolution, but follows the edges and contours of this mesh exactly. And then we take that and we subdivide that with the multi-resolution modifier, and then that allows us to sculpt even finer details. So when we come back, we're going to go a little bit more over retopology. Okay, so we have finished our sculpt to this level of detail, but now if we wanted to add finer details to this, we need to talk a little bit more about retopology. Because we used the dynamic topology setting when we were sculpting, the topology of this mesh, if you tab into edit mode, you'll see that not only is it extremely dense, but there's just no edge loops in this. There's no way that we could use a multi-res modifier with this to add surface details. And also, if we wanted to animate this mesh, we would not be able to do it with this type of dense triangulated mesh. So let's tab back into object mode. So the way that we would move forward with a piece from this stage, either for high-res sculpting or for animation, is through retopology. Now, retopology is simply a process of simplifying this model by basically creating a new model directly over it that has a lower polygon count and has a cleaner edge flow. So there are some things to keep in mind when retopologizing a mesh. And one is, what is this model going to be used for? If it is going to be used for animation in particular, there are certain things that you need to keep in mind when creating your new low-res mesh over this. And that is the topology or the edge flow, which is basically just how polygons are shaped around this mesh. And let me just show you an example of what a good topology on a face looks like. So this is a retopologized mesh that has appropriate edge flow for animation. So the things to note with pieces like this is what is really important is that we have consistent edge loops around any areas of our mesh that are going to be deformed through animation. So in this case, if the mouth needs to move, we need to have edge flows, or edge loops rather, that go cleanly around the mouth in a circle, so that I could alt and click right here and it would select this entire edge loop. Now in this image, they have highlighted all the sections and loops that are appropriate for animating a mesh. And to find a guide like this, you can honestly just Google face topology and you will get many examples of faces that have highlighted the rings and edges around the eyes and the mouth and areas of the mesh that need to be deformed. They will highlight them to show you better how these faces and edges need to flow. So this is going to become more clear when we get further in and we actually start retopologizing our own model, but just know that you can just simply Google something like face topology guide and you will get a lot of image results that will show you basically where your loops need to be. So for a human face, they need to be around the eyes, around the eyebrows if you plan on animating that, and around the mouth are the most important points. So now that we have a general idea of how our finalized retopologized mesh should look, let's jump back into Blender and see what we can do to basically have this topology on this mesh. So the way retopology works is basically I'm just going to model a new mesh over this existing one in such a way that it matches the shapes I have created through sculpting mode. So we're going to start with a plane, and actually I'm going to tab into the modeling workspace right here. If you have started from a sculpting template, the layout and the modeling workspaces will not be up here. You will only have sculpting and shading, but you can add any workspace you need back into this file just by simply clicking the plus icon here. You can come into general and choose modeling or layout or any workspace you need. So I've just chosen the modeling and it will add it here at the end. Now, if you want to reorder these, you can right click on any of these workspace tabs and say, reorder to front, and that will put modeling at the front, reorder to back, and you can organize your workspaces that way. So let's move into the modeling workspace. And it took a second because it automatically put us into edit mode. Let's just exit into object mode again. Okay, and I'm going to just do a couple things to set this up for myself. I'm going to come into the overlays drop down and I'm going to disable the floor, which will get rid of this grid that is intersecting our mesh. And I'm going to disable these X and Y axes lines because I know which direction this is facing already and it is just getting in my way. Okay, so to start to retopologize this mesh, I'm going to press Shift A on my keyboard and I'm going to add in a plane. Now, from here, I'm going to tab into edit mode because I want to leave the origin at the world center. And I'm just going to grab this plane and rotate it, scale it, so it is about here. Now, there's a few more things we need to do that are that is going to make this process a lot easier. Now, retopology is kind of one of those very tedious, time-consuming processes that you will quickly find that you may want to speed up the process wherever you can. So just a couple things to start out with. So we have this plane here, but right now it's just kind of these points are floating away from our mesh. And rather than having to grab each point individually and move it to the surface, we can automate that process by turning on snapping. So let's come up to our snapping icon right here, and let's click the drop down. And by default, it has been set to increment, and that is what has allowed us to snap to the grid lines here. But we're going to change it from increment because we don't want it to snap to the grid. We want it to snap to this mesh. So in order to do that, let's come up here and change this to face. Now, this will open up these other options for you. And all you need to do is enable project individual elements, which will allow these surfaces to snap onto the faces of another object. So nothing has changed right now because we haven't moved anything. But if we were to select one of these points and press G on the keyboard, first we need to enable snapping. So all I've done is change the settings, but I forgot to actually press enable it. So make sure that this icon is highlighted. So now if we select a point and press G, it will snap to the nearest surface. So now we have this matching the surface of our sculpt, but we can't really see what we're doing. So there's a couple of tricks that we can employ to enable to visualize what we're doing a little bit better. So the first thing I'm going to do is, with the plane selected, I'm going to come into the object properties of the plane object, and I'm going to come down here to where it says viewport display. I'm going to click this drop down, and down here at the bottom of these options, I'm just going to click the bubble that says in front. This will move the object, the rendering of the object, to the front of the mesh despite it being behind. So you can see now that it's not being clipped in. Although it is existing inside this mesh, it is always being rendered in front of it, just to better allow us to see what we're doing. The next thing we need to do to enable some viewport options that are going to allow us to visualize this a little bit better is we're going to turn on backface culling. So what backface culling is, let me hide this object for just a moment. Let's just hide all of these. So right now we have this singular face, and if we if we rotate around to the back of it, we can see the back of this face. Now, normally this is not an issue, but you will notice that as we start to pull things around to the back of this, because we have this as rendering in front, it's going to get very confusing as to what we're looking at, whether we are looking at the front of a face or the back of something in the back. So we need to turn on backface culling. Let's do that by coming up to the viewport shading options, clicking the drop down, and enabling this backface culling option right here. So now, if I view the front of this plane, we can still see it as we did before, but if I come around to the back, we can no longer see it. In fact, we can only see the outline because I have it selected. If I deselect it, it disappears entirely. So that is just going to make it a little bit easier to see what we're doing as we get farther into our retopology. The next thing that might help your visualization is enabling some color modes on this. Now, right now it is difficult to see the difference between this and this because they are the same color. So there are a couple of ways you can do that. You can come down here in the same viewport display and change the color. But you will notice that this does not change the color in the viewport. In order to visualize this color on our mesh, we need to come back into our shading options and change the color from material to object. Another way that we can do this is if we come back into material, if we go into the material properties tab, if we click new to add a new material, and don't worry too much about any of this because we are going to cover it in a future video, but let's scroll down to viewport display, and there is the color option here, which will allow us to add a color in our viewport. The final option you have for enabling colors is to come into the viewport shading and change the color mode from material to random. This will assign a random color to every object in your scene on a per object basis. So the eyes are one color, the head is one color, and the earrings are one color. Now, you may notice that these earrings appear to be the same color as the head, despite the fact that they are different objects. Now, this is happening because there's only a select number of colors that Blender assigns, and you may get it to the point where it just happens to have assigned the same color to two different objects based on its randomization. Now, if you wanted to change the color of any one of these objects, you'd have to do so by renaming the object. So I have renamed my objects here in my outliner. I have this as granny underscore earrings. So if I needed to change the color so that this was a different color from the head, I could come in and change the name, and that would change the color of the object. So all of these are perfectly valid ways of changing the color of your object in order to help ease the view of it and helps you see what you're doing a little bit more clearly. So choose any of those methods that you like if you need to have different colors in order to be able to see this a little bit easier. So the next thing we need to do to get ready to retopologize this is to add a couple of modifiers to the plane object. So make sure you have the plane, and you can even rename it to something like retopology. So you know that this is the new mesh you are creating that is going to be the retopologized version of this old sculpt. So let's add our modifiers. So we're going to click on Add Modifier. And the first one we're going to add is under the Deform panel. We're going to go and click on Shrink Wrap. Now, what Shrink Wrap does is it basically whatever object this modifier is on, meaning the retopology in this case, typo there, it is going to look at whatever object you put in the target field, and it is going to snap the surface of this retopology object onto the surface of the target object. Now, you may be wondering why we need both the shrink wrap and snapping turned on, because they both provide very similar functions. And I will just say that you will get a much more accurate result if you use both snapping and a shrink wrap modifier as opposed to using just one. So in order to get this shrink wrap working, because right now it is currently not working, and you'll know that because the icon here is red. To get this working, we need to give it a target. So let's give it the target of this head sculpt. Let's grab the eyedropper, click on the head, and now it is working. Nothing has really happened visually, but you'll see that if we start to extrude these out, no matter what our view angle is, it is going to snap along the surface of this mesh. Now, the next modifier we need to add is a mirror, and we are very familiar with the mirror modifier at this point. So add a mirror modifier to your retopology object, enable clipping, and now if we grab this edge and bring it to the center using G, we will now have this topology mirrored onto the other side of our mesh, which means that we will only have to retopologize half of this face and it will just be mirrored. The last modifier we're going to add is optional, and I only recommend adding it if you are having trouble with, if you're starting this retopology and you're having some issues seeing what you're doing and you notice that there's some flickering that might occur as you continue on. To combat this, let's add a displacement modifier. So just add the modifier and under the deform column, hit displace. So currently we are not seeing any displacement happening. That is only because we have the edit mode display disabled. So let's enable edit mode display. And with the strength of 1 on here, you'll see that our mesh is, or our retopology mesh is being moved out from the surface. So let's just dial this back to about 0.1 or maybe even 0.05. Give it a very low value, maybe 0.025, so that it just will push this retopology object ever so slightly off of the surface if you're having trouble visualizing it or you're getting any sort of flickering errors, don't worry, there's something wrong with your mesh. It is just a display problem, which you can fix using a displace modifier. But we're not going to use that right now because we're not having any of those issues. Just know that if you do, that is how you fix it. Now, before we really get started, there's a couple of add-ons that will make this easier. Now, because retopology is such a time-consuming and tedious process, there have been many add-ons created for it that help ease this workflow. And one I just want to point out to you is RetopFlow. You can find this in the Blender Marketplace. Now, this is a paid add-on, but I have used it myself. It does dramatically increase the speed at which you can retopologize things. We're not going to be using this in this video, again, because it is a paid add-on. But just know that if you start retopologizing and you're thinking, oh man, this is very time consuming and I wish there was a faster way, there are, you may need to invest a little later down the road if you find that you're doing a lot of retopology and you want to speed up the process. This is one I recommend. There are others out there. Some are paid, some are not. But I know for a fact that RetopFlow is a good one. Again, we're not going to use it because it is a paid add-on, but there is one more add-on that comes packaged with Blender that I do want to make sure we enable, and that is the F2 add-on. So come into Edit and Preferences, and under the Add-ons tab, you'll see I was already searching for it. We can come into the search bar and just press F2. And you'll get this Mesh F2 add-on. Just click to enable it and save, exit. So what this does is it is basically extended functionality for the fill tool, which we used in our modeling section. We would press F and we would fill in certain quads, lines, and faces. So what the F2 does, let's extrude this up so I can show you. Normally, without the F2 add-on, if we pressed F with this point selected, it would draw a triangle right here. But with the F2 add-on, now when we press F, it creates a perfect quad. And it draws that point out here. So this is just a sort of a workflow speed up that instead of having to, extrude and merge these points, we can just quickly add a new point here. And keeping these faces all quadrilateral is extremely important for having a good topology when you're retopologizing something, especially for animation. So that is the last thing I really wanted to discuss before we get started actually retopologizing this model. So I'm going to pause the recording here, and when we come back, we're going to continue on and retopologize this entire head model. Okay, so let's get started with actually getting in and retopologizing this mesh. So I have all my modifiers set up, I have snapping turned on, I have my retopology mesh, I have it colored green in the viewport so I can see it, and I have backface culling turned on. So when I come around to the back of this, we're no longer seeing the green solid mesh here. So let's get started. Now I'm gonna have one of these guides up on my second monitor just so I can maintain, or just so I can make sure that I'm maintaining these face loops around areas like the mouth and the eyes. Again, we're not going to animate this mesh, but having good topology is a good practice anyway. So our main tools for actually doing our retopology is largely just going to be the extrude tool and the grab tool. So I've already started extruding some of these faces out here. So I started with this face and I just made sure that it was mirrored onto the other side. and that that clipping was enabled so that the center points become merged and I can't move through the mesh. So again, my keystrokes will be captured down here, but I will also describe what I'm doing. All we have to do is we can start in maybe edge select. Let's come around and draw a loop around this mouth. So I'm going to select this edge, and I'm going to show you a quick shortcut for extruding polygons quickly. And that is, instead of pressing E and sliding it out, which will definitely give you more control, what we can do instead is hold Control when we have an edge selected and a right mouse button to quickly pull that edge out. Now you can either use the box select, which we have been doing up to this point, and pressing G to tweak these points. We can do that and we don't have to worry because of our shrink wrap and our snapping. Doing that will not move this green mesh away from our original. Or you can come down here to where it says select box, click and hold, and if you want to select the tweak tool, what that will allow you to do is, instead of pressing G, you can just click and drag on any of these points to refine their position. I tend to prefer just using the G tool. That's just what I am used to and how I learned it, but either way is totally fine. So let's just Control and right mouse button around until we get some more points here. And then we can come in with our grab tool and just clean this up. Now, the key to having good topology is, well, one, maintaining your edge loops where you need them, especially around areas of deformation. And again, I am not an animator, so I'm probably not doing a great job of explaining why we need to have edge loops around our areas of deformation, such as the mouth, which needs to open and close, and the eyes, which typically need to blink. But there are tons of resources online. You can just Google things like that. Will give you a better explanation for why these loops produce good animation and good deformation. But again, I'm not an animator. However, I am aware of good topology. And good topology is based not only on those loops, but it's also based on having quadrilateral faces, very few poles, which are areas where maybe 5 edges will meet at a point. As few of those as you can manage, and also having evenly spaced geometry. So we would not want something like a quad of this face and then have a tight loop here. There are reasons for adding tighter loops in certain areas, but when you're just building your initial retopology, you want to keep everything as evenly spaced and as low resolution as you can. So, I would not come in here and start adding loops, at this stage, because we need to get this whole thing done first before we start looking at where do we need more resolution. So let's just continue on using the extrude tool and pulling this out. So I've created this loop around the mouth, and that's going to serve as the basis for the rest of this. But I also want to keep in mind the contours of this sculpt. So because I have a sharp line here and a larger form here, I want to maintain that in my retopologized mesh. So I would need probably a face loop edge to come around and down on this larger form, and have an edge that runs in between here to accentuate this crease. So let's grab this one and press F. Again, with our F2 add-on enabled, that allows us to draw a quad instead of a triangle. So I'm going to grab this edge and just extrude this out. And I want this edge, I want an edge basically running along this crease, and I'm going to use this edge that I've created to do that. So let's grab this one and press F. And we're just extruding now along the form. Retopology is a little bit like solving a puzzle, because you need to figure out how to best create your new faces in a way that matches this form while maintaining a low resolution and even spacing. So if you like puzzles, you might enjoy this, but that being said, most people I know find retopology a bit tedious. So I've pressed F here and it's created a new point, and now I need to merge these two together. I'm just going to select them. I'm going to press M and merge at center, the same way we did in our previous modeling videos. I meant to grab that and I accidentally extruded it, so I'm just going to undo to make sure I get rid of that duplicate. Okay. So I just grabbed that edge and hit F twice to fill that in. Already these faces down here are starting to get a little bit large, so we might want to break it up a little bit. If you're getting this sort of, the mesh itself is poking through these points and faces that are being drawn in edit mode, and you can't see these points anymore, you can visualize them again by coming to our shrink wrap modifier and making sure on cage is turned on, and that will just allow you to see all those points. Oops. So I'm just looking at this on my other screen. I'm choosing this one because it's a bit simpler than the other example I showed. This is like a professional animation topology setup, which we don't need for our mesh because we don't plan on animating it. But this one is a good guide. It's pretty simple. And it just allows me to see, okay, I need this mouth section to come around in rings and then come up, and I'm making edits depending on the shape. Obviously, I'm not coming around quite as much because I have these jowls coming down, but I still have my loop here, and now I need to create a section for the nose. So let's look at how this edge is flowing, or these edges are flowing. So we have sort of a face loop coming straight down, and this actually runs all the way up to the bridge, kind of up, actually above the bridge. The bridge is about here, kind of runs up to the forehead here. So these areas on the mesh are called poles. You'll notice that it just breaks up the quad geometry, and this point has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 edges coming out of it instead of the typical 4. So we want to not only reduce these where we can, we also want to make sure we're placing them in areas that will not negatively affect our mesh should we animate it. So you never want to have a pole down in an area that is going to be deformed by animation. So if I had a pole in the corner here and I animated this mesh by opening and closing the mouth to represent talking, we would get some very strange things happening in our mesh where that pole is. So just keep in mind that poles, you can't get away from using them entirely. There's just no way, because you need more resolution around the face than you do, say, around the back of the head. And just by the nature of topology and how it works, the only way to get from these larger sections to these more dense sections is by creating poles. So just keep that in mind, that we want them to be relatively few, and we want them placed in areas that, if we are animating, will not negatively affect the animation. So typical place for poles is up at the forehead. Another typical place is right in like the mid cheek area. There's no established particular order, I think, for, you know, oh, start with the mouth and then go to the eyes. It's kind of up to you and your workflow and your mesh. However, if you are concerned about maintaining good loops for animation, it does not hurt to just make your loops first, make the loops around the mouth, make the loops around the eyes, and then worry about connecting everything. So let's actually just grab one face here and just duplicate it. And you can see as I move it around, it slides over the surface of this mesh because of the modifiers and the snapping we have enabled. So let's place this right in the corner of our eye. And you can see that the faces here are going to be much smaller in order to capture these details than they are, say, right here. That's okay. Let's just start extruding this out either by hitting E and extruding it, or by Control and right mouse button on the point on the mesh where you wish it to be. And I'm only adding enough points to capture the flow of this. I don't want to go overboard with the density here at this stage. So Control and right mouse click. And let's fill this by selecting all of these points and pressing F to fill it. Now let's come in and just tweak these to make them more evenly spaced and look a little bit cleaner. And we can pull out some of these points on the outer edge to get the shape. So that's a good face loop for the eyes. Now all we have to do is just continue this out, basically. So we have a crevice here for the bags under the eyes, and we want the edges to follow here. So let's take a look at how to do that. I'm going to grab this edge and I'm going to extrude it. Oops. And I'm going to just adjust the shape of this as best I can, so that when I pull it out, that this edge along here continues all the way around. It's also important that you do this stage with no subdivision surface modifiers. I keep pressing E on these when I mean to be pressing G, and that might be a good case for using the tweak tool. You want to make sure you're doing this without a subdivision surface modifier, because it's just going to give you sort of a false preview of your mesh. You can add one and just use it to check to make sure that everything is coming out cleanly, but I would not leave the viewport visibility of that on. I would just quick check, make sure there's no problems. Okay, it looks good, turn it off, and then continue your retopology. Just control clicking here. So I want to think about how to fill this. So in order to keep this area clean, I need to have the same number of vertices on this part and this part in order that I can cleanly fill it with a grid. So I think I need a couple more points along here. So let's just fill this. Actually, no, let's continue this one farther out. And let's try to line these up. So this one will match here, this one will match here. Let's make sure. So we have an issue here where we have too much geometry. We do not want to pull here because that would cause problems if we were to make these eyes blink. Or even, you know, if the character were to smile and push these bags up, having a pole here might cause some issues. So we need some more cuts in here. So let's shift these over. Let's add, I think we need 2 here. Let's see, here, here. Let's add one here to match this one. This one will go here. This one will go here. This one here, here. Let's move this one over. This one should meet one here. Nope. Should meet this one here. There. And we need one more right here. Okay, I think that should be good. So I'm going to fill this face just using the F key. And now I'm going to use a little trick called the grid fill. So I'm going to select this whole edge loop just by Alt and clicking on it. And I'm going to press the space bar to pull up my search functionality, and I'm going to type in grid fill. So you'll see we'll get this option here, grid fill. The shortcut is Control F for future reference. Let's just click it, see what happens here. Now it wasn't exact in my, and that was probably an issue with my counting. It was probably just off. So we might need to do this section by hand, but just know for large sections, if you create the border of it and you enable the grid fill, it will just fill that with a grid, provided that you've done it properly. So let's see where my error was. Actually, that was okay. So Blender just had a hard time interpreting that. No problem. I just did it by hand. We'll try to use the grid fill over in this cheek section to better illustrate how it works. And I'm just adding an edge loop to make sure that these faces are relatively even. So let's try to use this grid fill over here so you can see how it works. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's move this 1, 2, and maybe 3. Let's grab this one, go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's fill this face right here. And we need one loop right here. Let's select this now, grid fill. So all I did was press space again and my search was still in there, so I could just hit grid fill again and you'll see how it fills nicely in the grid. Your points and your faces just need to be lined up in order to do it correctly. And if it comes in incorrectly and you know for a fact that your points are all lined up, sometimes it's just calculated wrong. So you can come down here to the grid fill menu option in the bottom left corner of the screen and click the offset, and it will just try to recalculate based off of the offset how you want that filled. Pressing F to create some quads. Let's fill in this face. All right, so we're making pretty good progress already, and especially with the mirror modifier, mirroring it over means we only have to do 1/2. It's just very nice. I'm gonna add a loop right here, partially to emphasize this. Again, I didn't look it up what this part of the face is called. This Cupid's bow is sometimes this part is called, but this part right here, I'm going to emphasize that curve a little bit more by adding this, and it's also going to allow me to extend these faces up to the nose. Let's grab this one, and we can just start controlling and right-clicking. You'll notice when you control and right-click, it is not respecting our clipping. no problem. Just grab those faces and move them over and they will clip together. Oops. Yeah, so the control right click maybe is better used for areas that are not right on the line of symmetry, because you will have to come in and manually fix those. So now I'm just using the E key. So I think I want this edge to extend all the way and follow this curve. But actually, yeah, no, that's what we're gonna do. We need to create a pole somewhere up here anyway, just in order for the topology to work. Let's just extend just this one face. So let's control and right click to create just the edges that we need. And now we can extrude some faces up here. And we can make this, oops. So the fill key you see is kind of aired out because it wasn't sure if I wanted it on this side or this side based on the way it was connected. Just so you might have to do some of these in a more manual fashion. So I'm just going to fill this with a triangle and then I'm going to subdivide it, just this edge. Subdivide only this edge and that will just give you a point here, which you can pull out, and now it's a quad. Great. Okay, we're gonna come back and finish this in a bit. Let's come back and connect in more of this area, main area of the face. So I want to follow this form around. Just using the E key to extrude it. I'm just going to pull out this single edge here and try to match these as best I can. Oops, that has filled in the wrong direction. I think I need another cut right here so that we can come around this nostril. So I'm just going to Control R and add a cut. I'm going to select this point and press F. Just to pull these out. So now if we just shift this over ever so slightly, these are lining up really nicely. So let's connect these two areas together. Just did a grid fill there to fill in that nostril area. And now we need to bring this down a little bit and fill in this face. And we'll need to tweak some of these areas. So I'm going to need to have a pole here because this area has much more dense geometry than the nose, but the nose doesn't really move very much. Again, we're not going to animate this piece, but if we were, we want to think about having good topology as if we were. Yeah. So we're going to need to do a pole, and I think the nose might be an okay place to do it because your nose doesn't move around very much on your face. So let's think about filling in this And these look like they're lining up nicely. So let's fill here and here to connect this eye piece with this rest of this mouth piece, which I've just connected to the nose. I think if I connect these two, so I've created a pole right here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 edges connected to this point. So if I have a pole right here, should be okay. I don't think that like blinking or anything would affect this area of the mesh. And we're probably going to add some more. Let's add a cut right here. And let's fill that face. I need to dissolve this just momentarily because I'm having trouble seeing what I'm doing here with all those points. Let's make these a little bit more even. And that's another reason why you don't want to go too dense in the beginning of your retopology phase, because when you're connecting areas that are less dense, you might have trouble seeing how they're supposed to connect. But you can always add density to other points later on. Okay, I want this like here, here. Great. Now we have all quads. So this area is a little bit messy, but we can always come and clean it up later if we need to. We have 2 poles, which is not great. We have one right here and one right here. And in fact, I might try to fix this right now. Let's delete these faces and see if we can make this a little bit cleaner. Again, it's totally okay to have poles, but you want to keep them limited. So I think we just need another edge loop coming up here. So let's add it. And fill it in. Okay, so now the only pole that I really have, but I do have this area that's 3, which is, again, it's okay for this, for the purposes of this, but if you were animating this, you might want to, you might have some issues closing the eyes or, you know, moving these eyes around, but I don't think that's going to cause any problems. And the way you would fix something like this is basically just to make sure that your loop around your eye covers enough area. We're just going to leave it for now. Okay, let's continue extruding these points out. So we're left with a decision here. These points are lining up really nicely, and so are these ones. But we need either a cut in here or we need to get rid of this one here. And I'm going to favor getting rid of one because I want to keep this as low as possible. So let's delete that edge loop and fill in this face. So you can see, let's turn on our subdivision surface. and take a look just at how this is flowing. So you can see that even though this is very low poly compared to the sculpt we had, we can see the lines and the forms that we had sculpted into our mesh already starting to take shape here in this low res version. Let's turn that back off and keep going. Oops, little error there in parsing how to fill that. So I just selected everything and did it manually. Go. We need to fill in this face, and then we need an edge loop right here to accentuate this sort of indent where the ear meets the side of the face. I'm actually going to grab this. Actually, let's clean this up a little. It's not very evenly spaced, so let's fix this right now instead of having to do it down the line with more points. You can also use proportional editing if you're tweaking stuff, and it will just enable you to move things on a larger scale without having to move every single point, because it can be quite time consuming. Sometimes I like to move every point just because it offers you a little bit finer control over what you're doing compared to proportional editing, but that is totally up to you. Let's grab this edge and just extrude the entire thing up. And extruding whole loops is a great way to extend it and keep your geometry really clean. Let's shift this over ever so slightly here, because I'm trying to have these edges match these crevices in the mesh. And it's by matching these edges to these crevices and these large faces to these what's the word? These sort of extruded out, no, they're not extruded, these peaks and these valleys, matching the edges to them will help maintain the form in a way that you'll be able to see it even in the low res. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 going from here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not lining these up very carefully. I just want this number to be the same so that I can come in later on and match them up. You'll notice that I'm not really using the rotate tool a lot, just because I don't really need to with things that are snapped and shrink wrapped to your mesh. I find that the G to grab it is plenty. If we don't want to create a triangle here, we want this to be a quad, so we're actually going to pull this in and add a loop right here. And then you can see that when we fill this, it'll be a quad. Oops. So we need another loop right here. Do another grid fill. Oh. The grid fill did not work that time, and I think it's because I didn't have this face filled in. Let's delete this edge, and let's press F to create a quad there, and let's create another one right here. I think now we can use the grid fill. Yep, that'll just fill that whole thing a little bit quicker. Yeah, we can do the same. Oops, wrong direction. Sometimes it calculates you want to go this way, but you want to go back. So we just have to fill in a single quad, and then we'll be able to parse that. Oh, we've created a triangle here, so let's take a look at this section. And we just need to cut right here, I think, to fix that. Yep. Just examining the topology here. And again, we can quickly visualize our subdivision surface. It's looking pretty good so far. So let's finish it out, but I'm actually going to stop the recording and take a little break here. Oh, first I want to address this. So if you ever are in object mode and you see sort of these highlight edges being drawn, and maybe it's a little difficult to see because my model is green. So let's quickly just change the color to something else. So if you see these sort of cuts, sort of where in your model, that just means that some of these vertices haven't been properly merged with the clipping. So let's come into edit mode again, and it's this point right here. If we move it, if we just press G and snap it, that line is now gone because there's no longer a tiny, tiny hole in the mesh. Okay, I'm gonna put this back on green because it's a little easier on my eyes. Okay, so we have a really good start. We have almost the entire face done. So all we need to do is continue this same process out over the rest of the head, and we will do that in the next video. Okay, so let's continue on with our retopology here. Now, if you're previewing something with the subdivision surface and you're looking around, you may notice, there's a large discrepancy here between our retopology mesh and our original sculpt. And you might be thinking, I have snapping, I have a shrink wrap, why is it doing this? And this is just because of the subdivision surface preview. It is subdividing after we perform the shrink wrap and mirror operations. So with that causes a slight shrinkage of the mesh. We can get rid of this if we drag the subdivision up to the top. You'll see now we are getting a much more accurate preview. However, it is causing some issues with the mirror modifier. So just don't worry too much about that. It is just a product of the subdivision surface preview. But again, we are going to disable that while we are working. Okay, so let's continue on with the retopology here. Okay, so let's fill this. And I actually think I need a edge to come in here to accentuate the form here of like the crow's feet and the temple. So I'm just gonna, instead of adding one though, I'm just gonna shift this one down ever so slightly. And I'm just going to extrude out this edge at first. Great. Now from here, I can just rework these points a little bit just by grabbing them and pressing G. I'm going to press F here on this corner one. Actually, no, we need this. I think we do actually need an additional edge loop here. I was about to pull this down, but I realized it would create a pole here, which is not going to work for us. So let's merge these points here. Oops. We're getting a strange merging error. And I'm not sure exactly why. It's probably to do with the shrink wrap modifier. So let's turn it off. Center and turn it back on. Okay. So now we've gotten rid of this pole, but we're just moving it out essentially. So what I'm going to do is bring these edges down and merge them. And then I'm going to add my cuts in this way to avoid having this 5-pointed star shape. So let's grab this edge loop and let's grab this edge loop and let's come up to edge and click bridge edge loops and press merge. Oh, and I have an uneven number of vertices selected, so that's not going to work. So we can fix this, I think, fairly simply. I think if we just add a loop right here, let's try that again. There we go. We just want to select merge here in the context menu. So that has fixed the problem of our pole, but we now have a problem of we have extremely stretched faces here. But it's not really an issue. All we have to do is add some loop cuts here. And we will eventually need to have a pole. We just wanted to not have it right around the eyes because it's just bad form. Thinking I'm going to move it to somewhere right in here, actually. Let's just delete one of these faces. Oops, face. Yeah, let's have it somewhere over here where it won't be too bothersome. Just trying to think of how I want to go about this. I'm going to use this rip tool and actually rip this apart right here. I'm going to come back to select. And then I did not mean to rip these, so I'll just merge them back together. Let's create the pole right here, like right in the temple. And then we can just tweak these to even them out as needed. I think we may need to redo this section because our faces are just getting a little stretched out. And again, just hitting F in those corners to create those quads. Now I want this edge loop to actually come and continue down this crease right here. So I'm just going to move things around a little bit. And start pulling this down like that around. I think these faces could be a little bit bigger, but it's okay. I'm gonna grab this edge and start extruding this out. And I don't even think we need this edge. Let's dissolve it. So we just have this face coming straight down. And we can fill this quad here. Oops, to grab that. And we can just even these out by moving these. Just control and right clicking to extrude that out quickly. I'm trying to decide if I even need this loop. Yes, I think I do. So we'll just have to work around it. Oops. So the other trick for sort of moving between areas that are higher res and lower res is to use these sort of diamond shaped faces that allow you to like come up to this higher res, and then we have too many edge loops coming down this way, so I needed to de-res it. So this is still a quadrilateral face, but it's sort of in this diamond-like configuration, which will allow us to do that. Again, you don't want to do these anywhere where your mesh is going to deform for animation, but that is a good way to de-res certain areas. Let's just tweak some of these. Oops. Press F on that corner. And fill in this face here. Yep. So I'm just going to extrude all of these and then move them into this contour line here. And we may need another loop coming in through here, but let's leave it for now. Okay, let's start creating some loops around the ear. And for this, I'm just going to duplicate a single vertex. And let's start, it doesn't totally matter where we start because we can just continue it in either direction. But let's start right here. So I've just duplicated a single vertex by pressing Shift D, and I've just moved it to the point on my mesh that I want to create sort of a new area of retopology for. So I'm going to create a face loop going around the ear like this. So starting with this point, I can extrude it once to create an edge, and then I can extrude that edge to create a face. Now, if you pull it out and you notice that it is wrong, this is shading in this gray because we are looking at the back side of it, so it's just flipped out in the wrong direction. So you can either just do it in the other direction, or if for some reason you can't move it in the other direction, the other way to fix this would be to select this face, press Alt and N on your keyboard, and hit flip, and that will flip the normals. Rotate and then control click to quickly extrude this out. That was just a error with our shrink wrap modifier. It was snapping this point into this inner part of the ear, so I just did Control Z to undo out of that and redo it more precisely. Again, same thing, it's just snapping the points to the back part of this mesh. So this can happen if your edges are too long, so you can scale them in a little before you control and click in. And sometimes if it's not too dramatic, it's easier to just come in and tweak them afterwards. We're gonna have to clean up this topology a little bit anyway. And don't forget you can, scale and rotate these points. Let's turn off the earrings so we can see what we're doing here. You can scale and rotate these points before you continue your extrusion if you need to. So we're seeing quite a bit of like warping around this this face. It's not really matching well, and it's just because this is too low res to match this curve appropriately. So we just need to add an edge loop this way and it will snap and match that a little bit better. Turn on proportional editing to sort of speed up this tweaking process if you like. Just make sure you scroll your influence down appropriately so you're not messing up any of the nice topology you have made over here. Okay, so this, let's just continue this into a solid, a complete, I should say, edge loop. And then same thing here, this needs another loop cut in here to match this curve better. So if you see any areas like this, you could just come in and add a new edge loop with Control R, double click. There we go. Generally, the more curved your areas are, the more edge loops they're going to need to be able to match that curve. I've just filled that with the normal fill operation, which has not created this edge that I need here. So just to create this edge, all I have to do is select both of these points and press J. And you'll see it has split the face and everything is still snapping appropriately because of our shrink wrap modifier. Let's add another loop right here to better match this curve. And we probably even need more res right there. This is a pretty tight curve we're creating here, so. Actually, I think I just want to split this one into two, which I'm going to do with a bevel. So I'm going to hold Control B, and now we have that. So now I've created two edge loops where I had created three previously with the other method I was using, which I did not want. So another trick, if I want to maintain the shape of this, but I just want this edge to be slid over this way to make these quads more even, I can do that with the edge slide tool, which you can access just by double tapping G on the keyboard. Turn off proportional editing. And it's shrinking in the middle here because of our snapping, but typically if you do not have snapping or a shrink wrap modifier on, it will just slide that edge perfectly along the edge there. So let's continue. I want to follow these curves the same way I followed this outer curve. So I think I'm just going to grab a portion of this inner loop here because I want the curves to be the same. Let's try extruding and scaling this in. You might get some issues with the snapping, but we have created the extrusion. It's just a matter of now grabbing our points and pulling them in a little bit more. Great. And you can do this a little bit more easily if you just grab smaller sections at a time and just use the extrude without the scale tool. It was really the scaling portion that was giving us errors. So like, let's grab a smaller section and extrude it. And now we can tweak these as needed. Let's pull out this. So it looks like we can match these right here. And then we do need another edge loop to match this inner contour. So let's add that. And now let's extrude this edge up and out to try to match these as best we can. We can use the, oh, my blender has frozen on me. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's just because it's trying to get into edit mode of this object for some reason. Okay, so the reason that just happened, this is a good thing to address, is because I had accidentally I was in edit mode here and I had accidentally pressed control and clicked on this sculpt model, which selected it. And then, you know, for some reason when I hit tab, it tried to go into edit mode and my whole program froze up for a moment. So we can disable our ability to select this object in the viewport. And we can do that through the outliner here. So we should probably do this for all of these objects that are part of our original sculpt, and we only want our retopology to be selectable while we're working with it. So to disable selection for these objects, let's come into the outliner editor window here and come up to this filter. And this first option here has restriction toggles. So this will, toggling these on will allow us to use these icons here. So let's just do this. Click on this selectable icon right here. And now we have it available here. So what we can do is for these original sculpt pieces, we can disable our ability to select them temporarily. So now when I'm in edit mode and I'm control clicking to extrude things, I'm not accidentally selecting any of these objects. So just a good thing to note. And something has gone all sorts of wacky here. Let's delete this face and come back in and start filling these. Oh, this is the fill. It's not calculating properly. Let's just tell it what we want by selecting all the points and then pressing F to fill them. And we've got some snapping issues here. Let's disable proportional editing so we can move just this one out just snapped to the incorrect location. Press F to fill these in, and let's fill this face in here and shift these around a little bit more. Okay, great. We're probably going to create another diamond right here, so let's just do that. Pressing F. I'm trying to reconcile the number of points I have here with the ones I have here. I still need to keep everything into quads, which I have a problem here because I have 5 faces, which obviously is not going to follow our quad geometry, but that's okay. I think these ones are quite large, so it won't hurt too much to put an extra edge loop here, and now we can connect them as 2 quads. And if we're getting if you're getting thrown off by this mirror that's being drawn, it's because it's being drawn the ear on the other side, but it's rendering it in front. So we're still seeing it even though it is on the other side of our sculpt. But we can temporarily hide that just by coming into the mirror modifier and clicking the viewport display icon. Let's tweak these a little bit so they're a little more evenly spaced. And while I'm at it, these ones could be pulled apart quite a bit more too. So far, so good. I'm going to hide the earrings. Again, we just had that snapping error. It snapped all the way back here because of the way I was moving it, but it's no issue. Just move it back. A good way to check your edge flow to make sure it's creating proper edge loops is to just hold your Control R, your preview over them to make sure that we have good edge flow around the areas where you need them. Yep. So if I were to hold this preview over this area and it did not create a full circle, I would know that there was a problem with my edge flow right there. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so let's fill this 7. We have 7 points in between these two, so let's add 7 cuts here. And let's see if we can grid fill this. I think that is a better flow slightly. Offset of 0 is cutting this straight across, which is fine. Actually, yeah, let's just keep this. It looks funky, but that's just because of the snapping. We can adjust it. So as long as we even these out, it should be, oh, no, we do have an error here. Okay, never mind, Control Z to undo that. Now let's grid fill again. Again, I'm just pressing spacebar and I'm leaving my search in there as grid fill. This is probably a little better. So I just clicked my offset up to 1 and it has recalculated which vertices match where. And it's given me a slightly better flow to these edges. Of course, we can just tweak these here. Great. So now I believe if we extrude this one up here too, and then fill this last one, I believe we should be able to use the grid fill. Nope, it's having trouble understanding that, so no problem. We can just fill it manually with the F key, making our selections and filling them. So I can just select this edge and press F to fill all the way down because I have all those points lined up. I think we need one more edge loop right there just to keep these somewhat even. And double tapping G here to slide this edge. I'm going to turn on proportional editing first. Oh, I guess that does not affect in slide mode. No worries, we'll just move it. These ones are lining up really nice. So let's fill these. Because we need to start to think about how we want to connect these two pieces. An issue right here, but let's delete this diamond we created earlier. I think it's okay if we just add an edge loop there. Oops. And let's move this diamond up. There's a couple different ways we could solve for this, and I'm just trying to think of which one is going to give us the least amount of distortion over our faces. Oops, let's turn off proportional editing. Now, sometimes you just can't avoid triangles when retopologizing. It depends on your mesh. I don't think that it is worth it for me to try to avoid a triangle here and basically have to redo a lot of this. So I'm just going to merge these points together. And I'm going to have a triangle here. That's just the way of it. It's an all right place for a triangle if you have to have one. It's right where this ear meets this head, so I don't think it should cause a lot of issues for us, either with animation or even with selecting edge loops and things. I do not think it's going to cause major problems here. Just double tapping G to slide these edges down a bit. And I want to sort of equalize them over here, this face to this face. So let's double tap G, just equalize that out a little bit. You know, this crease is really tight, so I don't want to draw a face over that. So I'm going to extend this edge loop out this way and create a face that goes like this instead. If I had drawn this face over this area, this crease just wouldn't have been as, you know, tight. So even if we took this back into sculpt mode, which we're going to do in a future video, we're going to take this back into sculpt and look at how to do some high-res details on this now nicely cleaned up mesh. It would just sort of create this area of skin that would have been drawn there, but really I want that to be a tight crease. Let's merge these points together using selecting M and at center. We have this quad here. Oops. Except we need to fill it properly. And now we can fill this quad here. I think that will work. Let's grab this edge and press F a couple of times. And actually we need to shift some of these points over a little bit more. And now let's fill this quad. So now I want to keep extruding this edge around. I kind of like to do it with the fill tool, as I've been doing by selecting these inner corners. I mean, you obviously you could select this edge and extrude it. You would just have to merge it with these vertices to make sure that you had a continuously closed mesh. And I just like to use the fill tool because it just merges everything nicely. Or you could obviously, you know, extrude these edges and then use the fill tool to fill it in. However works best for you is totally fine. You can see I'm running into some issues using the box select here because I'm starting to select things on the back. So you just have to be a little bit careful when you start doing things like that. These faces are getting very stretched, so I actually need to shift some of these over. And this might be an okay time to, I'm going to disable this in front view because I keep selecting things on the face here that I don't want to select. So I'm going to disable that, but now I'm having a hard time seeing this. So there's a couple things you can do in order to see this a little bit better. Let's use a displacement modifier. It is. Let's enable view in edit mode. And obviously this is crazy, way too strong. So let's turn this down to something very low, like 0.05. And let's enable cage so that this will snap our edit mode cage onto our actual mesh so that we can edit it, continue to edit it. We still have some areas poking through, but we're not editing any of these right now, so I think it's fine. Again, this displacement, it's not going to reflect any changes we make in our actual mesh. It is just a preview so that we can see what we're doing. I've snapped some of these accidentally, no problem. Just grab the points that are wrong and move them back. And because we have all this snapping still enabled, it should move back nicely onto your mesh without too much trouble. Fill this face and continue on. I'm going to extrude this edge out. And I want to line up this edge with this sort of contour in the mesh. Let's continue this edge out, following this crease in the mesh, and fill it. I see I've selected some of my back faces again. Shoot. Just move them back. And I think I'm going to move away from the box select because that's why I keep selecting things in the back. I'm going to change this to tweak so that I can only select a single point really at a time. And I have one here. Let me just double check that everything is looking okay. I'm just going to hide my sculpt. And yes, okay. Doesn't look like I have any more errors going on. The tweak tool is also slightly faster for just moving things around. It does make your selection speed a little bit slower in my experience, but it's just sort of a trade-off. Four, so I have 4 points here, so I can add 4 cuts to this. I can also do this by subdividing and changing it up to 4. Again, it's snapping into place. You can move them as needed, and then I should be able to grid fill these. Control clicking just to select around for the shortest path. And these need to shift over a little bit more. Otherwise, I don't think it will calculate correctly. Space, search it if it's gone. Connecting edge loops overlap. Oh, no problem. Let's just fill it by hand. Let's make this into a diamond right here to sort of de-res down so that this quad is now lined up. Just going to fill this last one, not extrude it. And just going to fill these in. Can click and drag with the tweak tool to make some adjustments. Let's grab this edge and control click. I'm trying to use as many methods for creating this mesh as I can. I'm trying to, sometimes use the control click, sometimes use the E key to extrude, sometimes pick a corner and press F. I'm trying to show you as many different methods as I can in practical situations, so that you can see how you can really combine them to get the result you want. getting into sort of a tricky form here, but just press on slowly and carefully, and hopefully it won't get too wacky. Let's create another pole by making a diamond shape. And if you have to have sort of any part of your topology be messy, you always want to put it in a spot that, you know, the viewer of this piece, the end result of this piece is not ever going to see. So like inside the ear, up right here, those are all good places to hide sort of messy areas if you absolutely have to have them. I'm going to put a triangle right here. I think it's fine. It's inside the inner ear. We will not see it. Actually, what I'm going to do is just merge these 2 points. And create this diamond here. And that is how I'm going to close off the ear right there. So let's give this a check. Let's turn on our subdivision surface and turn off our displacement. And we can even hide our sculpt. Turn on our mirror. And that looks pretty good to me. So what do we have left here? Let's take a look. Let's turn our sculpt back on. So again, you would keep the eyes separate. So we're good, I think, right here. I don't think we need to add anything to this to fill in this area. We need to come in a little bit for the lip here and close that off. And we obviously need to do the hair. The hair we're going to keep probably a little bit more low res. Again, if we were animating it and we knew that the hair wouldn't move, which most likely would be the case for a shape like this, we can have it be a little bit lower res. We don't have to worry too much about respecting these loops. So I'm going to pause the video right here, and when we come back, we're going to finish retopologizing the back of the head and the neck area. So I will see you in the next video. So let's continue forward with our retopology. So the next thing let's just finish up the back of this ear before we move on to anything else. And make sure we turn off our subdivision surface modifier so we are seeing everything as it should appear. So just continuing on with the same processes we learned in the previous videos. Just want to continue filling this out. Now, I don't necessarily need a lot of resolution on the back of the ear. It's not something we're going to see a lot. So we're going to be slightly less detailed, and we're not necessarily going to go, you know, around the piercing as carefully as we did on the front. We can just kind of fill it in. You know, especially once the earrings are in and part of this, we're especially not going to be able to see it. If you want to be like an extreme perfectionist, you are free to do that on your own, but I just don't think it's necessary. Let's even these out a little bit just by clicking and dragging with the tweak tool active. Let's just patch these together right here and just shift these around to clean them up a bit. Okay, so we finished out the back of the ear. Let's continue down towards the neck. We can grab one of these edges, extrude it out. Let's say to about there, there. And then since we're not viewing the back of this model anymore, I'm going to turn off my displacement and I'm going to come back into the object properties and re-enable this in front under the viewport display. I think it gives a more accurate, we've got a little problem here. It gives a more accurate preview of what your final result is going to be. And since I'm not viewing the back, I'm not having problems with like selecting through this mesh. Just gonna straighten some of these up. Oops. Okay. Let's view this from the side. Let's bring this up a little bit. And now I want to extend a loop that goes all the way around the circumference of the neck. And I'm going to do it from this edge right here. So I'm just going to control and right click along my mesh to very quickly do this. And then when I get all the way around, I'm going to merge these in the center because again, clipping must be enabled and we can just pull these all the way into the center and they will automatically merge. And I'm just tweaking the spacing of these to make them slightly more even. And fixing these ones in the front. Okay, let's select from here to this point in the center over here. Sorry, just a few more tweaks to the spacing of these. Okay, so now let's select from here and control and select into the middle of the back of the neck here. Let's press E and just extrude this up so it approximately matches right here. So you may have pulled away from the center a little bit, no problem. Oh, actually, it looks like I just didn't even select all the way to the center, but still no problem. We'll just pull this up and fill it. And we will fill this face by selecting all the verts and pressing F. You'll notice I'm going for a much lower resolution here than I did on the face. That's just because we have less detail going on here, so we don't need as many faces. Okay. And let's repeat that process. This time we can select all the way to the center, which is what I meant to do last time. Let's extrude this up. And then we will only have to fill this one here. Right. So let's see what we can do about filling this patch of faces right here. It's going to be a little bit difficult because we have fewer faces over here than we do here. But just like we did in other areas of the mesh, we can just noticing little areas of irregular size and trying to fix them. So let's see what we can do about filling this out. Now, the neck is very low res and it can stand to have a little bit more if we need it to, but we're going to try to avoid it. So I think we can connect these 2 points right here. Let's press F. However, we need to subdivide this edge so that it can meet this contour of the sculpt. So let's right click and press subdivide and it will snap there. So now we can extrude this edge. We can fill this face. We can fill right here. So I guess I'm going to put my pole right here, which I can do by grabbing this point and pressing F with the F2 add-on enabled. Again, we'll create a quad instead of a triangle. Let's fill that in. So I'm actually going to add one edge loop here and shift this over a little bit. F right here. So if we filled this quad, that would create a triangle right here, which I do not particularly want. And in fact, I think I've neglected to consider that there should be an edge going this way. So let's redo this slightly differently. Let's delete that word. I think we need to fill right here. And I think we need to have another edge loop going in right here. So let's add that in. Get rid of that for a moment. So yeah, we need an edge loop right here though. Let's do that. And let's extrude this edge all the way into the center where it meets the mirror and clips. So now we can use the fill tool and simply hit F on the keyboard repeatedly or hold it to fill in that middle section. It's overfilled a little bit, so I'm just Control-Z to undo that. Okay, let's take a quick preview of this. Looking pretty good. Let's turn that off. So another reason why I like to use this F2 add-on is because doing it through this way, through selecting an inner corner and pressing F to create a quad, will sort of force you to use all quads where you can anyway. Let's merge these. Just select them both, press M, and merge them at the center. So it just, using the F2 add-on will just help you maintain that quad geometry as much as possible, which is exactly what you want for something like this. Let's extrude out some edges here to follow along this line a little bit. I do need to de-res quite a bit from this point to this point. So we're trying to keep that in mind as well. Maybe we can hide a pole right here or something. So we have a bit of messy geometry here, but I've tucked it away behind the ear where it will not be as noticeable. So I think before I move forward with the hair, instead of moving from one of these connected spots, because I have some resolution differences, I'm just going to make an edge loop that goes all the way around the hair cleanly like we did with the neck. So let's just grab an edge, or actually let's grab the face and duplicate it. And let's move it somewhere along the hairline. And let's snap this to the center and clip it. And let's select this edge and extrude out edge loops here. Really just trying to get the volume of it, not worried about matching vertices. We can add and delete edge loops as needed. Make these a little bit larger, cover more of the mesh area. And if you were planning to sculpt very detailed hair, you might want to consider that as you retopologize. Maybe you want more geometry of hair, but I'm not planning on doing that with this. So we can just move forward with a pretty large face size up here. Just tweaking these to even them out a little. And now I can select this upper edge loop by alt-clicking. And now we can just extrude along this form. And we might get a few snapping errors. That's okay, we can fix them by just coming in with our tweak, select mode, and clicking and dragging on them to move them around along the surface of this mesh. Okay. Let's slide this edge to even these faces out by double tapping G and just moving it over. Again, we've got some snapping errors, but no problem. Just move it back. Okay. Let's do the same thing along here. Let's select the entire edge loop, press E to extrude it. About there, and then come in and adjust the placement and fix any snapping errors that might have occurred. Okay, repeat the process. Alt-click to select, E to extrude, and then just tweak any errors. So we're getting sort of to the point now where we can't really continue just extruding this entire loop. So we're going to have to figure out another way to fill these. And I think I'm going to attempt to use a grid fill if I can. We have some clipping issues right here. I'm just tapping on all of these verts along this center line, and I'm pressing G to snap them to the center. Okay, so let's try to grid fill this. So we need to create the faces down here, because I do not believe this will work with a mirror modifier. No, it will not. So because this is a modifier generated mesh, not a mesh that the grid fill operation cannot read this. So it sees your mesh as this. So we do need to close off this area in order to grid fill this area. So let's just do that by extruding it. I like to retopologize in vertex mode. Even though I'm grabbing edges, I just like the dots being drawn out for me. It helps me line things up properly. We need one here. One, two, three, four, five. And then fill this one, I believe. Okay, so let's see if grid fill will work for us here. Yep, we just need to come into the grid fill menu options and check the offset to 1, and that will fix this skewing into drawing a straight across, which is exactly what we wanted. Okay, let's fix these clipping issues by just grabbing and pulling these. Okay, so now all we really have left is merging these two pieces together. So let's start at the easy end, which is the back, because both the hair section and the neck section in the back are very low res and they match up quite nicely. Now here is where we're going to start to run into some weird areas. And we might even just have to add some edge loops into the hair. I mean, when you think about it, these faces are quite stretched, so it probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to add an edge loop right there. They're closer to squares here now. And I'm going to add one here as well. Again, I don't think that is too dense for the area. And it allows me to just fill these in really nicely. Seeing some stretching right here. Let's add one more cut right here and fill in this quad. And now these line up very nicely. Let's add a loop here. Add another one. I think this is too stretched, so let's delete this face. And see, these ones are pretty well lined up, so we'd want one here. Here. here, and here. So let's fill in this quad right here, and this will create this diamond shape once again, which will allow us to move from a lower area of resolution to a higher area of resolution. We need one more edge loop. So I'm just pulling this edge in. This might be an issue. Let's delete this. I'm pulling this edge in because I want it to match the hairline a little bit more closely, so it will give us this definition between the forehead and the hair. But this face is going to cause an issue, so let's delete it. And let's see what we can do. We may just have to have a triangle here, unfortunately. Again, in this area, I don't think it's too big of a deal, but just avoid them where you can. Okay. One very last little bit is to pull these in, extrude these around the mouth area. Oops. Getting a bit of an issue with the mirror modifier there. I'm gonna grab this edge and double tap G to edge slide it over, because I need to start matching the top half of this mouth with the bottom half. And I'm gonna grab this one and double tap G and just slide it over, and grab this one, double tap G and slide it over. Fixing any areas that had snapping issues. And now I can just fill in this part of the mouth. Again, I'm closing this mouth off because I am not going to have this character speak or anything or be animated in that way. So you can just close it off. Obviously, if you had a character that needed to move the mouth, you would have the entire inner portion of the mouth, and you would retopologize that using the same methods we are doing here. So this is looking pretty good, but I do need to bring these objects in to make this a manifold object, because I think if we leave this open, we're going to have some issues. So let's see what happens if we grid fill it. No, will not let us grid fill it. Let's just extrude and scale it. It doesn't seem to like that either. Well, it's created the extrusion, but the scaling with the snapping is sort of limited. So let's just move all these in. And I think I'm going to turn off the in front option for the viewport display again, because I'm a little bit worried about selecting things in the back. And I'm going to come back into my modifiers panel and re-enable my displacement just so I can see what I'm doing. Let's turn on proportional editing and start moving some of these a little bit quicker than moving them one by one. Although, to be honest with you, in this area, it doesn't seem to make much difference because we're working with things that are so small that we might as well be moving them individually. So I think I want the quads to come across like this. So let me fill that with F. And now we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cuts. So let's add a loop cut and change the number of cuts to 7. And we get these crazy wild snapping things, but again, just come in and line them back up. I seem to have miscalculated somewhere. No worries, we can just get rid of this one, I think. Or no. Nope, I didn't. I just shifted them over wrong. Let's get rid of this one. Again, we don't need a lot of resolution in here because this is going to be behind the eyeball and we're never going to see it. We're just trying to make it so these line up a little bit nicer. So I just grabbed the center portion and extruded it, and I didn't grab the whole thing because I would be left with vertices that I have to merge, which is fine. I mean, if you prefer to do it that way, that's totally valid. I just prefer to fill them and not be left with duplicates, but that is just a personal preference. Okay, so let's think about where we want our pole for this. I mean, obviously we probably want it somewhere back in here because that will not be seen. Put one right here. And I think we're actually going to put one right here. Okay, so these ones line up nicely. So let's connect them. Let's think about how we want to finish out this little patch in here. I think these ones line up nicely as well. Okay. I think I'm just going to leave some triangles in here. Again, just be very, very careful about where you leave your triangles. Again, this is in the inside of the eye socket, which we're never going to see, so I feel okay about putting them there. Okay, I think that is just about everything. I guess we could fill this in. Oh, we have some issues right here just with our snapping. Okay, so let's disable the visibility of our sculpt. Oh, some more snapping issues. Always a good time. I'm going to turn the displacement modifier off, and I'm going to turn the in-front shading back on. I'm going to grab this. Oh, let's turn off proportional editing. Will cause more problems than it will solve if we're trying to fix snapping issues like this. With proportional editing on, it'll start grabbing pieces that were in the front and pulling them back. And that could just go on forever. Okay, so now let's look at this. Let's tap into object mode. There we go. Okay, so we have some splits in the mesh here. No problem. That's just a mirror clipping issue. Let's briefly disable our shrink wrap. Okay, so it's actually a shrink wrapping issue, it looks like. So if we move the mirror modifier above the shrink wrap modifier, I believe all those problems will be solved. Because basically they will be clipped before they will be moved to the surface. So it will solve the problems with those splits. That looks pretty good. And let's look at it subdivided, just to preview again. Pretty good. I think I am going to come in and just fill this because I do want this item, this object or this head to be manifold, because we're going to, in the next video, bring it into sculpting again. And you may be like, why are we doing that? That is to get these high-res details in. So dynamic topology is great for getting our basic form. If you'll remember, we just started from a sphere and we have this very complex form now. And now we have retopologized it so that it has clean mesh. So now this mesh is ready for a multi-res modifier and it will follow these forms very nicely. So let's very quickly, before we finish this out, close this bottom portion of the mesh. And I do think I'm going to turn off the in front one more time. I know it's getting kind of tedious going back and forth between these two methods, but it really just depends on what you need to do with it. Okay. Oops, and don't forget to turn off your subdivision surface, otherwise you will get errors in your preview. And if you're having issues seeing what you're doing because your displacement modifier is not strong enough, you can come in here and just up the strength, maybe to 0.1 to push it out a little bit farther. If you need to. I'm gonna okay. Okay, that looks pretty good. Just seeing some areas of sort of uneven geometry and trying to sort of equalize them out so that we can better match what we're doing here. Let's extrude this once, twice, and let's fill this face. Let's extrude this once, twice, and fill this edge. So now we can come down and fill this way. And we do need to create a pole somewhere here. I'm going to merge these two vertices together just by clicking both of them and hitting at center. I'm actually going to undo this edge by just highlighting it and deleting the edge because I can create a pole right here. We do need one more edge loop right here. And I'm actually going to just fill this, but I'm going to fix this triangle by joining it to this point right here. And there's a few triangles, but I think overall that is a better edge flow. But I actually see no reason for this, so I'm going to select this edge loop, and then I'm going to select this edge loop. I think I need to be in edge mode to do this though, because I don't want to select these edges. So if I'm in edge mode, I can highlight these ones without highlighting these. I'm going to right click and I'm going to bridge and just make sure that merge is selected there, and we'll clean that up for you nicely. And so I do have a few triangles here. I think I have one over here and I have one in here, but overall my topology is pretty decent, I think. Just coming into wireframe, and again had some selection problems coming through the mesh. It gets a little irritating, but that's kind of just the nature of retopology in general, is to be irritating. Okay. So you can come in here and tweak these points as much as you like to get them as even as possible. Obviously, the more evenly spaced your faces are, the better it's going to look. but we've created now a completely retopologized mesh. That is now the shape of our original sculpt, but it has much cleaner geometry that is going to be easier to subdivide. So in the next video, we're going to come in and look at how to do high resolution details on something like this. And we'll see you then. Okay, so now we have our sculpted mesh completely retopologized. And now to move forward from here, we want to be able to use the multi-resolution modifier with this. The entire purpose of retopologizing this model was so that we could use the multi-res to sculpt in some very fine surface detail. So the first thing that we want to do here, I just have this as my retopology. I'm going to just duplicate this, and I'm going to right click to drop it. That sort of wacky error that you saw when I duplicated it was just because I have all these modifiers still present. So the reason I'm duplicating this is just to save a backup copy of the retopologized mesh in case something goes wrong at my sculpting stage, and I can quickly get back to this level of detail, to this model, without having to redo the retopology, because that would be very time consuming. So I'm just going to drop this original retopology model into our collection here. And I'm just doing that so I can get it out of the way. So I can even hide it here, and I can even disable selection so I don't accidentally edit this in any way. So now we are left with just this duplicate. So we need to get this ready for sculpting in multi-res. So the first thing that we need to do is apply all the modifiers that we want to use. So keeping in mind that our subdivision and our displacement modifiers were not for the purposes of actually changing this mesh at all. That was just a preview tool for us as we worked through retopology to better visualize what we were doing. So let's delete the displacement and the subdivision modifiers from our modifier stack. And now we can apply our modifiers either by applying them manually here through the modifier stack, or to quickly apply every modifier you have to a mesh. In object mode, if you right click and come down here to where it says convert to, if we select mesh, you'll see that all of our windows have disappeared from our modifier stack. And now if we press tab to come into edit mode, we see that all of our changes have been applied into the base mesh. So this is now the base mesh off of which we can work. So I'm just going to rename this something high-res sculpt. And I'm maintaining my original sculpt right here as well as the retopology. And we can leave these hidden. These are just backups in case we need to revert back to an earlier stage in this project. But let's enable the visualization of the eyes and the earrings. And we can pull them out of the collection here by clicking and dragging them over the scene collection. So now when we collapse this collection, we can still access the eyes and the earrings. And let's rename this something like backups. And we can quickly hide everything in this collection by clicking this checkbox here. We'll deactivate this entire collection. Okay. So here we are, and we are ready to go in and add our multi-resolution modifier. So same as before. Again, nothing changes right here. We just need to subdivide and start creating levels of subdivision. Now, you'll notice that we have lost some of the definition that we got with our dynamic sculpt. It's okay, we're just gonna have to come in and re-emphasize those forms, but it should be very easy to do because all of our topology, our edges, all are respecting the forms that we want. So it should be a fairly quick fix. So I've added just 2 levels of subdivision to start with. Again, using the multi-res modifier, I can easily work at a low level, switch up to a high level, switch back down to a low level, but we do want to make sure that we're keeping it as low as we can for the smoothest form. So let's move into sculpt mode on this object. I'm going to switch to my pen here. And I'm going to come in and just start re-adding in those forms that we lost in the retopology process. Oops. And remember to turn on X mirror for this. And I'm going to hold Control and I'm coming in with my draw brush. This is still pretty low res, so we're going to have to upscale it, but no problem there. We just want to add these forms in at the lowest subdivision level that we can. So just really gently coming in with the blob brush there and tracing over some of these areas where we've lost some of our definition. Now, keeping in mind that the multi-res modifier isn't actually adding any new geometry, so we're not undoing any of the work that we did in the retopology phase. We're just moving things around so they better match what we want for our final creation here. I'm going to grab my crease brush and start creasing in some of these contours here where we've lost definition, especially around the nose and around the side of the ear here. Just going to push these in a little bit. Now, how high res you can get the sculpt will largely depend on the power of your PC. I think I have a GTX 1060 graphics card, which is a fairly good graphics card, but it is a little outdated at the time of this recording. So I will probably only be able to get something that is moderately dense, but for the purposes of this demonstration, that is okay. And with regards to how do you know what is a dense mesh versus a moderately dense mesh, that is just something that comes sort of over time. If you want to check the density of your mesh, you can do so by coming up into this overlays tab and enabling the statistics bubble. That will pop up this information here. It says that this object, I believe it's everything that's in the viewport when you're in object mode. So if we just view this in isolation, we can see that this object has 25,000 vertices, 50,000 edges, 25,000 faces, and 50,000 triangles. Now, again, how high you can get these numbers will largely depend on the power of your PC. I like to get it to about, I think, approximate triangle count of about 1 million is usually a good point where it will get fine enough detail, but it will not crash my machine. So again, we don't want to necessarily jump to 1 million polygons right off the bat. You want to build up these forms slowly. We already have a really good basis from our previous sculpt and our retopology. So we're just going to come in here at a lower subdivision level and start to emphasize these forms. But we really won't have to do all that much. Let's start drawing in some of these large hair forms. Okay. And when we reach a point where we are not having enough geometry to make the shapes we want, such as in here, go ahead and subdivide again. Again, we're only at 157,000 vertices, which is still quite low. So we have room to continue increasing the resolution here. Let's add some crow's feet definition. Ooh, yeah, this is looking good. Even experiment with adding some wrinkles into the cheeks here. And I'm just using the draw brush with the control key held and pushing that in and smoothing it slightly to create a sort of sunken cheek. And again, I'm just using the draw brush here. I typically leave the faces on flat shading when I'm sculpting because it gives me a better idea of the density of my mesh. However, if you find that this is distracting, you can always change your object to smooth shading just by coming into object mode and shading it smooth. I'm going to return it to flat, but that is how you would do that if you wanted to. So use the grab brush, and I think we lost a little bit of form at the very tip of the nose here during our retopology, so I'm just going to pull this out ever so slightly. We lost a little definition in the chin. Let's grab the crease brush, increase this in ever so slightly. So at this point, I'm just doing very small scale edits to the form of this, and I'm mostly just accentuating the details that were already there. Any large scale changes to your form, you typically want to do with a dynamic topology. And then when you're happy with the shape, you come in, you retopologize, and then you come in, you clean up anything that you lost in multi-res, and then you're ready to add even greater detail. So I'm going to pull out some of these hair locks that we lost. Again, we need to subdivide one more time. So I'm at a subdivision level of 4 currently, which is about 400,000 faces. We still have some room to up-res, which is going to get rid of this sort of jagged edges we're getting here. Let's just undo some of that. And the jaggedness in these edges are caused by me not following the flow of the retopology. So if I draw along these edges that I created, there's less jaggedness, but if I draw sort of against it in a diagonal manner, you can see there's just a lot of that jaggedness. This is also called aliasing in 3D art, and it has to do with limitations of pixels, and zooming in, you'll get the same effect. So if you had like a 2D image and you zoomed way in on one portion, you would start to see the individual pixels. So it's sort of the same principle as that. Let's just draw back that part into the center of her hair, and let's redraw the boundary of where the hair starts to come over the head. And we're doing this with the crease brush. Okay, we're at 400,000 faces here. Let's subdivide again. Okay, now we're at 1.6, and let's draw out a stroke now and see how we're looking. Much cleaner. Again, the hair is lower resolution than the rest of the face. Did that intentionally on this model, but just know that if you did need more resolution in your hair, if you wanted to go with a finer detail, you would typically want the original base mesh to be in equal density to something like the face, because we can continue to subdivide here, and that will make this area a denser area, but it will make the entire thing denser. So now we're getting to very fine polys in here. Remember that this is still shaded flat, so it appears so smooth here because we just have so many individual points that we're getting a really smooth look. But we are still in flat shading mode. Coming in with my clay strips and just pulling out some more individual strands and trying to mimic the form of our original sculpt. We have our original sculpt back here if we ever need to reference it. Let's have the hair join the neck like so. We can smooth it out to clean it up. Again, with this stuff, I'm not drawing individual hairs by any means. I'm just pulling these strokes out in the direction of the hair to imply it. And that is generally what you want to do, especially for more stylized pieces. Having too much detail can really make it look very messy. Let's kind of have it come up and behind the ear like this. And then we'll sort of have this tucked away. And I'm affecting the ear a little bit. So let's just come in with a mask. And you'll see that at these higher resolutions, we can also get a much cleaner mask. And that is because the mask is drawn on a per vertex basis. So the more vertices you have in your mesh, the finer the resolution of the mask will be. Just gonna push this in a little bit. We also lost that little curl of hair we had coming over the ear, so let's just come in and add that in again. Coming in with my mask tool and holding control and just cleaning up this area so I can get finer control right here. And grabbing this clay strips again. Just having a little bit of hair come over the ear. Okay. You'll see this process is going much more quickly than it did when we were sculpting it the first time, because those forms are already there. We just need to define them a little bit more. Again, I'm going to use symmetry for the majority of this, and then just where it meets at the very center, I will turn symmetry off to get the center line. Okay, so let's turn symmetry off for this next portion, and let's just come in and continue with our hair strokes. We just want to make them look like they are tucked underneath one each other. So we're just going to pull in some lines from each side and have them sort of form like a crisscross. Okay, and you can obviously spend as much time as you need getting these details just the way you want them. I think for the purposes of this demonstration, that is totally sufficient. Maybe just come in and clean up. It's not with that tool though, with the clay strips, and just clean up these edges here. So add as much or as little detail you would like at this stage, but you may be wondering how for very realistic sculpts, they do things like very fine wrinkles and skin pores, or, you know, very subtle cracks in, you know, things like rocks. And for that, I do not recommend you put it in at this stage, because in the next video, we're going to talk about how to use alpha textures with our brushes to get fine patterns. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, so now we have our sculpt all finished here. Well, mostly finished. We have retopologized this. We have brought this new retopologized mesh back into sculpt mode. We have added a multi-res modifier. We have subdivided it 5 times, and we have added back in the details that we were missing. So now if I wanted to proceed adding details to this, I need to get even finer in here. So if I wanted to add very fine details to this, things like pores, or if this was maybe like a rock, things like very small cracks and a rock texture, we can do this into the sculpt itself. However, if we were to come in and manually sculpt all these in using just our brushes here, that would be very, very time consuming. So we are going to use alpha textures with our brushes in order to speed this up. Now, an alpha texture is just a 2D image in black and white. It can be any image, but it is just a 2D black and white image that typically would drive the transparency values of a 2D image, such that the areas that are black would be fully transparent and the areas that are white would be fully opaque. So if I were to use this image as an alpha on a image that was, say, a flat red color, the red would appear wherever there is this white section, and wherever this black part was, there would just be no color at all. It would shine through if there was anything underneath it. So we can use alphas in a similar way in Blender. So Blender can take these black and white images and interpolate them into sculpting strokes on our mesh, such that any area that is black on the alpha texture will not be affected by the sculpt brush, and any area that is white will be. So this is very similar principle to masking, but we're going to do it with a texture that we use from an outside source. So on the high-res sculpting model, I'm going to make sure we're in sculpt mode. And we're going to come over here to the active tool and workspace settings. And here we will have all these settings for whatever brush we have selected. So we're going to do this with the draw brush active. Just select the draw brush in the tool panel up here. And you will get a preview that looks like this with all of its settings. Now, I don't actually want to edit the draw brush itself because I may want to come back and use the default draw brush at a later time. So what I am going to do is duplicate this brush and make edits to the duplicate. So to duplicate a brush, all we have to do is come into this brushes preview tab and click on this icon here that says add brush. Now, nothing really has changed except that we now have a suffix of .001 after our sculpt draw brush name. Now, remember that this suffix is what Blender uses to denote duplicates. And if we click on this preview image, we can see that we have our original sculpt draw brush and the duplicate here next to it. Let's rename this to something more meaningful, such as alpha texture. So clicking on this now, we see that we have our alpha texture brush and our original sculpt draw brush with all of the default settings. So select the alpha texture, make sure that is the active brush. And we are going to look down here at these brush settings. We have all of our typical settings, some of which are available up here. We are going to come down to this drop down, however, that says texture. So click that. And we'll get this panel here, which has nothing currently in our texture slot. We need to create a new texture slot for this brush. So let's just click new here. And that has created a new blank texture. Now, in order to tell Blender what alpha texture we want to use, we need to bring it into Blender. So we're going to navigate down here to the Texture Properties tab in the Properties Editor window. And here we have a preview of the texture that we currently have applied to this brush, which is blank. So to bring in a new texture, all we have to do is click this Open button right here. And we need to navigate to the location on our computer where we have our alpha textures. I have a folder in which I keep all the alphas that I have saved over various projects. And you can find it this way. So let's select this one. So now I have this alpha loaded into this brush. So let's see what happens. If we just click and sculpt on this now, you'll see that our sculpt is being created in the shape of this alpha. Now we have a couple of problems with this, namely that when we click and sculpt on this, it is not centered under our brush and it seems to be tiling in a sort of arbitrary manner. So let's Control Z to undo that. And to fix that, all we have to do is come into our Active Tool and Workspace settings, and down in the Texture dropdown, we're going to look at this Mapping option, and where it says Tiled, we're just going to change it to Area Plane. So now when we click, our alpha is being drawn directly under our cursor. Now single clicking anywhere on this mesh will create a sort of stamp effect. And you'll notice that the edges are sort of faded out. If I wanted to prevent that, I would need to change the fall off of this brush. which I can do by coming up here to the fall off drop down and changing it from smooth to constant. And now you'll see that the edges are no longer being blurred. Control Z to undo that. So single clicking creates a nice stamp effect, but if I click and hold and drag, you'll see that we get this awful mess. And the reason we're doing this is, or I should say, the reason this is happening is because we are spacing our samples too close together. So when we click and drag, they're being placed on top of one another. So we can fix this by coming over to our active tool settings, coming down underneath the texture drop down. There is a drop down that is called stroke. Expand that. We're going to look at this spacing setting right here. Right now it is set at 10%, which means that when the mouse moves 10% away from the original point we clicked, we're going to draw another version of our brush. So lowering this will create very smooth strokes when you're using a default brush with no alpha, but we want to actually space this up. Let's space this to 100%. So that means that our cursor will have to clear the area under our brush stroke before it draws another sample. So if we click and drag now, and we can turn the strength down to reduce that noisiness. But if we click and drag now, we see that we are dragging out stamps spaced 100% apart from each other in the direction of our stroke. Now that's great for creating stamps and the like, but say you wanted to create something with more of a uniform texture. Well, let's look at how to do that. Let's come back into our texture tab and let's change the texture we're working with. So let's go into open, navigate to the location on your computer where you have saved your alphas. All of the alphas I have saved, I've just found either online or created myself in an image editing software such as Photoshop. So let's grab something like this. Load it up, you'll see the preview in here. And now when we click and stamp, well, our spacing is all wrong and we're getting these strange patches, but we see that it is in fact creating a sort of skin-like texture. Now this alpha is called Alien Skin. I did not create it, but you can find alphas. You can just search them in Google and you'll be able to find some good sources. Sometimes you find packs of them that you have to pay for. Most you can find for free. Or again, you can create them yourself. And at the end of this video, I will briefly show you a good resource for finding alphas for free. So I have just loaded in this Alien Skin alpha, and I have given it a spacing of 25%. So now if I click and drag with my draw brush, and I just move over this whole surface, it's creating a nice skin texture without me having to do a bunch of work drawing these things in manually. So there's one more way to use alphas, and that is by using them as stencils. So let's look at that. Let's change our texture back to the flower texture we were using before. So to do that, instead of clicking open here, I'm just going to click this image drop down. It seems that we have lost our link to our original image, but no problem. Let's just reopen it. Let's choose our flower again. This will work with any of these, but just for the purposes of this demonstration, I like this flower. So now we're going to look at how to use this more like a stencil. So we have our updated texture right here. And to do this as a stencil, instead of area plane, we're just going to come into the mapping here and change it to stencil. Now you'll get a stencil preview in the bottom left corner of your screen. And to use this stencil, all you have to do is move this image over the area that you would like to paint or sculpt on. So to move a stencil, all you have to do is right click on it and drag it around to move it. To rotate a stencil, you have to hold Control and then right click. And to scale your stencil, all you have to do is hold Shift and right click and drag. So now that this is here, if we come in with our draw brush and draw over it, you can see it's being raised up under our brush using this image as a stencil. So that is all I want to cover for using the alphas and to sculpt high res detail into your models. Let's quickly look at where we can find some of these images so we can continue our sculpt. So there are many places where you can find good alphas, or you can create them yourself if you know how to use programs such as Photoshop. But one resource I really like to use a lot is Pixologic's Resource Center. Now, Pixologic is the company that makes ZBrush, which I mentioned at the top of the section is a standalone professional quality sculpting program, which we are not going to cover, obviously, in this course because this is an entirely different program from Blender. But Pixologic has all sorts of resources for alphas that you can use. So if you click on the Resource Center, it will bring you to this page here. You just want to come down to the tab, you want to come down to the bar here and click on the Alphas tab. Now, all these ones are provided to you for free. You can look through all of these categories and download any alphas you feel are appropriate. So let's come down in here to skins. Let's look at some of the skins they have here. A lot of these are animal or alien. Let's look at this preview. This one's pretty good, but it has quite a large wrinkle through it right here. This one's better, I think, for a larger scale skin texture because it doesn't have any of those large forms. So to download this, all you have to do is click the download button. Now, something I've noticed about this website in particular is that if you are using Google Chrome, the downloads will not work. You can click download and just nothing will happen. I don't know why it is particular to this website. So just open a different internet browser if you are a Chrome user. I'm using now Microsoft Edge here to download this file. Okay, so if you open this file, it will download to wherever your files download. You'll get a zip folder here, right here, and the contents is just a Photoshop document here. So let's extract this, and I'm going to put it in with my other alphas, which I have located here on my drive. So there's the location. I'm just going to hit extract. Great. We can close this out. So now let's come into the texture properties and let's open that skin texture we just saved. All right, now let's check our spacing. Everything should be set to go from my last example. So it is set to 25%. You can set our strength however strong we need it. But if we come in here and just start clicking and dragging, you'll see we're getting this nice subtle skin texture that we can just quickly cover our whole mesh with. Now, obviously you can come in here and get finer details. You can examine how pores look on different areas of the face because they will look different depending on the area of the face you're looking at. This is looking a little bit like chicken skin, but that's all right. You know, and you can experiment with using the negative version by holding Control. Again, this is based off of the draw brush functionality. So if we hold Control, it'll just push those points in instead of pull them out. So feel free to experiment with different alphas and create different textures. But that is how you would create fine detail surface work on your mesh. All right. So that is going to conclude our unit on sculpting in Blender. And in the next unit, we're going to come in and start talking about how to create materials and textures to alter the look of the surface of our models.